Alrighty, hello everyone, welcome back once again to this Mania 4 World Cup 2025. And this is quite of a special block here because it's another lower bracket of the matchup here. It's going to be Canada versus Thailand. I am Bifa and I'll be commentating alongside Raveo. How's it going?
Hello, this is going to be a very spicy one indeed. Seed 8 versus Seed 7 fighting for tournament lives. And
Yeah,
especially since that,
absolutely.
Thailand having to play 2 matches last weekend, Canada only just the one.
Yeah, absolutely. This is quite, even though we should not talk about how the seed difference is because at this point where in this round seed doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things because the pool is getting it's much harder than than before. So you would say that we're at a point where the skill ceiling would be tested for, I guess, how much limit that they can do on the semifinals pool at the very least.
Yeah, this is going to be Canada's best placement in a very long time, I believe since 2016 when they finished in the top 8. Or since 2023, my bad. But yeah.
But yeah, I guess in terms of like a primary team roster, Canada should have quite a few that they can actually withstand the amount of with the amount of cruelty for for the map pool itself.
Yeah.
The prize pool are getting much harsher, and then everything else for along those they should be able to tank quite a few of the charts, especially for the high risk when. If you're against Thailand, where Thailand is mostly the, I guess, kind of the more the favorite side of things, and if anything, they just have quite the skill set to go for. And against Canada, it might be a little bit of a toss-up.
Yeah, I think if you are Team Canada, I think your backs are pretty much against the walls for almost every kind of skill set against Thailand. Out of all of the shared maps in the quarterfinals, Canada only has an advantage on Rise 7 last weekend, which was Toki, but that was only by like 1,800 points. And for every other shared map, Thailand has won by quite a bit.
Yeah, it's at this point where you kind of want to know whether Thailand's skill ceiling should lie in, especially when given the performance from last week. I do believe like Proponor played almost all of the picks from like last week or so, or something along those lines. So this is where I think Proponor should shine a little bit more in the late game scenarios.
I mean, not to mention that like 4 of the players are coming back from last year, which means that there are 4 podium places in this match.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, Thailand being protecting. I think a hybrid one. A hybrid one is like the one of the more generic-ish hybrid density pick, and then being contradiction is kind of an interesting ban choice, but not completely unbound because it's really one of the hardest rice picks in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, how Canada only has an advantage over Thailand on Rise 7 from last weekend, so it kind of makes a bit of sense there for Thailand going for that Rise 7 ban. But now for Canada, I think really they can just kind of ban whatever they don't feel comfortable with, and it's probably going to be one of the L-Nets. Oh, it's actually going to be a hybrid, so hybrid 2!
Yeah, actually, pretty smart ban actually for Canada. They don't really want to risk anything other than just straight up shieldy patterns or even long jacks to come into equation. That's what that's what we think about this pick in particular. But this does leave both those originals up here, so they are particularly comfortable with long nodes and hybrid-ish picks here. So it could be anything, whether or not Canada decides to go with Rice first or whatever. Thailand. We're gonna have to withstand the amount of the amount of power level that the Canada does have.
Yeah, also the fact that Thailand placed second on Hybrid 2 from last weekend and first on Hybrid 3 from last weekend. So Thailand are pretty much now giving public information that they are hybrid monsters.
Though I think in this case, Hybrid 3 is kind of a special case. since
Yeah.
it's way different in terms. I guess not way different. It's just that in terms of map structure, it's like unlike anything you've ever seen in Hybrid 3.
It's a pretty brutal Hybrid 3. So far we've seen, I believe, 4 teams have played it.
Well, it's just almost all teams do play at least for a good solid 2 matches out of 3, something like that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the scores, like Indonesia have like a 2.95, South Korea has a 2.92. It can be quite brutal.
Yeah, we'll see, because Canada needs to take their time here to make sure they don't go they don't go haywire on their first pick. This is pretty important information that Thailand can do. Actually, can actually counteract the Canada's pick if Thailand can decide to go to breakpoint. But this is actually the first time I've seen this pick for any other matches so far.
Yeah,
and Canada was bold by doing this. So,
So Canada did not play Rise 5 last weekend. Thailand did, and they got 4th with a 2.986 million score. So this is just Canada wanting to like take up the challenge, I guess.
This is quite the pick for Canada. This is pretty bold for Canada to pick this against Thailand. this chart is just it's just very chaotic in its nature on doing anything other than just straight up tech. Because this is high 19s, like at their best charting this.
Yeah, and we should see the typical Thailand Rise team, which should be Paponga, Konkawi, and Pavin. Or maybe we could see like a surprise player in Archie, but doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
It should be Paponga. I mean, you can make an argument that Archie could play this as well, but I think it depends on whether or not Archie's physical ceiling should hit after the quarterfinals, or whether or not it's just uncharted territory and where the physical limitations lie.
And also, this is the first time we're seeing Mai in quite some time, I think. They did not play last weekend.
Yeah, we'll see how this pick pans out here for Canada. Hopefully, they should be able to take quite a bit of a punishment in terms of this chart, in terms of how it's structured like that.
It is already brutal right off the bat. We see Mai picking up a 200 from that long jack. But Paponga, that's very messy.
Massive drop here in the intro.
That is gonna hurt.
Not quite the start you were looking for. Maya as well actually taking up a few 200s on the flamps.
Yeah, but this is already gonna give a pretty nice lead to Canada right off the bat. It is only just by 9,000 points.
Looking rather solid right out of the gate, although the lead's kind of shrinking a little bit. Mai's taking multiple 200s here. Paponga is recovering quite nicely, so at that point, Thailand needs to keep up and elevate the accuracy here.
Yeah, Konkawi definitely pulling the strings for Thailand to try and pull this lead back towards their favor. Paponga also, like you mentioned, recovering quite well. It is now really just up to Canada to see if they can hold on to their accuracy and keep it consistent.
Pattern's getting a little bit more abrasive, but as time goes on, it's just consistency check, and this is what Canada really needed.
Yeah, some of these patterns are also extremely uncomfortable.
Oh, those patterns are just really rude here. Almost everyone just not taking any more further damage out of the long jacks here. 200 from the Sawdust Inhaler here. Actually, Link's kind of shrinking to 4,000 now.
Yeah, I believe either Tonk or Sawdust had a big accuracy drop. It's one or the other. But that has definitely cut that lead down.
The rapid burst and everything in between is just screaming whether this map ends here, because the lead is not just changing.
Oh my gosh. It's shrinking though because accuracy from Tong has dropped again and it's going to shrink to 2000. If Paponga can still hold on to this and build some accuracy back up towards the end of the map, we might actually see this lead swing.
We're at the point where one miss could easily spelling doom here, and at that point, Canada's managing to run.
Oh my god, I think Canada just managed to hold, just don't mess up the end, and that is 785 points to Canada despite a 3-way FC. That was so close. Konkawi?
It's still 5 FCs and 1 V1 nonetheless on the side of Konkawi after everything they've thrown at you so far. Canada's looking kind of... This week is good, but it's a little bit sketchy towards the end.
I mean, it was only good because Paponga had that abrupt mess up at the first, 150 notes. That was the only reason why Canada won that.
Yeah, the long jack after burst transition at the intro is what it really just decides to.
But hopefully that is kind of a good wake-up call to Thailand, just to get some of their nerves down.
Yeah, so Thailand's here, you would assume I think they're gonna go for long notes here, but maybe they don't want to just stay out of that Rice mix. Everything else is just consistency for Rice, and Canada is looking pretty okay in terms of full combo consistency.
I'm thinking maybe one of the two hybrids. Oh wow, they're going Rice too. Okay. Huh.
I mean, it's not completely. It's sensible. It's just whether or not they can outact in Canada in some way.
Very interesting. Both these teams did not play Rice 2 in the quarterfinals, but both teams did play Rice 2 in the round of 16. With Canada having a very small advantage, so it's really just nothing. This is going to be a very interesting pick from Thailand to just start off the match for themselves.
Yeah, 270 jump stream with some anchors here and there. It is pretty light, however, so it gives you more control in terms of getting ratios on this. But whether or not you miss because of the anchors is another question.
270 BPM is quite destructive to your stamina. Even though it's only 2 minutes long.
Yeah, but it's also light, so it's not necessarily dense. It's just anchoring, and that's where the whether or not you have the control on doing that.
Yeah, that's fair. To some, 270 BPM might be too slow.
Well, I mean, if it's hand straight, you would actually think otherwise.
Yeah, so far so good from the side of Thailand this time. No major mess up to begin the map, so they have the lead so far with accuracy, just from Tonk.
Yeah, no surprises at the intro. It's just all full-on brawl of jump streams. Although, actually, yeah, Parpomber is the first miss there, actually. Gonna give a lead to Canada even more.
Yeah, they were the only player to fall in the first map, and now they become the next player to fall again.
Yeah, it's just that one singular mistake here from Thailand, but although Canada needs to get that accuracy back up because Maya is now slowly creeping down below the 99.85 range. Tong is recovering quite nicely even after that slip up on the accuracy with 200s.
Well, the thing is, Paponga is able to also just slowly recover their accuracy, so this lead is going to shrink, and it could even slingshot itself to Thailand if Canada continued to drop a bit of accuracy. Maya just did right there. So now it's 3-digit lead to Canada.
Parponga's fighting against Tonk here. Like now the same accuracy or even above that. And now Thailand's gonna take the lead a little bit because of that accuracy difference. Maya is down to like below 83%. Southern and Thailand now dropping below 99.9%.
Oh, this could be brutal for Canada. Thailand might be able to tug this lead back towards their favor, towards the end of this map. Can they do it? Can they finally get a point on the board? Or will Papunga's miss be the one? Stop
No way! 75 points!
Again.
That is another spelling of doom here. Canada takes the break point out of that.
Once again, Papunga. The reason why Canada take this 2-0 lead. Unbelievable. You have to give credit to Canada as well. Their consistency today has been immense, but my goodness, Thailand, look at those ratios! 71, 85, 124, and it's still not enough.
It's just
one
singular mistake makes you're basically undoing that progress.
Oh, this is morale crushing, but surely for Thailand, there are a lot of maps left to play. But for Canada, you gotta be feeling good. The consistency that you guys have, even though accuracy department, like you're definitely losing, but you're able to keep the combo together.
Yeah, this is where the game now lies. Now, you may be good in getting accuracy, but if your combo is not consistent, well, all that progress of getting that high score, it will be gone in seconds.
Yeah, but now back to Canada's pick. The pick that you just had was not a comfy one. Neither was the second Rise pick, so will you still stay in the Rise? Do you really have many other options?
I think at that point, Canada doesn't have that many options in terms of their picking strategy. I would say Gekisho Infinity is a little bit volatile because it's just donks and it's not that far off in terms of Rise 1, but apparently they go with Long Node 1,
okay,
missing 2 times.
And I believe this is Canada's Protect, so they're going to get it out of the way now.
I'm slightly concerned because I haven't seen much of how Canada plays long nose, or I guess maybe I just have been missing out.
Well, they did play LN1 from last weekend, which was Golden Ray. They did get a 2.962 million, 11th out of 24 scores. However, Thailand did play Golden Ray as well. And Thailand have a 2.976 mil, and they are third on that out of 24 scores. So there's a 14,000 point advantage to Thailand for that.
Oh, this is quite of an interesting situation. I did not expect before the match even starts. I did not expect Canada to protect any long node things against Thailand.
Yeah. I can definitely agree. I think protecting LN against Thailand of all teams is very bold.
Yeah, let's see if Canada doesn't or will not end up missing, because otherwise it would be missing couple of chances here.
Let's see if they know something we don't.
Well, I mean, at this point, you would have to expect long node releases and coordinations being buffed up to 11.
Yeah, I'm just mostly curious as to why Canada decided to protect this, and so far, I mean, they are kind of keeping pace with Thailand. Again, accuracy not matching, but they are keeping pace, and that's quite important.
Well, I mean, I guess that they do have the combo potential here, so any accuracy deficit is gonna offset the shortcomings of not having that much better accuracy. But apparently, it's kind of blatant because we see below 99.5 on the side of Tong here, and everything else from Thailand is like 99.8 on average.
Yeah, just that one accuracy discrepancy from the side of Canada. Meanwhile, Papunga doing all they can to try and redeem themselves for the last 2 maps. holding a 99.72 FC, so doing pretty well for Thailand, and Maya will be the first one to drop this time around for Canada.
Yeah, this time Canada does slip up a little bit here.
Ooh.
Two Canadians there slip up here. Only one on the side of Tong, which is might be the worst one actually, because if you have full combo on lowest accuracy here, it's like a 5-digit lead to Thailand. And it does seem like Proponga seem to atone their sins here for missing twice in the previous two maps.
They did drop some accuracy down to 99.6, but it's really just a very small dent as to what happened with Sawdust and Maya. Both holding the best accuracy for Canada and then dropping is just not what you want to see.
Yeah, it's just kind of consistent at this point. The chart itself doesn't change too much in terms of like variety of patterns, and it just what Having a Konkawa does best. It really comes to. It really just a showcase of whether or not you do not want to mess up with Thailand's LN scores here.
Yeah, consistency and experience, that's for sure. When you can do a pattern well and you see this pattern being done over and over again, you just execute it perfectly, flawlessly. And Thailand, well, make it 3 misses from Canada, they're gonna run away with it now. And this is surely Thailand's point.
Literally 3 FCs to 0, and that's just where the lead just goes to really high for Thailand.
Yeah. This is gonna be a pretty sick team score if Thailand are able to see this one out.
Oh yeah, there's a little bit of random snappings there at the ending, I guess, but I guess nothing too major for Thailand to be able to take a 3-way full combo on this. Are you supposed to get 99.8? Are you supposed to get 995k on this? This is kind of illegal though.
Is that 2 995? No, 1 995.
Almost 995 from
almost
Konkawa
995.
Wait, hang on.
Holy!
200s for both Having a Konkawa?
Now that is what you call consistency.
Yeah, well, apparently Canada did get a little bit overconfident there on picking this, although it is their protect, and then it got backfired so heavily.
There was definitely an effort made, however, you are going up against the team that finished 3rd last year, against a skill set that Thailand are very well known to be godlike at.
Yeah, Proponga also did a ton of sins there. We're getting a full combo by themselves as well, even beating out just every single Canadian players here.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of a confidence booster for Proponga not to getting misses on the previous 2 maps, which definitely getting some nerves into it.
Yeah, hopefully this will be the morale booster, not just for Proponga, but also just for the entire team, now that they have a point on the board, and it is their pick as well.
Are you supposed to pick like a hybrid 1 or something along those lines? And then,
I think they can.
And that's what
they honestly could. There we go.
There you go. All right. Just kind of call it at that instant.
Gonna manifest it.
Well, it is protect, but whether or not Canada takes this point is kind of messed up. Huh?
I mean, Canada did ban hybrid too, so it kind of shows that Canada might not be too comfortable with the hybrids. And it does seem like Canada will be having a swap.
Looks like maybe Verdon playing hybrids here this time, because it is dense for a hybrid.
Yeah, I think Maya should be swapping out for Verdon. But for Thailand, I'm expecting maybe matcha latte. But we'll have to see.
Oh, apparently Nemesis in the chat. I don't know if actually Nemesis play for Canada or something.
I mean, Nemesis
play on this hybrid.
Nemesis did play like last week against LN 1, LN 2. So unless there's gonna be 2 swaps from Canada, that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, and at the same time, Thailand will not budge with this main roster. At this point, it's just the same three-man team.
I mean, like you mentioned as well, Paponga is going to scale quite crazily now that we're in the semi-finals. So perhaps having Paponga in instead of Matcha Latte is still going to be fine for them.
I mean, at that point, Paponga is your everyday late game player, so you would have to slot in one for every single semifinals plus pools, I think.
Yep. Oh wait, are we just gonna stick with the 6? I thought we would be seeing swaps. Okay. Mai staying.
I mean, at this point, Maya should be fine with handling density in this chart because it's quite dense for, I guess, more of a variety of hybrid patterns in here. It should be fine, I think.
Yeah, let's see how Canada will respond to Thailand's Protect as Thailand did to their own Protect.
Yeah, hopefully no early mistakes because that's what happened.
Oh boy.
Literally on Paponga's side.
Yeah, and once again, Paponga being the weakest link of Thailand, so hopefully they are able to keep things tidy.
It would be kind of funny if it's actually like a protect for protect, which also means it actually won by breakpoints.
I mean, there's no lead. I want to say there's a lead, but I don't know if there's a lead.
There's not a lead. At that point, the lead is pretty much irrelevant until you get someone to miss.
Okay, I think the lead is not stabilizing towards Thailand because all of Canada kind of dropped a little bit there in the dense portions, and I'll go back into some dense LN and some rice.
It's just hybrid. It is what hybrid really encapsulates. Apparently, yeah, actually the accuracy is kind of altering for Stardust in the Halo side at 99.6.
Yeah.
Everyone else on the 99.7 pluses. And Pavia, at some reason, 99.9.
Yeah, like what the heck is going on between Pavin and Konkawi? They are just completely destroying these maps so far. And this is actually quite a healthy lead now for Thailand despite all 6 FCs intact, just 8,500, but Paponga is doing really well to keep it in Thailand's favor.
Yeah, keeping it together is just really what really actually it's kind of messed up to get a 6-way FC, no?
I mean, the map's about to end if no one does a blip. And that's a 6-way FC, my goodness! I wasn't expecting that.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. That's a V1 nonetheless.
I don't wanna. What is that from Pavin?
1,200 for Kakawe, mine with 1 as well, and the only thing that is not a like cleanest full combo is just Sawdust and Heli with 250s for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, Canada showing that they did not need any swaps. That's a very solid team score from Canada. However, Thailand happened.
2-2. This is in the ball is in Canada's court right now. In regards to the rice mix, I don't know. At this point, they don't really want to pick LNs at this point.
I mean, it's very difficult when you're Canada and you're just looking at these teams from Thailand on the hybrid, on the LN. You're just like, well, I guess our only option might just be rice. Unless they still have something up their sleeves.
I would call hybrid 3 like there's a term in like the 7K World Cup. It's like an EX pick, and then I would consider hybrid 3 to be the EX pick, I think.
Yeah. Go back to 7K MWC.
It's so out of the ordinary that at that point you just not aim for accuracy and just coming all the way through. And I think that's what happened. That's what really hybrid 3 plays like.
Yeah, just that one anomaly map that is just really tough.
Yeah, the special case of that. Okay, there you go. Actually, Gekisha Infinity is not. It's not a bad pick.
Yeah, you did have this as a shout.
Not a bad pick, but what do you even pick up with the other Rice options? I think even Rice 4 is. I mean, the Core Jack pick is like kind of. It's pretty sketchy for that for against Thailand.
I'm trying to see if Canada have played any Core Jacks before. They have back in the round 16. They were decent, but it's not like extraordinary. So Rice 4 could be very risky.
And at this point, you wouldn't really expect that Thailand, two main carries being Pav and Konkawi, should be able to shred the whole map pool, I think, in general. But it's just whether or not Proponga can keep up with the beasts, which are Canada. With at the very least, they have it on the competitive level, and Proponga needs to beat out every single Canadian to get it out of the system.
Yeah. I mean, we are now playing a best of 7.
Mirrors coming out here for Pavin. I haven't seen Pavin play using Mirror in a while.
Could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. Only time will tell.
Because if you haven't seen using mirrors in a while, then it just goes to show that they really practice a lot, and at that point, they probably might block something.
It's more than likely. Which is why it could be a bad thing, but it could also be a good thing if it helps alleviate that mind block.
Good intro, actually, for both teams. Good job, good job.
It's just one of many.
All 9 9s except for Mike.
And it seems like accuracy is also stabilizing a bit from Canada's side as is Thailand's. Paponga back up to 99.9.
I haven't seen Proponga getting 99.9 in a while now for one of the Rice picks.
I mean, it is flickering between 8-9 and 9-0, but they are definitely keeping up with Konkawi and Kevin a lot more than the rest of the maps that Paponga has played so far. And actually, Pavin picking up an accuracy drop there.
Lead is irrelevant until we get to literally real accuracy drops like that. Pavin with them actually 2 misses.
Oh no. Yeah, and that's gonna be very messy from the side of Thailand.
Yeah, now Lee's is there. It's like almost 5-digit Canada, but they're not out of the woods yet.
Oh, definitely not. And like knowing the first 2 maps, they are definitely not out of the woods. But this could definitely help. Double miss from Thailand. Pavin and Paponga dropping their FCs. Only 1 FC to 3. Canada with a chokehold on this lead now. 20,000 points. Wow.
This is looking very solid here for Canada. I take that back. I thought this pick would be sketchy here, but apparently capitalizing on the fact with the dumb streaming patterns, and this is really what's helping Canada afloat.
Yeah, and another miss for Paponga. This is the nail in the coffin for this map. Canada will take the lead again. It's 3-2. And this is the most convincing one.
Well, I guess four-way FC, I guess, because Konkawi. Apparently, that's on B1 double S.
Oh my gosh!
And Soda's Inhaler competing against Konkawi in the B1 double S. That's a nasty team score.
My gosh, I think that might be the best one on this map so far.
Yeah, this is
might be the Hong Kong's.
Oh boy!
Wow.
You're at a point that Rice Picks is looking to be good for Canada. Although I wouldn't say for sure about the Rice 3 or Rice 4 even.
Yeah, and Thailand are going for their bread and butter, which is LNs.
Microwaving your cat, or whatever the song title is.
Microwaving something. Cat.
Oh yeah.
Cat
okay.
Evolve. something something.
Well, okay, I thought it was gonna be microwaving your cat bear, but apparently that's way too extreme of a title.
It is too non-PG. The cat has evolved.
Sure, okay. The most variety of a long note pick. Although by most variety, it's also the longest pick of the entire map pool.
3.5 minutes and a bit.
Be real with you, this is this song is I just can't take this song serious. I kinda despise it. The more it gets big, I just don't like it.
I mean, I feel like that is like Chameleon's shtick now. It's like sometimes he makes very gimmicky songs, and sometimes you like it, sometimes you don't. But you know, Chameleon, all the same.
It gets more grating every time. I think and that's what I want to call it.
I mean, it's been played twice. Or it's not twice, thrice. So this is 4 out of 4.
Yeah, there you go. I think this is also a submission for like what tournament? Actually, the mapping contest or something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
It's kind of crazy to see that in here. It with upgrades, that is.
Yeah, 1.05. Yeah, this is a part of the monthly beat mapping contest, I believe, in May of last year. Just with a couple of edits.
Yeah, let's see. Now, actually, yeah, Verdon's been swapping out with Tom here, which should be alleviating some of that issues with the long notes.
Yeah, we've rarely seen any swaps so far in this lobby, so that's probably going to be one of the very few.
Yeah, let's see if the variety gets in their way in terms of accuracy, because this pick is long, so any mistakes bound to fluctuate some of these longer releases here.
And also, because it is a long map, mistakes are going to hurt a little bit less unless it is a very messy drop.
Yeah, showering with long notes every now and again. These are pretty consistent scores all around. Maybe the only outlier is that the lowest score being Verdon's side, 9.6%. Everything else is at 9.7 across.
Oh, but that's the first draw of the lobby. Verdon stopping in for Canada. So far, not so good over on that side.
The cat's got in the way on the microwave there.
Oh dear. I mean, Paponga dropping a little bit of accuracy will alleviate this lead a little bit, but there has to be a lot more from the side of Thailand if Canada want to take this lead back.
Yeah, we're at a second half, and it's just this grating Ellen Graces or whatever.
Yeah, these very funny bursts with the meows.
Very expressive charting, but Verdon takes a second miss here. And FC is still intact for the rest of the 5 players.
Yeah, it was a clean miss from Verdon as well, but that's not gonna help Canada at all.
I'm gonna take issues with how the 2 players that are getting the 99.8s here, this is not actual Allen releases, that is.
And Verdon will pick up another drop, and this lead is going to extend towards Thailand's favor. 18,000 and climbing.
Yeah, 3 misses against 0.
Make
4
that 4
misses against 0.
Yeah, and that'll be 5 as Maya drops as well as 1 FC to 3, and Thailand should be able to run away with it. My goodness.
I don't understand how 99.8 is possible for this chart.
Yeah, and we're seeing 2 of it.
How?
I mean, last year's 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen.
Like, even with that, team score, that's 2.98, I think. Or maybe 2.97, I guess. But you get the idea.
2.976,
How?
yeah.
How? There's no way it's V1SS. No way, dude!
What? 2! I'm already astonished to see 1. What do you mean by 2? What do you mean by 2 V1SS? Thailand, calm down.
Yeah, just put Pavan and Konkawa 1v1 here. You just get astonished everywhere.
And obviously that's the best team score on LN4 by a mile.
No shot. That's V1SS at this stage of the game.
And we see 2.
Well, Canada's turn to pick now, and they have 3 rice picks remaining. Pick your poison.
Would the safest one be Rice 1 or Rice 3?
I would expect, okay,
Okay.
I guess the next sensible choice is that, because how dumb patterns work for them, this is just Stream, and Stream that is running at 350, it's consistent at that.
I mean, like I said, like, Canada from the very beginning has already had their backs against the walls, really, with what they can pick. So this is really just the next best option with the remaining maps.
This is also an extremely important point here for Thailand, because
Yes.
If they manage to break point out of this, they have 2 LNs and a hybrid at their disposal, and it is not looking pretty for Canada to get to that point.
Yeah, just looking at like the maps remaining, like Thailand definitely have this pool in the palm of their hands. And like Canada, if they lose this, they can only really save themselves with a Rice 3 or Rice 4. At least on paper anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Korjak pick is ever so slightly concerned it gets to that point.
Yeah, Rice 4 saving them. I mean Rice 4 like Hot Jacks really quote unquote saving anyone is a stretch.
There's only that one particular section in the Korjak pack, which is the polyrhythmic section, and other than that, it's just 153 BPM Korjak. But this time around, we're gonna get to the 350 streams, and yeah, let's see how this actually pans out there. Thailand should be able to warm after getting the dumb stream chart that we saw earlier from Shingren. This time, it's 350.
Yeah, we are really just elevating the BPM. But so far,
I mean,
in
not,
this intro,
not necessarily elevating. It's just around a similar speed, just a different style of it.
yeah.
I'm okay, dude. 99.9. This intro, that's just not right to me.
Yeah. As you would expect in semi-finals.
Semifinals on a lower bracket. That's just not. That just doesn't feel right. This is a lower bracket. Any mistake could bound to spell doom, and if one of these teams get eliminated, I'll be very sad. But at some point, they will have to do and to have to fight with their spot. There's no way. This is still.
Oh my gosh. This
is still going.
It's just Mai, I think. I think Thailand should have this like technical lead because of Mai's
How is
accuracy,
this-
but like
How is this
Oh
still
my gosh.
0.9 across Thailand? What?
how did 99.9 across like everyone? But Mai does find a bit of a drop there, so the lead now stabilizing towards Thailand, but you call this a lead, I mean it's 1,000 points.
Oh, there's a 200 from Maya, late 200s at that.
Oh.
But that's still order of this though.
Oh no!
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
Mai is picking up a 200, who knows what will happen from this point onwards, and they find 2 mistakes, and this should be in Thailand's bag now.
Yeah, losing steam there for Maya.
It's always not good when you know you're cracking up, and once that crack does happen.
Understandably so. Okay. I'm still gonna mention that Proponga is picking up the slack here. Like, goodness me. Goodness me. 4 200s versus 1. That's a 2v1 double S's, and these scores are just not right to me.
2988.
996 average. That's normal. Normal, quote unquote.
I mean, again, no other team has gotten close. I think the best is Indonesia with a 2969. That's 19,000 points higher. What is Thailand doing?
That's just a lower bracket matchup to you, man. You pick up a fight against Canada, and then in retaliation you pick up a fight against Thailand, and then it's just gonna go back and forth.
Yeah. Okay, at least the solace of this is that Canada will still have a pick regardless of what happens next, because Thailand, if they do win their pick, which will be Island 2, they will be on match point.
Oh, I actually think this is, I would say, the least sensible one out of the longer than hybrid picks remaining. This is just dense. This is just density, and Canada has some traits on picking more density charts, other than the fact that it's a variety thing.
True, but Canada and Thailand did play LN2 last weekend. Thailand had a 2974, and Canada has a 2938. So about a 36,000 point difference.
Yeah, out of the fact that at the back of the business, that is. But yeah, regardless, it's just I would say it's not that not the biggest fan of the pick, I think, for Thailand.
I mean, I guess it's not extremely safe because it is like LN density and it's only 2 minutes long.
Yeah, Canada needs to pull themselves back together here, as the three-man team for LM's going to be staying the same as is.
Yeah.
Although I'm not sure if Matcha Latte will be playing this one, or whether or not it's just saying hi and then just leaves.
Matcha Latte just coming in to have their greetings and then dip. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Matcha Latte doesn't play this. I think Pirate Kokawa and Paponga are definitely well suited enough to play LN Density at this stage.
Yeah, they're definitely after what happened with Microwave Cat, it's just well, it's a given. Okay, apparently, yeah, Matcha Latte is just gonna say hi and greetings out. Paponga's still playing it.
Yeah, not a huge surprise.
Yeah, apparently it's just I don't know, man. It's just a thing. Whether the player just comes in, just leaves the bout out of the lobby.
Golf.
I just got scared when the Trills shows up like this, because it can go so haywire with this.
Yeah, if you mess up that trill at the start, you could mess up the whole thing, and then who knows what your accuracy will look like at the end of it, but everyone doing pretty well. Pavin maybe a little too well.
Konkawa actually surprisingly taking up few 200s, actually.
Yeah. Especially Konkawa performing on par with Paponga, but Pavin is there to pick up the pieces and hold on to this lead for now.
Yeah, Verdun actually gradually taking up fewer drops on the accuracy drops, like 200s or maybe even earlier hits, just to let go a little bit earlier than it used to be. But it's still kind of sketchy for, I guess, given 6-way FC still.
Yeah, it is a 6-way FC halfway through the map. Accuracies are terrifyingly favoring Thailand, but this is still within a combo break range.
I get so scared whenever the late hits comes in, because otherwise it would be an overhold.
Yeah, you can also see like the hit error bars as well. Some of these players releasing some of these LNs a little late, like Verdun.
I mean, it's on par for the course if you're not that much of a sharpshooter, but 200 counts are just quite the roof here for Verdun, I think it seems like. 99.5. And probably maybe actually taking a little small dip, but nothing too major. 5-digit lead already to this far in.
Yeah. And it's really off the back of Pavin having an incredible performance, as they always do on LNs, but that is disgusting. 996k, that has to be a V1SS as well.
No, that's not V1SS.
It's
I saw a 200 right at the full inverse there, but regardless though, 996.6 is just illegal to me.
Yeah, and just very good scores all around, the lowest being Verdun with a 984k.
And shoutouts as well for Sonos Inhaler hanging on with the 1-200 as well. Could
Yeah.
have been in the B1SS as well, but that is a match point for Thailand, 5-3, and Canada is still down by 2 points, and they need to win 2 straight picks. And everything else, Canada's point has to be the either 2 of the rice picks.
Okay.
Or they're gonna go with the Hail Mary with the hybrid pick.
Bets on Rice 3 or Rice 4?
Or hybrid 3, but
Hybrid 3, which
it's not.
I'm on the fence. I don't know if going for hybrid 3 would be good. I mean, surely Rice 3 now, right?
It has to be Rice 3. I do not see Rice 4 coming out of this.
Oh boy.
It has to be Violent Storm. I really do not see any reason to pick or Saint Patron. That's just not the pick that you're gonna go for. Although maybe Saint Patron could be one thing that Canada has in mind, probably.
Gosh, this is such a difficult spot. Like, I'm just looking at some of the scores that Thailand have set last weekend as well. It's like, what do you even go for? Like, Thailand have number 1 on Rice 3, number 2 on Rice 4, number 1 on Hybrid 3. Oh my god, they're doing Kojak. They're doing it. Hail Mary's thrown. They're going for Kojak.
I don't like this. I don't like this pick at all, I think.
I can actually understand. Because Thailand, when they played this, I believe against Brazil, they didn't really have that good of a score. But that's because I think they had a mess up.
I mean, sure, but that's also out of the fact that Achi plays now for Kojak pick, and they do know how to ratio, and these players do know how to keep the 300 count low. But whether or not the miss count is subject to some debate.
Yeah, I mean Archie. Okay, so Danger and Danger, which was Rice for last weekend, Thailand played it twice against Brazil and Japan, and Archie played both times. Against Brazil, they had like a 4-200, 3-100. Like it's a very messy score. But then against Japan, Archie had 30 300s. So it's a flip of the coin.
Actually, this time Konkawa is not playing this. Proponent is staying in.
Okay, no, that does make sense because Paponga did play Rice 4 last weekend.
It may be a good thing, but at the same time, when the pick is actually a little bit faster but awkward in terms of Kojak control, it's just up in the air, really.
I'm also a bit concerned as to how Canada are going to scale in semi-finals Kojaks.
Looks like they're probably going for triple mirror, I think, for Thailand, yeah?
Oh boy. A triple mirror and a triple non-mirror.
Well, if Canada is comfortable with not using no mirrors at all,
it's gonna be perfect
Right.
symmetry.
100% for Pavin. Gonna keep intact until 200 notes in. No, never mind.
Actually, a bit of a shaky start for Paponga as is Sawdust.
I mean, at this point, it's just 3-note jack control, which this tends to be in the intro. Yeah. And then the other section would be the polyrhythmic chord jack that is tend to be one of the main victims out of this chart.
I mean, we've only seen this once, and that was South Korea, Peru.
So far, it's looking fine. I mean, the lead is just non-existent. And then this section is just mostly polyrhythmic chord track, like I was talking about before.
And some of the accuracies have been tanking because of that polyrhythm chord track. Archie's still staying strong though, 99.97.
Yeah, the only key difference here, Archie's now at 99.98. That lead is non-existent though.
Okay, it is in Thailand's favor, mostly because of Archie. You can see like Patrick cancelling out my
across.
Yeah, like we got two players cancelling out against each other on both sides. It's just Archie with the 9-7.
Don't want to get too complacent with that.
No!
Oh no!
Why would you miss that?
Understandably so, because of the one-handed jet control. There goes Sauna's inhaler as well.
This could be the start of the end for Canada's World Cup.
They were handling out so well to that break section there. Tong, another mistake coming out of that. And Thailand is just cruise control up until this point.
Yeah, Thailand can afford multiple misses and they will still have this lead.
My goodness me, this is quite a disastrous situation, which I really don't like about Korchak, because at that point of the game, it's just a mental break, and apparently Canada is quite shattered at this point.
Yeah, apart from Mai still holding the torch high for Canada towards the end of this map, 99.92, but it is looking very likely that Thailand are going to run away for 6.
This is their last swan song for Canada, and they have to say goodbye. But having with the one mistake out of Thailand here, it's not going to be enough at all here. Actually takes the cake to being MVP with a monstrous performance. The 83 V1 double S score here.
That is half of my.
That is indeed half of my 300 count right here. And Canada, what a solid run here to this entire tournament here. Picking up 3 points against Thailand. Unfortunately though, with how lower bracket goes, Canada gets their 07s in there, paying respect there for absolutely monstrous run in the tournament. And congrats as well for Thailand, still moving on to face their next opponent in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and that's Hong Kong, by the way. Oh boy. I mean, if I'm Hong Kong, I'm sweating.
I mean, it's not getting any better, because Hong Kong against Thailand is the only one of that team has to go through to the finals.
Oh boy, and also like seeing how well Thailand performed. I mean, they were shaky at the start, given a couple of drops left and right, but they managed to pull ahead towards the end of that match.
What a run out of this lower bracket matchup here. Only thing left is just the other 4 matches remaining here. The other 2 lower bracket matches coming up is just going to be South Korea and Indonesia, and then Hong Kong versus Thailand. And everything else is just winners bracket on the higher end of it.
Yeah,
it's kind of wild to see now.
Yeah, and speaking of which, one of those upper bracket matches will be starting in 5 hours from now. United States against Chile. Definitely not 2 teams I would expect to be meeting in the semifinals winners bracket, but alas, here we are.
Yeah, it's just another repeat of the 2017 series, you know? It's just United States
yeah.
was also the kind of thing that you know, they have their respective carriers. Although US has everyone, and Chile has quite a bit of a tough uphill to climb, because you're facing against US, and US has their capabilities of handling everything.
Yeah, this is going to be a rematch, I believe, of the 2024 semifinals. So you might want to keep yourself tuned in 5 hours. But until then, you might want to go over to the O store to purchase some team banners. Mifa, if you want to elaborate more on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you might all know, banners are available in the O store. You can check out the O store. You can purchase the favorite team banners here to support your favorite teams in the Mania World Cup, and you can even stack some like a lot of the banners for your profile page, and
All
maybe
of
you
them.
can. Yeah, all of it. You can even purchase like all 32 team banners, that is, and even to stack it in the profile page. And if your team happens to end up winning for the 4K Mania World Cup, you can even get to keep that winning team banner for a little bit longer than it used to be, and even then, you get some bragging rights while you do so.
Yep, it all sounds very sweet. So without further ado, we can close off this stream and we'll see you all for United States against Chile in 5 hours.
Yeah, this has been Mifa and Ravel. We'll be signing off.
I watched it fall away.
Now that you are ready for your second lesson, you've learned from your first lesson.
Just what is it that you want to do?
Welcome back, everyone, to some more matches that were happening here. One more of the losers bracket matches coming up here, and I guess also kind of follow up against Indonesia, who did just beat Vietnam in that losers bracket match here. I am Potassium F. Joined with me this time is Mifa. How are you doing today?
Hey, hello there. It's been quite fantastic actually for this weekend. Especially we're running on the which time really does fly, but at the second half of the tournament where semifinals, mappool do get increasingly intense as time goes on, and especially for these two teams that we're actually going to be spectating here, South Korea versus Peru. Quite a bit of a seeding gap there, but it is to say that doesn't mean Peru is being the top 12 for this tournament is absolutely insane, in my opinion.
Yeah, they've been performing well above expectations, I think, of a lot of people. They've pulled off a couple of upsets, seeding-wise at least, throughout this tournament. And overall, honestly, just been playing really, really well, just in general. A couple of their scores, even last week, you see them hitting like the third best team in some of these maps that they played in the quarterfinals. So they've been putting up some really fantastic team scores just overall. And I wonder if they can keep it up here. One thing that I am kind of concerned about right now, looking at some of the logs here, is I don't see one of their key players online for Peru, being Anku.
Oh yeah, Anku has been one of the main key players, at least for Rise, which Peru has been eyeing for most of the approach for against South Korea in this case, and doesn't seem to be anywhere in the lobby right now, or at least I would assume that it probably is just gonna be. I would hope that they keep preparing outside of the server, but hopefully we get to see that in. But seeing the bans and the protects, I guess Peru doesn't really want to touch LN, so they banned the also original one, and South Korea opting to not playing Stamina Char or whatever.
And interesting for me to see Peru protecting Hybrid 1, it looks like. I would have expected Peru to be going all in on those Rice maps in particular. That is where they've seen their best form, really, so far this tournament, in some of those more straightforward Rice picks, I would have to say, like the Rice 2, Rice 3, like what South Korea has banned out. But looking like they might opt to go for the hybrids instead, potentially, as we get later on in the match.
Yeah, it might be one of the fresher approach, because I have seen Peru have been picking quite a bit of Rice picks in particular. Not necessarily all hybrids, but they have been eyeing for, I guess, in terms of picking strategy, where South Korea might a little bit on the weaker side of the hybrids, but instead is actually still going on the right side of things. We're going to Giga Infinity, which you would say this is a kind of a hot-up approach to the pick.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be one of Peru's more comfortable picks relative to the rest of the pool here. Something that they have been doing well on. Of course, all of their Rise picks, the team scores, very consistent with their Rice, but so is Korea. I mean, Korea, despite being in the losers bracket, they are seed 3 for a reason. They're the ones that are expected to be able to, at the very least, make it close to that top 3 position in the tournament.
Yeah, although I will say that seed 3 at this point doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things, given the top 3 seed differences are just minuscule enough that they might just be equally matching, honestly.
Yeah, we've seen how like different teams with different seeds have performed throughout the tournament, and yeah, it feels like so much of these like top 15, top 16, top 20 teams, really, they're so close to each other that on any given day, it feels like some of these teams can perform really big upsets in this tournament.
Yeah, on the other hand, Peru has been the longest to survive in terms of the lower half of the seeding. This is quite a commendable performance for this tournament so far for Peru, but this is an uphill battle, like for sure. You have to fight it out against South Korea, which are not an easy endeavor to play against. Which they have their prime roster for the most part for South Korea.
And we'll see who Peru ends up sending in here, still missing one of their players. Zinkotrapes coming in here for Peru, not a player that I think has been playing for them recently, but I do think they are still missing a couple of their players who aren't online. I guess understandably, I'm just looking at the time zone, it's 7:30 AM for Peru right now.
Yeah, it is a bit of a. I mean, I guess they do like they're at their best in the mornings or something like that. It could be something to that.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe getting a bit of the short end of a stick sometimes with the rescheduling. That happens with big time zone differences like we have here.
I mean, let's be honest, it could be worse in terms of reschedules.
Yeah, I mean, reschedules are hard sometimes when you have so many different countries, right?
You have the other end of the world, and then the other one's on the opposite polar opposite.
Especially when you have conditional matches to schedule as well, making sure they fit in the same weekend. Definitely sometimes a bit tricky, but it looks like we are getting their third players in here. Lolito joining the lobby.
Yeah, hopefully these are the main team for Peru going forward. Although they've been missing, I think we're missing some players, but hopefully they should be joining in the I guess in the server should be pretty soon.
I think the Peru players that have really been crushing it on some of these Rice picks in particular have been Dendro, Lolito, and Anku. So Anku gone definitely does hurt them a little bit, but I think Lolito previous weeks had the name Yokmao, so if anyone remembers that name, that is just kind of like a name reverse, it seems like there.
Yeah, sometimes kind of get a little bit lost in I guess in terms of name change. We guess gonna have to keep memorizing if it ends up happening for name changes.
But on the other side, South Korea, they have a fully stacked roster themselves. Gex and Nard, two Rice specialists on the side of Korea. And Bushan usually would be seen in the LN maps, but of course, very well-rounded players overall. So I'm sure they can be playing most of these maps. And we'll see. First map here, first pick for Peru. Let's see if they can get off to the right start in this match.
Yeah, mostly on the sharpshooting side for Bushan, like you said. I guess in terms of all-roundedness, they should be at their upper limit, on the upper echelon in terms of physicality. But this accuracy for South Korea is actually on average 99.9 against 99.8-ish for Peru.
Yeah, and Zinkotrapes dropping an accuracy down to 99.4, and more 200s coming out with these dump patterns as well. And there's a miss right at the end of that burst, so South Korea off to a strong lead early on into the map. Still with their 3 full combos, still all 3 above 99.8, as Nard does drop a little bit of accuracy there. Peru's still holding on to their 2 high 99.7s.
Even though it's ultimately a trade between Nard and Zinko, Nard's job is just that 1 miss, and everything else around that is just relatively clean, and it's still like a 5-digit lead already for South Korea.
Yeah, that accuracy does do a lot of damage when there is a big act difference, and yeah, even with that miss from Nard, still matching the highest accuracy on Peru's side. And there's
one combo gone to Dendro.
That was a big miss as well, down to 99.6, so the accuracy lead grows, the combo lead grows also for South Korea. And oh wow, what just happened there? The whole 3 players in the bottom row? That actually does favor Peru slightly, but Zinkotrapes does take a pretty heavy act drop along with the miss.
Take quite a bit of heavy hit on the dump patterns here. The only ones left standing is just the one for each team, Peru and South Korea. Gex and Lito trying their best as they can to hold on to the FCs relatively. But on the other hand, I mean, the lead is just pretty much unrecoverable.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gex absolutely destroying this map. 99.87, dropping a little bit at the end.
There you go. Still combo from Lolita there. Only FC survived, which is my Gex.
Really solid one. Also, the best ratio in the lobby as well. So yeah, I mean, overall, you can see the difference in accuracy here. Not just the 300 count, but the 200 count as well. All in the single digits, 3 or less for the South Koreans.
Yeah, this is just tough to deal with, especially when you're at this level of at this stage of the game. You would normally see struggles on accuracy, but against South Korea, which are their primary team in terms of Rise and everything. Although Bushan might not be trying to tackle on the Rise side of things, but it's still performing much better than you would give them credit for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're really seeing the effect of, I guess, like what's showed in the seeding here. South Korea is the team that you would expect to have that higher level of physicality later in the tournament. And Peru, despite being able to win so far, they've had all of their wins through really, really high accuracy, consistent performances with FCs on their side. But it seems like maybe this pool might be starting to reach their limit in terms of the physicality and keeping up that accuracy.
Yeah, this time though, South Korea picking pixel pattern, which are the LN density, which 222 BPM extremely base patterns, or I guess most likely semi-inverse things. This fits the bill for South Korea's one of their biggest strengths, and it should be a good pick for them.
Yeah, Korea, very, very well-rounded team overall. They just showed what they could do on the Rise, but they have super strong LN roster of themselves. We just saw Poker bravely join into the lobby. That is the big name to look out for South Korean LN ability.
Although we've seen Peru might have a swap here, or it's just not in the correct position in the lobby. Still on the same 3 main players for Peru. Seems like they're not swapping any, unless there's some substitutions going on.
And it seems like South Korea is not swapping either, which is interesting to see. I don't typically associate all of these players in the lobby here as LN players necessarily, but obviously very well-rounded players nonetheless. So we'll see what they can put up in the density pick here.
I don't associate Gex being a long-lived player. I mean, they've played, certainly, but not to this extent. Maybe this is where the density gets to play in favor of Gex, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, definitely if you were to pick an LN map that you would assume that Gex is quite good at, it would be this LN2 point, where we have, I guess, more straightforward release timings overall. Much more kind of like jump streamy kind of patterns, which do tend to favor the Rise players a little bit more than the other LN maps.
Oh, Lolita already tanking to the 98% in the intro there.
Yeah, big early miss there. That's going to give South Korea a very nice early lead, as all their players off to a pretty good start. Gex does have decently low accuracy relative to the rest of the team, but still enough to keep South Korea in the lead, as Lolito's still recovering that accuracy.
Zinko Tripas is releasing overholding way too late there. It's now taking a miss there. Tanking to almost below 98 there.
Yeah, that act difference is going to be really hard for Peru to overcome here. Dropping down again, another miss down to the mid 97s, and this lead is going to start ballooning out of control really quickly.
Yeah, this seems to be too fast for Zinko Tripas to keep up here. Now down to 97 range here. But on the other side, South Korea are just doing what they do best. Even though with Gex, which we typically don't associate with playing LNs, but seems to be holding out relatively well.
Yeah, a bit lower accuracy compared to the other South Korean players, but still, I mean, at this point in the tournament, you're definitely thinking about combo more than accuracy with some of these picks. So managing to hold on to that full combo is more than enough in this scenario, and we can see this lead. Oh, that looks like a massive lock from Zinko Trapas.
That is a massive lock, and it doesn't seem to be playing density a lot there.
Yeah, looking like too dense overall. Dendro does pick up a miss, so 0 full combos on the side of Peru. And it looks like South Korea is going to close this one out with a triple FC.
That might be the first fail that I've seen in this entire tournament. This is just very rough if you don't have the capability of handling some of these long density, especially at this speed.
I mean, on the bright side, it would not ultimately have mattered. At the end, Zinkotropas was not the only one there that could not keep up with South Korea. We can see the point lead 1,600,000 points. So even if Zinkotropas did get 1 million score, in theory, that still would have been South Korea's point in the end.
Although 1 million score is like a kind of a metaphorical kind of difference, but yeah, it's just impossible to get a 1 million score anyways.
Yeah, absolutely not. Would already be impossible in round of 32, let alone semifinals here, on an LN map no less, but let's see if Peru can pick something maybe they're a little bit more comfortable with. I would say Rise 2 is probably the most comfortable map they can find on the board here. It would have to be a Rice map. And I think out of all the Rice maps here, this one may be a little bit more straightforward than some of the other picks.
Yeah, I guess this pick is just decent for Peru here. Whether or not the third player is able to keep up, and with potentially having to beat out some of the South Korea's accuracies, it's a tall thing to ask. But instead, South Korea will have Citra instead of, I guess, Wushan in this case. If probably not for South Korea, but not sure if not being swapped out in this case.
And this is not the map that I would expect Poker to have come in for, but I mean, Poker is kind of like more of an accuracy specialist himself. So it makes a bit of sense. If any of the Rice maps, I would imagine this would be the Rice map that Poker is good at.
Yeah, Poker is like the main all-rounded player that we've seen through that previous tournaments that Poker has been participating. Even in 2022, like Poker plays in like every single skill sets involved in the tournament. But having them in Rise should be a good refresher for not to be able to practice everything else.
And this was the type of map that I know that players like Dendro were cooking on quite a lot in previous rounds. So we'll see if this time Peru can keep up on a map like this against South Korea in the accuracy department.
Seems to be holding on relatively well.
Yeah, looking quite strong for both teams in the early stages of the map.
It is definitely much closer than the difference you would imply, but Poker seems to be a little bit on the hitting on the earlier side of things. But the lead's taking a 200s on that too, which lead's gonna go to South Korea a little bit.
It looks like Lolito and Zinkotropas dropping an accuracy very slightly over time, but Dendro finds the miss. That was the big accuracy. Poker does trade it.
Trade. 2 misses on Poker's side.
And actually, maybe this lead might start swinging towards Peru. Maybe they need one more miss because it looks like accuracy lead's still in South Korea's favor after those misses.
There he goes.
Poker does miss one more time, struggling in the combo a little bit.
Peru really needs to hold on here. It's 1,000 Knights being driven into their nerves here. Peru needs to hold on. And it's now shrinking the lead because of the accuracy. Zinkotropas is dropping ever so slightly.
Well, the accuracy slowly is going to start going towards South Korea over time because South Korea do have the better overall accuracy, it feels like. So the more they build those back up, the more it's going to go back towards South Korea, but it looks so close right now. The end of the map, that's 500 points.
Or 200 from Citra on the transition here. this is starting to get sketchy because the lead is still nothing.
Every single 200 matters so much here. Even regular 300s, we're in favor
Who's gonna
of
win
Peru
this?
now.
Actually,
Citra,
oh my God.
It's a 200 at the end.
Oh my, 738 points. That is
Citra
the difference.
Oh my God, Citra at the very end got a 50. That was a 50 at the last few seconds. To really capitalize on their LN advantage. We saw Peru's third player did not look very comfortable on some of those LN patterns before.
Oh, hang on. this is a bull pick.
Oh, that's spicy.
Oh,
we're going right into Hybrid 3.
I guess South Korea does love Testify-esque pick. And this is the one that you're gonna have to clench your fists to not be tilted because of how this map is structured.
And this one we definitely saw as well on the previous match. Big potential for some large drops on either side. I think South Korea definitely not immune to that either on this one.
We haven't seen the other original, but we'll take this one. This one is this one not only is such a banger, but it is also funny.
Oh yeah, I mean you see the lineup of mappers for this, Abraxos and Fola, and you know already instantly what kind of experience you're in for.
If you're a veteran, like most players do from South Korea, you know what to expect when there's a name on the mapper itself.
Very strong mapping styles associated with these two mappers here, and we're going to see exactly the cause of that here. Lots of misses expected here, lots of accuracy drops as well. Poker going to be the first victim actually coming out on the side of South Korea. But not
the
going
Seiko
to be
trip is already
enough.
blown. 98 here. This is the one where combo is gonna matter a lot, but your accuracy is gonna be in such a sacrifice.
Yeah, and this accuracy so far still needs to be recovered. Zinko still on that 98% ac. And as Poker already recovering quite well, up to 99.4, this is going to be South Korea extending their lead over time.
You know, a map is so hard where no one actually has more than 99.7 this quarter in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can just see, look at these LNs here, and Lolito does mess up on some of them. Buschan does actually trade it back, but still advantage South Korea looks like does not dent that score lead whatsoever.
The only full combo left on South Korea being Citra, and actually Dendro and Seiko Tripas is still managing to hang on there. I mean, I guess the score lead is not that big, all things considered, but 2 misses instead of like a 1 from Peru's side might be in terms of advantage, but I mean, at this point you still have the last quarter, right? This is where it gets spicy.
Yeah, definitely opportunities for this lead to shrink, but It's up to Peru now really to hold on to their combos, and Lolito does find another miss, or repeated misses with the act drop. Bushan does
trade it here.
Yeah, traded back a little bit, so going to stem the bleeding somewhat, but still this lead is growing over time.
It's still staying around the same just because of this this snapping of the longness here. It's just very freeform. Even though still missing on the leader side, it's growing more and more here in favor of South Korea.
Yeah, about to hit that 40,000 mark, and Korea's just looking too consistent overall. Bushan does find another miss, but it's fairly clean. Not enough to make too much of a dent. There's two misses on the side of South Korea, but it's traded by the one on Peru.
Peru only has one FC left here. Are they gonna get it or not? It's just another question. Poka finally missing on the big combo there after the first miss here. But actually, the lead's kind of shrinking a little bit. Citra actually kind of get a little bit complacent there at the end.
Everyone on the team of South Korea just found a miss, but it doesn't seem like it's going to dent the score quite enough. It drops the lead back down to 24,000, but it looks like Korea is performing well enough. They are safely in the lead in this outro.
That is a massive W for Dendro for holding a full combo this far in, and that is a full combo.
Yeah, we're not going to see many of those on a map like this. We can see even a team as strong as South Korea not managing to get any of those full combos, so props to Dendro there. Zinko Trippers also holding on to that combo for the majority of the map, but not quite enough for Peru overall. The accuracy wins out on this time here for South Korea.
Good attempt there for South Korea to pick up a bold move there for picking this, but ultimately it's really just average accuracy is what really keeps them afloat most of the time. Even though the misses definitely has higher miss count by the look of things, but it definitely shows that South Korea's average consistency is not to be messed around with.
Okay, and we're not wasting any time here. Peru picking Rice 1, one of their best picks remaining out of these ones. They seem to be more comfortable with, the more straightforward Rice picks overall, and this one, quite hard overall, quite fast, but it is one of the more direct speed maps, not very technical.
Yeah, this is where Nottingham's coming back in for this one. This is the most physical, the most strongest player available to be able to play 350 BPM stream, and some of them are even hard patterns in there.
We'll see if Peru can snag their second point of the match here. They're going to need to if they want to keep this match close. But Korea also going to be wanting to keep their lead at the same time.
So far it's okay for the intro. Everyone's at the accuracy that you would expect for both of these teams.
Yeah, keeping fairly light in the patterning, at least early on in this map. It does pick up quite a lot in the second half, which is where we will see big act drops or combo drops if they do happen.
There's a couple on Peru's side. There's Zinko Trippers dropping a few 200s, or maybe just very late hits to contribute to the amount of 300s there. Not rainbows necessarily, but still not dropping full combo here. Still a good, decent heavy hitter. But once you get to the stream sections, right here, it's just all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, this is where we might see some fireworks fly from either side, but everyone holding consistent, at least so far. Lito does drop a little bit of axe, so does... Oh, not actually finding a drop. That might be enough for Peru to take it back.
Average accuracy is still on South Korea's side, so you still need to regain that footing here.
Well, it's not really that much on the South Korean side.
There he goes.
Citra finds a miss. Peru now clearly in the lead for what feels like the first time this match, but Zinko
Zinko Trippers. Oh my god,
Down
that's
to
a 2 missing back.
99.4 and another
Oh,
miss. Back-to-back
losing
South
steam
Korea.
here. Synchro Triple losing steam here at the end.
And it was looking so good for Peru there, but unless South Korea finds a massive drop in this outro, it's looking like they're going to win a break point here on Rice 1. Nard does find one.
Yeah.
Imagine if this map was any closer. That miss could have meant a lot. But South Korea managing to get through that, they are going to be very thankful for that one because it was definitely Peru's point to lose at the end.
They barely escape unscathed at the at the death of the misses from Nod and Citra there, but they should be very thankful that Zinko Tripas just losing steam at the end there, because all those misses are just at one particular screen.
And there's going to be South Korea now getting their own pick. 3 points up, could reach match point first here immediately. And I'm actually not sure what the pick strategy has been for South Korea. LN2 into Hybrid 3 is such an interesting first pair of picks that I'm not sure what they want to go for next.
Gunslum, yeah, because it's just the one of the many physical hybrids left.
Rice 4? What do you mean?
Okay.
I don't know.
Whoa.
Okay, I don't get it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't get South Korea's picking strategy here, but
I mean,
it's working.
South Korea's picking every single skill set involved. That's rare, for at the very least.
They're trying to pick like the complete opposite sides of the map pool. Like, as far as the LNs and hybrids, you could not get further apart from Hybrid 3 and LN2. Those are like so opposite maps out of that side of the map pool. And then we pick the complete other side of the map pool, Core Jack.
I mean, taste testing this far into the tournament, especially in semifinals, is generally frowned upon. You just pick whatever your strengths are good at. I mean, South Korea is good at Core Jacks, and this works for them. But at the same time,
very good at Core Jacks. I would have to agree with you there.
At the same time, in terms of just picking strategy or whatever the tournament IQ or whatever what it's called, it's just all over the place.
Yeah, I expect some of the Peruvian players to be quite strong at this as well, given what we've seen in some of the Rice maps so far. But of course, Core Jack, sometimes it's just its own category of map. Even if you're really good at Rice, sometimes Core Jack is just a bit too hard for some players.
Yeah, also, good shoutouts to Dorjan as well for having the debut for Mania World Cup, because Dorjan is mainly for the Step Mania charter, so having to get that in for this particular pick is kind of refreshing to see.
I was seeing a 100% on Gex up there for it. Wait, it went back! Oh!
Nah. This is just way too much of a complexity of long jacks, or jacks, I should say.
I mean, Peru so far doing well overall, but their accuracies are starting to slip a little bit. Lolito dropping down below 99.8, and so does Zinko. It's only Dendro trying to keep up, but all three South Korean players above 99.95. Two of them on that 9999.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Hook us back at the 100% of a... in terms of percentile. It's just crazy to me. And even the patterns like these are... Yeah, like polyrhythmic core jacks. Like just look at that.
And this is a crazy team performance so far for South Korea. Still a lot of the map to go, but right now Peru are far enough behind. They need a big mistake from South Korea if they want to come back in this, because they're not looking as comfortable. Zinko does find that miss though, down to 99.65, and this lead now for South Korea is going to feel so massive.
This second HAL, where you would expect just extremely good accuracies, but I did not expect to see 99.98 this far in. because all things considered, these are not comfortable core jack patterns to deal with.
Absolutely not, and you would think not really at a comfortable BPM either, but that's not seeming to affect any of the players in this lobby right now. Nah does drop a 200 there, dropping below Dendro's accuracy, but Poker finding a miss actually.
Poker finding a miss, that's that one singular miss, and Gex might drop like 100 somewhere, but it's actually though he's kind of closing in a fair bit there.
Yeah, Peru's not too far behind. Realistically, this could still swing back the other way, but it's going to require maybe 1 or 2 more misses from South Korea to be able to do it. Zinko is still a little bit behind in the accuracy, but Dendro and Lolito absolutely matching their counterparts on South Korea right now.
Yeah, they're trying to hang on Lolito, the second miss on the Peruvian side here. Only 111 is on Dendro. South Korea still has 2, and their accuracies are still pretty much intact.
And that last one pretty much does it there. Now this lead ballooning up to 20,000 points. No way South Korea can lose this one at this rate, even if they find a couple misses right here.
Oh, 100. Gex 2 100s there, actually. That tends to happen with Core Jack. You just get, like, non-200 judgments.
What was Gex's 300 count? 61?
Huh.
Wow. Almost scoring on double S from Poco as well.
I think I saw the chat predicted like 72, which is even better. 61.
It's almost right between Poco and Gex's 300 counts.
Well, that is Core Jack for you. You do very good at that tempo. You just blast everything.
And strong performance overall from Peru. It feels like, if they did miss just a couple times less, if they managed to get those 3 FCs, there was an opportunity there. But not quite going to be the case now. South Korea already on match point, 1 point away from eliminating Peru. What? What is this?
This match just has the weirdest pick strategies.
I did not expect this one.
You would expect Peru to keep on the rise field, but no. Kind of funny to see this now, especially when this chart is just anti-rise players basically. But IBE is coming for South Korea this time. Replacing mostly Gex, as you know. This is just where LN variety is coming to play, and IBE is very adept at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Very strong player for South Korea as well. And of course, Peru still stuck with their same 3 players. They don't have anyone else online, it seems. So it'll be interesting to see how they do this. I would have thought maybe going for the Rise still would have been a good idea, but we'll see if Peru can prove me wrong. It did look like they were not so comfortable when it came to the LNs earlier this match, but maybe this LN4 might be different for them. We'll see.
Yeah, this has some spurts of long nodes. Not necessarily density, which Zinko Tripa seemed to lack in terms of the tempo of the stream. This just has everything in it, and maybe variety would really help to read some of these for Zinko Tripas, but the third players definitely would be the one thing to highlight here. I can't take this song seriously because of that, because of this, how the cat sound or whatever that is.
And right out the gates here, we do have South Korea in a accuracy lead overall. Zinko does have that 98.6, so falling you a bit behind the rest of the players here. Very tricky LNs to be able to time, so 200s, super easy to accumulate.
Zinko Tripa still has the same issue of overholding some of these long nodes here, and now dropping air. It's just dropping constantly, actually. 98.3, and now still dropping.
Yeah, these LNs are super short as well. Dendro getting the first miss there, followed up quickly by Zinko, so double miss for Peru. South Korea still with all 3 full combos.
Yeah, this is just a much more dominant. I guess you would call Pixel Planet even more dominant. This one is just a showcase where South Korea is not to be messed around with in terms of their strengths and longness.
Yeah, this lead only looking like it's going to be growing over time. Zinko still having a bit of struggle maintaining the accuracy, dropping down to that 98 flat. And it is Poker at the top of the lobby right now, 99.77, the only one on pace for a 990k score right now, it looks like.
Yeah, Nun is on there too, on track if they don't drop too many 300, normal 300s that is, or 200s even.
And a fairly long map as well, we're only just passing the halfway point now. So this lead is feeling quite insurmountable almost in South Korea at this point.
Yeah, still managing to recover quite nicely after those misses, and they managed to get back on track with still very high combos here for a lot, like for all of these players now. Prince.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is really just the act difference here between Zinko and can't really blame him.
It's quite a feat to achieve on its own right. That's no ways. This is a 3 AFC?
And South Korea is from the 20th seed coming into this, not a team that
Oh wow, I would count Zinko Troopers to be. That's probably the first that they ever been in.
can keep up. I think if they did have their full roster today, it's going to be South Korea in the end winning this one. Combo.
Indonesia in this case. So that one is a match. Probably for around, yeah.
It is going to be 10 UTC on the Sunday, going to be those teams winning their own matches 6-1. Be lined up here for the losers bracket.
For now, is going to be Hong Kong. It's kind of. There is a.
Yeah, absolutely. Really strong, like, overall losers bracket that we're seeing. Pretty much any of these teams that I'm looking at still in the losers bracket are teams that could pretty much make it all the way, I think, to top 3 even. So interesting to see who comes out. One that you would think the Philippines would be favored in, given their name value, but Hong Kong this year definitely been looking super strong.
But I believe we're probably going to have a commentary swap here. But in the meantime, we are... Yeah, two commentator swap. But while we're waiting for the commentary, team banners that are available now in the Mania World Cup 2025. You can purchase team banners as well to support your favorite teams. If one of the teams that you are supporting actually do end up winning for the World Cup 2025, you get to keep that than you used to be right now. So go to check out the O Store.
Yes.
Looks like we have our commentators swapping in here. So welcome, Juan.
Hello.
And Sana.
Is our two commentators that are tuning in for this particular matchup. So I believe have fun.
Oh, you just take your leaf for sure.
Yeah,
I don't know about leaves, but leaves, sure. Like,
it is a bit cramped in this closet, so
yeah.
I hit the eject button, and they'll be gone. Anyway. Oh wow, they actually.
it worked.
Alright, I guess I did the stand-up snap or something. But anyway, welcome everyone. I guess you've been watching for a while. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing so well. It is a bit early for me, but I've become used to this at this point, and I'm really excited to be able to commentate an Asian match, which is Hong Kong versus Philippines.
Well, I mean, there is the which is what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna be sleeping the entire day because holy. Hong Kong versus the Philippines. We've been talking about this match before it started, and Hong Kong, if you look at the seed discrepancies, but if you check the results, like the score gaps between them two teams, matches that were insanely close, if you just see at their top performances.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it before. One of their maps, maybe except for like Rice 2, we're within 1,000 points for Hong Kong to this level. I think Hong Kong will be able to scale fine, but it's going to be about how Philippines is playing, since I know a lot of their players kind of struggle a lot more on the more dense maps.
Oh, we'll see a double Rice ban here. And Philippines is banning Rice 3. I'm not sure if this is an often seen sight rather. But I guess it makes sense. These teams are pretty good at long notes and high vets in general. Like Philippines always been the strong LN team, and they have been protecting LN1. That's like the pick that usually Philippines wins against pretty much every team. But even still, Hong Kong banning Rice 1 I think is kind of the odd. I'm not sure how well the Philippines scales physically, and maybe that was a good pick to go for.
Yeah, I think if you believe it'll scale really well, I think a Rice 1 ban is pretty good, though also some more techie map could also work. Physical teams have a huge advantage on those, but I feel like this Rice 3 ban from Philippines is not actually how it goes, but I feel like the Philippines scales a lot less on LNs than Rice.
Well, let the Protector started, which is a fair strategy. We're going to be seeing Anemone. And on score of the pool first. I mean, that's just my opinion, I guess. But
what do you mean
God,
by the most disgusting?
This song is so annoying.
I don't know. I really like anime, so this is the best for me.
Oh my god. I mean, I also like anime, don't get me wrong, but not this. Professionals have standards.
I'm a professional. I have these standards.
Oh my god.
We'll see how it goes. I honestly feel like this hybrid one pick is pretty good from Philippines. This is more of a speedy hybrid, so I think it'll show off their ability to play late game in terms of the Rice stuff, especially something like Rice 2, which is a lot faster than some of the other Rice maps. And also, if you feel like you've seen that you're doing really, really well on the LN sections, you can start off this match by just continuing on the LNs.
True. This is also a pretty short map, so I guess if you've been warming up for a while, then maybe you can take advantage against a team that's maybe starting, a bit early, but consider this is two Asian teams, I don't know. They're both in pretty equal conditions, I would argue. But even still, we'll see how it goes. Anemone is being picked by the Philippines. I wouldn't be surprised if the Philippines tries to go for like the more lighter picks of the pool, especially in the LN and hybrid department, and Hong Kong may want to go for some Rice every now and then. I will see as the map starts. Almost reaching the 400 combo mark, and it is insanely close as we expected at the start of the match.
Yeah, this always does happen at the start of maps, especially something like this where the intro isn't too dense, but as we're going further and further in, Philippines does have a slight lead off the back of Kuraha, having a slightly lower accuracy than everybody in the lobby and also consistently taking some 200s.
But hey, I'm just, of course, being sarcastic with the song choice. Don't roast me in the chat like that. In any case, going back to the match now. Extending as we enter in the second half of this. But if you see the accuracies, I mean, Silicos is starting to struggle a little bit, and that's actually going to drop the...
It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. You said never let me go. I watched it fall away.
Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Osu Mania 4 Key World Cup 2025. We have a banger of a match, potentially banger of the week, as I was saying with my co-commentator here earlier. But it's going to be United States winners bracket match for the semifinals, number 2 seed versus number 6 seed. Both of these teams vying for that top spot in the tournament, and both of them have better shot at making it and a guaranteed top 3 position, so podium spot for whoever wins this match. A lot of stakes here, but I am going to be Toph Daddy, joined here by Sparky. How's it go?
It's going absolutely fantastic, and I think you nailed the hammer on the head here. This is probably the marquee of the weekend. I'm willing to go out on a limb and say that these two countries, what can we say? Like, they have been putting on an absolute show so far in this tournament, and the fact that they're colliding here in semifinals, guaranteed top 3 position on the line, I feel like there's a lot at stake here.
Yeah, absolutely. One of these two teams will get that podium spot guaranteed. One of them will have to fight through the losers bracket to try and reclaim it, but it's an exciting time. These two teams have been putting on clinics against their opponents. Chile with some absurd accuracy, potentially the best long note team in the tournament, maybe barring China. But the United States, arguably best accuracy overall in the tournament. So it's going to be a dogfight out here, and it's one of those situations where I think misses are going to matter more than anything here.
Yeah, absolutely. And already right out of the gate, just swinging for the fences. 95-89 for the rolls. US winning that. Protect LN1.
See, and here I am saying that Chile is one of the best LN teams in the tournament, and the United States protects long notes and Chile protects rice, and everything's backwards again. These players love to punk me on this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, Chile to what we were maybe expecting, Rice 7 getting banned out during this process, and the United States banning out Rice. That feels like a respect ban.
Yes, it does. I absolutely agree. Having the risk, because I think Chile has 2 players who can probably get like 20 300s on a map like Rice 4. States either needs to play absolutely perfectly or hope for misses, and I just don't think they want to put that kind of chance out for, the points that they're trying to get.
Yeah, this is going to teeter on a knife's edge, it feels like. I think we were kind of touching on it before this match started amongst ourselves. This it is basically if the United States doesn't play up to what we on. And to be fair, even like an average performance for the United States is at risk of being usurped by this Chilean roster. That is just how it coming in from the 6th seed.
Yeah, that said, I mean, Chile's in the same spot, right? Like,
Yeah.
Chile's not playing perfectly. I think the United States has an obvious chance to take advantage of that. And I don't know what to say if they both play perfectly, which we've seen some incredible play from both of these teams coming up to this round. And I think some players were maybe, or some watchers were maybe hoping to see potentially possible no matter what the result of this is. But it's just how high the physical ceiling is for all the players in this lobby.
For sure. And I mean, we always hope that these matches go the distance. I could very well see this going all the way down to the wire, or having one of those, like, on paper it looks like an absolute drubbing, but those points are just like the most hard fought inside like 2,000 point victories across the board, and it just looks like a blowout one way or the other.
Yeah, absolutely, but we'll have to see how this goes. Rice 1 ends up being the pick from the United States, picked a couple minutes ago, actually, just for talking over it. But we mentioned potentially seeing protect from the United States. They are going to dig into the Rice pool to start off this match. Potentially a jab given the tech pick being banned, though if you would expect that kind of response, I almost would have done this in response to like a Rice 6 ban, potentially. But I think in this case, it's just going to be a matter of United States trying to dig at whatever weaknesses they can find in Chile, and Chile's going to just do the same. I don't think this is going to be Longlith versus Rice specifically. I think it's going to be whatever each team's skill set is going to be. And this, for the United States, at least, well, the awkward patterns of this kind of lend themselves to a semi-technical kind of requirement, and I think that's kind of where the United States is trying to push their ability, whereas Chile may be going to be sticking at maybe a hybrid one way or another. We are well into this map anyways, and just the one miss early on is going to get past 400 combo.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world, but to be fair, it did come with a pretty significant accuracy drop, dropping down Michael, making a pretty decent recovery run, but a miss at about 3/10 behind everybody on the United States that the United States has built up. And we were alluding to it when this match started. It's like this match is going to teeter on those tiny mistakes, and it coming that early on. Yeah, there's still half the map left to go. Anything can still happen, but a second drop coming out from Michael going to compound matters here, help the United States increase their lead. The map left to go here.
I need to make a note that the United States, none of them are the highest accuracy in the lobby, but we're not too worried about that. This is an absurd showing for the United States. They are trying to put it out there that they are not going quietly through this match, looking like they're going to take a pretty strong opening pick as long as they're able to hold on to this ending. And 16,000 points is just a lot, especially with how good the accuracy.
Or Michael, the only person that's found a miss so far in this map, and that's all it needs for the United States to take their first point pretty convincingly. 18,000 points, very respectable ratio across the board. Nepogen almost losing that full combo, 1/100 throughout. Yeah,
On a speed map?
You know.
Sticking with sort of more straightforward picks, Hybrid 1, an obvious choice if you're going to stick with those types of maps. flexible in this sense, going to make sure that they go for pure accuracy on these types of maps and throw it off a little bit with the inclusion of some of the LMs in this hybrid.
For sure, and something just a little bit shorter as these teams know what's on the line, and like you were saying, just wanting to stick to the bog standard things, hoping to outact their opponents. We've seen the kind of team scores that Chile can put together. A later instance, see if something gets blown wide open, but
yeah, absolutely. And we see a couple swap outs, one on each team actually. Bambi FNF coming in for Michael there, who had misses. So coming in for Dev, which is an understandable swap.
for sure. So loading into so what I always like to say is like either maybe some discomfort
Similar opening to how the first map in the pool went with Michael finding the misses. This time, Hello Sun going to do it for the United States, and Chile going to take a sizable lead, especially on such a short map, though. Same situation as the previous one, with Hello Sun having been before 400, and Bambi FNF actually going to trade that miss back, but huge dive from that opening miss, and Bambi
it's been shrinking and shrinking. Put a bit of a damper on things, but Bambi hadn't recovered as elegantly as well from their miss. So now we're getting into a bit of a tug of war with a third of the map left to go here. Peach Marrow and Neb everything in their power to try and wrench this lead back from
kind of messing up, but Bambi is going to find a drop. We able to hold on consistently through this ending section. We have a speedier section. Bambi going to find another miss, and that may be nails in the coffin for this pick, despite a wonderful performance and the United States opening the door. It's still going to be a point for the United States on Chile's opening pick.
It's looking so good there for the Chile. Impressive scores across the board, but it's those little things in those moments to be able to maintain the composure and the combo through the end of the map, and the United States just able to keep it together that little bit longer.
It's here, Nepogen this time getting the perfect run. Peach Marrow almost missing at one point, getting the 100 as Nep did on the first. Antarex and Muchi putting up really good performances themselves, 1 and 2 200s respectively, but just not enough with the misses from Bambi there.
Yeah, it almost went according to plan for the Chileans. Gonna need to rethink really comfortable picks for them in this pool, but gotta get those misses out of the system. Better to do it early though. Worst thing in the world to come back from, but kind of want to do that at the earliest opportunity.
Ooh.
Okay.
Not. I fully expected this to be a Chilean pick, if I'm being completely honest.
All the name they recognize, it's like, oh, we know Toph.
You can't say that. Last time that
they ignored you.
They completely.
But this, I mean, the United States being as well-rounded as they are, I mean, it feels like it's pick of the litter. Whatever their comfort picks in a map pool are, they tend to gravitate towards. Despite maybe the preferential leaning towards the rice picks, it feels like they can swing better scores on those. But when you have somebody like Nep on your team, being the monster at LN as they are, I mean, you can get a little risky.
You can, and the thing is, they also protected LN1, right? Which almost feels like they're more comfortable, or at least feel better about those kinds of more jack-based, more release-focused LN picks, like LN1, and then our wildcard picks there. But going with the LN, we feel comfortable on. But they have to have confidence in it if they're picking this, and this would give them a consolidated lead, 3-0, going into Chile's next pick if they are to win this. So a big point to try and win. Otherwise, Chile may be able to even it out if they're able to get the break point here.
For sure. So maybe venturing. More mirrors coming out. Muchi and Nep joining Peach Marrow with the mirror mod on this particular pick. So again, gonna need to keep an eye on that.
Absolutely. Pattern in general, relatively balanced on both. And Muchi, and that is a horrible start for Chile there, as all three players to 400 and they make it, but that already has given the United States a 13,000 point lead out there.
Want if you are Chile to try and answer back. I mean, thankfully not their pick, but this is something that maybe we were. I mean, it's gonna be tough sledding. It was before that 400 combo cap, so maybe not. Not something you want to be doing here as we make our way into the back half of the map.
FC Anthrax down at 99.7. All three FCs in the United States at 99.8 or above, so that accuracy is coming in clutch for the United States on top of the misses and giving them a lot of room to make mistakes if they do find him. In Mellow Sun, as I say that, is going to find a miss on the mini jack in the break section, and that might be a little bit of a boon for Chile, but they're going to need more help in order to come back in this, as Hello Sun is just about to get to 400 already.
Yeah, puts a tiny bit of a dent in that lead, down about 4,000, 5,000 points when all is said and done, but they still have two FCs left on their side of the table, and Nep just absolutely destroying this chart at the moment with the last sliver coming through. So some really difficult patterns to read through, so not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination, but with the way they've been playing so far, just the epitome of consistency from the United States in terms of overall team performance as they successfully consolidate that lead, make it 3-0 here.
Oh, that's so sad. That's very sad.
Mind sharing with the class what you're seeing here?
Double S from Muchi outside the misses at the very beginning.
That's just Muchi things.
Yeah, it is. I'm kind of looking at how the scores shook out. It almost looks like if Muchi and Bambi didn't have the unfortunate intro misses, that definitely goes in favor of Chile. So it's just unfortunate all around.
I mean, that's how the cookie crumbles. We were saying it's like you gotta start these maps off on the right foot, and when you're going up against an opponent like the United States, you cannot afford to give over those slight little moments. It's those tiny mistakes that this team is just so good at exploiting sometimes. I mean, that being said, the same could be true for Chile. They're really good at exploiting these mistakes, but they're just not in positions to capitalize because of those mistakes, and Chile opting to go for Rice too.
Yeah, an expected pick. This was their protect, trying to get themselves back in this, get themselves a point on the board, and they're definitely going to need it. Looking down the United States, down 3-0, definitely not the position you want to be in. Granted, they're still only one break point behind. All it takes is Chile to take advantage of a mistake from the United States on one of their picks for them to be right back into this, but they need to start getting wins on their own picks as well, even though it's just been one loss.
yeah, this feels like a pivotal point in this match already, where if this doesn't go their way, it's the Protect. I mean,
Right,
you're
yeah,
staring
that's-
you're staring down the barrel at that point, and you've got to hope it's a blank on the other side. So some substitutions coming in, the more rice-oriented players. Hello Sun tagging out this time for Reshiram to round out this United States composition, and we'll have to wait and see how this one goes. This is a big one.
Yeah, another two mirrors coming out. One from Reshiram, the new swap in for the United States. One from Muchi, sticking with Mir after also having it on for Pixel Planet. So potentially similar situation, but we'll have to just keep an eye out for that as this intro gets through. 270 BPM jump stream, and Michael going to open up the map with a very early drop, similar to what we saw in the first map in this match. As we hit 400 combo, United States going to take a slight lead off of that miss.
But it's going to increase, go from bad to worse here for the Chileans. Antrax following suit as well, be past that 400 combo cap, so that one's going to do quite a bit more damage. Relatively clean overall, but 99.5 isn't going to cut it here in this lobby as the United States begins to pull away. Once again, 17,000 points to the good going into the second third of the map.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, you can see from the United States matching their just dominance right now. 99.97 on two players. Reshiram right behind. Muchi doing what they can with a 99.99% accuracy, but two misses from their teammate is enough for this lead to just look massive. Might be the biggest lead we've seen so far today. At least between these two teams.
Yeah. Being exacerbated just by that length, but Dev going to find a drop going into the last third of the map. A pretty clean transition, pretty clean drop overall, still in that 99.9 range, but it's going to put a tiny bit of a damper here. 11,000 points, potential openings, but I mean, Antrax, Michael doing really well to recover from their earlier drops, but just not in a position to capitalize as heavily as they could potentially on that miss.
Yeah, that did give them quite a score bump. 7,000 points recovered by Chile, but they've got probably about two more misses that they need if they want to take this point from the United States. And last few patterns coming in, Michael's going to be the one to drop, and the United States going to take another break point and make this a very tough situation for Chile.
Oh, what are those scores, man? 45,
23.
47, 23. Ugh. Gross.
Just the one miss from Dev, otherwise a full V1SS from the United States. Actually, pretty much the same thing for Chile as well. What?
It's those fine margins. You eliminate the mistakes from Chile, and they are right back in this. But
yeah, I told you before this match that misses are important.
Very.
I figure that was going to be the make or break for both of these teams, and so far it's been Chile on the negative end of it.
Yeah, I mean, 2 breakpoints. Any stretch the imagination, but Chile's really gotta find something within themselves to get this breakpoint back. And it's gonna be LN3 for the United States.
Still not going with their protect here. Choosing to save it in case Chile, I guess, starts to recover some of these points. Now 2 breakpoints behind the United States with an opportunity to bring it to match point here if they perform well here.
Yeah, bit of a longer map. Some room for recovery. Gonna see some shakeups here once again. Hello Sun Peach Marrow coming back in for the United States, backing up Nep, whom we expect to play basically every single map. Like they're just the anchor for this team. Naito Mare coming in. Maybe a mid-match, just trying to try something else here.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess we haven't mentioned it. Osu Original coming out from Marmalade Butcher. Very exciting. Glad to see this gets... see more mirrors. Muchi staying with Mirror yet again. Neptune this time adding it on Nepigen. But a little bit of a wild card LN map coming out. This is more of what I would have expected them to pick. Aside from instead of like on LNs overall, and went with something more akin to their protect and are opening up. First time, one of the first times we've seen on.
yeah, this is a much cleaner start from the Chileans. We were hoping the battles devolve down to, where it's just nip and tuck, hundreds of a percent being traded back and forth between the two teams. And right now, as everybody settles in, the good thing with these maps being as dense as they are, 400 combo becomes really easy to get to. So everybody settling in around their relative accuracies, everybody above that 99.7 mark, and it is only 1,000 points, inside of 1,000 points, the lead for the United States going into the next third of the map.
Yeah, you see literal hundredths of a percent separating these players. Muchi barely behind Neptune at the moment. Naito Maria just barely behind Hello Sun, who actually found a little bit of an accuracy drop there. Antarex matching Peach Marrow. This is wide open right now. If the accuracies can start to improve from the Chilean players, there's more than enough opportunity there. But like you said, still just 1,000 points as we hit the halfway mark in this with no mistakes from anyone yet.
Would have thought this map be the first one that everybody, all 6 FCs, make it this far. Halfway point of the map now is do or die time in terms of being able to pick up the performance. Any misses from here on out could blow this wide open.
Absolutely good, but we get through that little solo section there, and there's a miss from Hello Sun. The Chileans might have their break, but Antarex right in the break trades it back.
Oh, those awkward rhythms on the anchors, catching them out in trade with Hello Sun. Hello Sun's going to get back up with that 400 combo cap first, so going to be able to recover some of their score and taking a bit cleaner of a miss, having that 0.1% advantage as well as things begin to shake back out. Quarter of the map still left to go. The United States not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, but now a 3,000 point buffer with Antarex falling once again here.
That lead starts to grow for the United States as Neptune and Peach Marrow showing their strength. Naito Mari and Muchi also holding on to the full combos, but the big accuracy drop on top of 2 misses from Antarex right now being enough for the United States to pull out a lead as we get into the final few patterns. About it looks like the United States going to bring this to match point off the back of some really unfortunate drops from Antarex.
It's been there. It's been within touching distance. That was the furthest they were able to get without the lead just ballooning out of control. The opportunity was there. They were able to capitalize, but just not able to see it through to the end. And the United States just calm, cool, and collected, just having the backup there for when one person falls, the next two just being able to pick up the pieces and see it through to the end. And it's that team consistency that brings them to the precipice of punching their ticket into winners finals. But Chile not out of it yet. It is their pick, mercifully enough.
Yeah, they still have the opportunity to get their own picks, try to get some momentum, but their winners bracket lives rest on a potential reverse. Not the most fun situation to be looking up at.
No, definitely not, but not impossible by any stretch of the imagination. It is a hill to climb, but it is up to them whether they trek through that hill or make it a mountain. And it looks like they're going to do the smart along with this.
Yeah, completely makes sense. They need to use it at some point. This might be their last opportunity to if they continue to find some issues, but it's Chile. If there's any team that can make a comeback in a match like this, just somehow comes back to them. The United as far as like losing the combos and just giving the United States opportunities to take leads. It's those opportunities that they need to clean up, and if they do, the reverse sweep is certainly on the table.
Absolutely, but it's got to start here. I mean, this being able to stake a claim in this match before they get absolutely swept off their feet. And I imagine the deliberation is like, what do we go for in this situation? We've missed on every single category in this map pool. What is the one thing we can just all lock in on? That Rice 4 ban for the United States just looks so smart right now.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense for the United States. Chile doesn't have it to back up on. That said, if I'm in Chile's shoes, the one pick that stands out to me that's left in this pool is Rice 3. I know that they didn't do amazingly on Rice 2 because of a couple of unfortunate misses towards the end of the map, but a lot more straightforward on a map like that, which should allow Chile to kind of hold the accuracy that I think they wanted to bank on for this match more effectively.
Yeah, it also gives them more opportunities to recover should the worst happen, but you try not to think about missing in situations like this. And in a perfect world, everything goes according to plan, but it's such a hard decision, especially when the United States has been playing the way they have. Like, yes, it hasn't been like a perfect spot. Performance is so much higher, it feels like right now, than any other team that they've faced before leading up to this.
Yeah, absolutely. But Hybrid 2 actually going to be a pick. We're going to see Donslemir to Sun come out. So trying to dig back into the Hybrid pool. We saw a pretty good performance from them on Hybrid 1, just marred by a few misses that gave the United States their first breakpoint in this match. Chile trying to return and make amends.
Yeah, I gotta run it back here and see if they can just get a point on the board. I feel like that's just for their own confidence in this match, just needing to do this. They can't afford any more slip-ups. It feels like that top the collapses from Chile has spawned from whomever is in that spot, and I'm hopeful that with the timeout, just a chance to mellow out, relax, just catch your breath from a quick 5-0 start from your opponents. This is the chance, this is the mental reset that they need.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see some swap-ins. Bambi coming back in for this hybrid selection. Hellosun also coming back in to take the last spot in the United States squad. So this will be the team that tries to close out the match for the United States. Team for Chile that tries to keep themselves alive in the winner's bracket, try to avoid having to go through the loser's bracket. Haven't seen a clean run from all 6 players on any maps in this match so far. We've seen at least one miss come from, I think Chile actually has not had a 3-ripple combo at all yet. United States having a few misses on top of that. But Chile need to hold on here. This is the do or die moment, and if they find a few combo breaks, that might just spell the end of their winner's bracket life.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to go. I mean, I think before this match started, I was saying that it's like, this has the potential to go the distance. It also has that potential to just feel like in the situation we're in right now, where it's just like, on paper, a 6-0 doesn't do Chile any justice in terms of how good they have been. But this is where cards on the table is all I'll say, and they have plenty of time to determine their own fate here. But it's got to start on this Hybrid 2 pick.
Absolutely does. We saw a couple of accuracy breaks in that opening pattern, a little bit of a tricky one with that long note in the first and that long jack. But overall, as we get through this opening pattern, I was about to say Chile actually looked like they were taking a slight accuracy lead, but Bambi FNF going to find an early break yet again, and the United States going to absolutely take advantage of that.
Yeah, losing about a full % off of that burst, transitioning into the sequence. Back up with that 400 combo cap, gonna make the recovery run now, but 6,000 points spotted to the United States. They've worked with smaller margins than this and absolutely exploded them. Gonna have to wait and see how it progresses from here on out. Nap finding the drop in trade, going into the balls as well.
A double miss from the United States on top of the accuracy overall for Chile actually being better than the United States on this pick. Will give Chile a lead coming out of this first section. As we get out of the first third of the map, a little bit of a longer pick, and we get a small break where Chile going to be able to build up some combo and lead, but it's everyone's back above 400 combo, and that leads only about 3,000 points. If there's any time to show your mettle, Chile, right now is time. We have half the map left to go, and they need to hold on to this to survive.
The saving grace for the United States is the fact that both their players, both their misses, are above 7.6, but Anorex falling on the transition.
And
Yuchi as well. All 3 combos gone for
And
Chile.
Bambi!
Reset now, going to give this back to the United States.
Oh my goodness, the chance that Chile had there is given right back to the United States with those misses. Hello Sun, the only full combo left in the lobby. Accuracy back in favor of the United States. Peach Marrow is going to trade one of those back. This lead looks like it's starting to shrink pretty quickly. We only have a quarter of this map left as Pico tries to build that up, but it's going to take at least one more miss. Napajin might just be it. And there it goes. That lead starts to shrink. Napajin trying to build it back up as we get into the ending patterns of Down to the Mirror to Sun. Napajin almost at 400. It looks like the United States are going to hold on to the lead right now in these final few patterns. Lead starting to build up. Chile will be the nail in the coffin, and the United States, despite a shaky performance, are able to pull it out.
Oh my goodness, not like this, guys. You had it. It was right there in the palm of your hands, and you let it slip. Oh my goodness, the United States pulling it out at the end, able to keep it together. The FC run from Hello Sun, absolutely. The one who I think we can both say has been the one we've been picking on from the United States in terms of the misses, being able to clutch it out, a black flag performance, 994k, taking the MVP, and the United States takes that match.
I can't believe this ended up being a sweep. This was so...
Yeah. I mean, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Congratulations to the United States, guaranteeing themselves a top 3 finish in this year's edition of the 4Key World Cup. And, I mean, commiserations to Chile. That one hurts.
That might be the best performance I've ever seen from the loser of a sweep.
Yeah.
If I'm being completely honest.
It's just those fine margins. When you get to that upper echelon, the teams that have seen it through to the end, ones that eventually move on to take a podium position or become champion, you need those kinds of performances. It wasn't maybe the best day in the office if you were to ask the United States players, but they'll absolutely take that. This, on paper, this felt like one of those like landmine kind of a match.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've talked with the United States players, and they circled this as like a really, really important match for them.
Yeah.
So to get out of it with a sweep, they have to be elated with.
Absolutely. But, like better than they could have hoped for, but still very, very much like, okay, the floor. Then it's only up from there. But I mean, that Chilean team going in bracket from here on out, that's gonna be absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, definitely a menace in the losers bracket, but with that being said, that's going to finish off our Saturday block of matches. The United States winning that, going on to face the winner between China and the United Kingdom. China and the United Kingdom happening in about 15 hours. Last match of the weekend, it looks like. But we will be back in just about 12 hours at 10 UTC Sunday to start our Sunday block of matches with South Korea and Indonesia in the losers bracket. And that's going to be an exciting one, I think.
Man, Toph, man, like that was a really good run of matches.
I'm lightheaded right now.
It is absolutely insane, but I mean, I don't want to let this thread drop, man. Is there anything that we can do? Action, maybe feel a little more involved in what we've been seeing here today.
Well, I can absolutely tell you that if you want to be a little more involved and feel like you want to support Chile for the rest of the tournament, despite a wonderful performance getting knocked into the losers bracket, you can go to the Osu store and buy yourself a banner for Chile or any of the other 31 teams that made it into the bracket stage, including those who are already eliminated. So you can go on to the Osu store, buy and feel like you are supporting your favorite team, and in this case, go and support Chile, because what a wonderful performance they had, or the United States, and hope that they win it all. Because on top of just having that shiny banner to show up on your profile, if you buy the banner for the team that ends up getting first place in this tournament, you get to keep it until next year's iteration. How does that sound, Sparky?
Oh, that sounds wonderful. But what if I don't feel like playing a bit of a guessing game? What if I do want that shiny banner and I can't decide who behind?
Well, as a matter of fact, you can buy banners for all 32 teams if you so please. And they will all show up on your profile, every single banner you buy. So if you buy all 32, you'll guarantee that you have that extra banner saved on your profile until next year's iteration.
Oh, hell yeah. That sounds fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and head on over to the O store and pick myself up a banner today. But with that being said, we'll go ahead and take our leave now. 12 hours from now, we'll continue our losers bracket run. South Korea taking on Indonesia to see who punches their ticket into losers finals. We'll catch you guys later.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Osumania 4Key World Cup 2025. We're here with the very first match of the semi-finals, getting deep into the tournament, kind of in the late game now, so to speak of, and every single one of these teams that we have left are so good, like what the hell. And right away, not even warming up into things, we already have a banger matchup ahead of us. We can see seed number 10 versus seed number 11, Vietnam versus Indonesia in the losers bracket. I am Potassium F casting alongside Mashed Potato. How are you doing?
I am doing good. I am so excited for this matchup. On one hand, you see Vietnam, who, despite being seed 10, they took Thailand down to the losers bracket, one of the top 3 contenders of this tournament. On the other hand, we see Indonesia, seed 11, but just look at that lineup. You got Rei, Albert, Razord, Ria, Fear, and One Bite, and I think half of those were present in the MWC 2023 roster, where Indonesia got top 3 in Mania World Cup. So both of these teams are absolutely stacked to the brim, and we might be seeing a tiebreaker potentially in this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. These teams, on paper, definitely really close in skill. Gotta say, Indonesia's been cooking some crazy scores of their own so far this tournament, especially in this losers bracket. Last week, looking at it, they got number 1 on 2 different rice maps. And that's not just because no one played those rice maps. They beat USA on both of those.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia was just absolutely smurfing in the losers bracket. And mind you, in the losers bracket, they had to play against top-seeded teams like I think it was Russia Federation that they managed to beat quite swiftly, to be honest, 6-2. Yeah, so it's going to be scary because Indonesia, I think the seeding doesn't really show their true skill set. Their main skill set is how well they can scale physically. Like the later you go into the pools, I think the stronger Indonesia is going to be. Maybe their early game accuracy may not be their strong point, but just go into the late games, you're not going to have a chance. This reminds me of like China last year, where they didn't have the best accuracy in like round of 32, round of 16. They got knocked down early, but once they got into semifinals, they just locked in and just beat everyone. Just because that's just how they vibe.
Yeah, some of these teams. Looking forward to seeing how Indonesia fares, because these maps are now starting to get really hard. Increases across the board, some crazy looking maps that we had lined up as well. If you saw that map pool showcase. So we'll see what they decide to go for. I feel like Indonesia so far, looking at the picks and bans coming in, I expect Indonesia to be going for those rice picks.
So Vietnam protecting LN1. I think it's going to be quite expected. I think Vietnam is more of a hybrid and long node team, considering they have really strong long node players such as Vixal and Lot and Chidoan. So no surprise, they are top 3 in seeding in both hybrid and long node in the qualifiers. So yeah, definitely the more LN hybrid team. While Indonesia, I'm expecting like actually they're going to protect Rice 6. I thought it was going to be Rice 7.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Out of all the rice maps you pick, I think probably this slot, like the one that's more of like a vocal dump slot, is probably one of the least protected / banned slot of the entire tournament.
Yeah, I think it's one of those that gets picked quite early on. Like, just because no one really protects it or no one bans it, it's quite safe, in my opinion. It's a safe pick. I wouldn't say it's too difficult compared to like the other rice picks. It's not easiest either. So protecting it is quite unorthodox, but we'll see kind of what's their strategy coming into this match. Maybe they see a weakness in Vietnam. Maybe they're struggling a lot in vocal dumps. And actually they're going to ban LN too.
Wait,
I'm surprised.
That is actually surprising a lot. I think Vietnam can do pretty decently in the rice pool, but you would definitely expect them to maybe take out one of the more physical maps of the pool in that rice section.
Oh, I think that's Indonesia ban actually. So yeah, I think Indonesia banned.
Oh, okay, there's Indonesia ban. Okay, no, wrong color.
It's still surprising. Yeah, it's still surprising though, because I would expect something more technical, like LN4. Or
LN3,
LN3,
LN3, LN4 would be the forefront of my mind here. LN2 normally more comfortable for Rice favored teams, but okay, Rice 7 ban makes a lot of sense. This one you suggested Indonesia even protecting potentially.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think this is probably the hardest map in the pool. And this is basically just a skill diff matchup right there. It's just 200 BPM Vibro at that point. And Vietnam is going to pick first, and they're going to go straight with the protect. LN1, key cool, missing. I think it's a good strategy. Just get the comfort picks in first, just to warm yourself into this matchup, because this is going to be a long haul.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of teams like to recently, especially been picking their protect a little bit later on into the match, saving it for later. But I think there's also a lot to say about just trying to get a point on the board early, right? Don't let the match slip away too quickly.
Yeah, and actually we're going to be seeing the lineup expectedly on the side of Vietnam and Indonesia. Lot Tridon Gaming, Vixal, and yeah, Resort and Ray respectively. Actually, last week we didn't see Resort in the match against Russia against Indonesia, if I remember correctly. Looking at the MP links right now.
So perhaps you're saying that their real power was not in full display last week.
Not
as scary as that sounds.
Yeah, they did play against like Malaysia, but then like in the match against Russia, who is another hybrid slash, they're more all-rounded. Razor did not play, and they still beat Russia 6-2.
Yeah, gonna be pretty scary here for Vietnam, but I think Vietnam do have the players that are able to put out the performances, as you said. I think, especially looking at this match, I'm looking at players like Trader1, like a player that does have a high physical ceiling and can play pretty much every map in the pool as well. So yeah. Trader1 is one of those players that is expected to perform well on a stage like this.
Yeah,
and on the other side, Ray is the name of the tournament so far for Indonesia.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think he is now becoming the mainstay within the Indonesian lineup. What used to be a young talent back in like a few years ago, now he's the captain. He's leading the way through for Indonesia. Potentially another top 3 performance, potentially. They're looking super strong. But here we go, the first pick of this map. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, this one is really tricky. It has some very like funky patterning throughout. A little bit different to what we normally see in the LN1s as well.
So far, Indonesia has a bit of a better start. I think just because of the bottom 2 accuracy leading the bottom 2 accuracy to side Vietnam. Lot is matching the side of Rei, but I think Big Sao and Chidon slightly behind the likes of Ye and Razord.
Yeah, looks like Vixal in particular, down at 99.6 right now, is trailing the other players by a small margin. But it's not going to matter too much at the end of the day as long as it doesn't drop any lower than this. Just 1,000 points in favor of Indonesia.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is all about consistency right here. You have 3 minutes of just super hard LN releases patterning, so lots of missed potential as well throughout this map. But so far, oh no! Lord with the first miss right there. The missed potential really did show up.
Yeah, immediately showing up, and that's the highest score on the side of Vietnam gone as well. That was 99.85, dropping down. Now no one to match the accuracies on Indonesia, other than Trader1, who's actually doing quite well still.
Yeah, but look at this side of Indonesia right now. Everyone is above 99.7 going into the breaks. This is just like the wall of consistency right now for the side of Indonesia. This is Vietnam's protect, by the way.
Yeah, one of Vietnam's best possible picks, you would have to imagine as well. So they're going to have to hope Indonesia finds that mistake sooner rather than later, because we're already into the second half of the map.
Yeah, Chidon's doing as much as he can right now, but it's just the miss some law and the accuracy deficit from Vixar right now is not helping out for the side of Vietnam. And Indonesia is looking to make a case right now. They're not planning to stop this losers bracket trade that they're running through right now.
Yeah, Lot does recover accuracy quite well now, 99.71, the highest on Vietnam once again. But not quite enough to match up to Ray again. 99.76 is the MVP accuracy at the very least, and there goes Vixile. 2 of Vietnam's full combos gone, and Indonesia's on an incredibly consistent team score of 3 full combos in the outro now.
There's no way they get triple 990k in LN1 for like a non-LN favorite team.
Oh, they're going to, it looks like, my god.
My god, no. This is actually unbelievable what we're seeing right now. This is the definition of a scaling team right now. The later we're going in, the better they perform, and that is a 2.973 million team score on LN1 against Vietnam's Protect. Indonesia absolutely popping off. Rei with the MVP performance, 991.9, followed by Razord, and yeah, top 3 performance right there. I'm telling you.
This is like the scariest part about this team score is that it's not Rei carrying. This is all 3 of them getting above 990k. And as you said, Indonesia's supposed to be a Rice favorite team. If this is your weakest map in the pool, Vietnam is in a lot of trouble.
I'm getting quite scared right now, considering this is like the sort of level that they're performing right now for the side of Indonesia. I'm getting scared. I'm getting very scared. And now Indonesia is going to go with Rice 1. So that's more of the stream picks, 350 BPM.
Yeah, this one, more of the speed pick. Indonesia does favor the speed picks quite a lot in the Rice pools. This was one of them that they got #1 score on, or at least one of the slots that they got the #1 score on last week in the quarterfinals. So they are very comfortable when it comes to these speed patterns, but Vietnam now, they're going to have to look for this breakpoint to be able to win back, and that's going to have to come from mistakes from Indonesia, it feels like.
Yeah, that's for sure. We'll have to see though. We'll have to see. Oh, we're going to be seeing a substitute in. We're going to be seeing Albert coming in. So, and Fier. So I didn't remember that. Yeah, I thought Fier played. Oh yeah, no, it was and Razor. So they have a Rise and a long note lineup for Indonesia as well. Like these 2 players, I'm guessing is going to be the Rise players. And Rei is just going to stay there for the whole match. I'm very certain Rei is just playing everything being given to him. It is just Rei after all.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I haven't really been keeping track, but looking at kind of all the MP links that I've been seeing going by, I feel like I've seen Rei have almost like more MVPs than any other player so far this tournament. It's up there for sure with some of the most common ones.
Yeah, I think that in the previous weekend, out of the 16 maps Rei played, he got 12 MVPs. That's just absurd number of MVP.
Considering the level of players that we're seeing in the tournament as well, that it's crazy.
Yeah, and we might be seeing the same pattern if things continue to go this way. Rei already picked up an MVP for the first pick already.
Well, we'll see if Vietnam can answer back. Ufi coming in for Vietnam as well. So switching in for Lot.
That's quite surprising. I would expect to see maybe Nachimi Chan coming in, considering they're also the Rice player. But let's see how it goes. And so far, Chida did have a bit of an accuracy drop to begin with. But it is, I think this sort of pick similarly has a lot of like missed potential. It's just because of like how easy it is to combo rush a stream pattern.
Yeah, absolutely. And compared to some of the other Rice ones as well that we've had in the past, this one's fairly short as well because most of the density is really focused in the main chorus that happens about halfway. So if there are big misses in that main section of the map, the point swing potential is quite large.
I'm getting quite scared for Ufi actually. Like their hit accuracy is quite wide and it's much more to the right now. It's not centered. So maybe signs of nerves, not getting used to these kind of multi-setting right now. On the other hand though, everyone on Indonesia is above 99.85. The only person matching their accuracy right now is Chudon Gaming. A couple of 200s from Albert, but that doesn't change anything. Their accuracy is so strong. They need to see a couple of misses from Indonesia to do something. Vietnam's doing all they can right now, still holding a freeway full combo.
Yeah, a few actually drops there. Looks like Ufi and Vixar dropping below 99.7, and Chudon finds the miss. That's the highest accuracy once again for Vietnam, finding the miss, and Vixar following up as well. Indonesia still on the 3 full combos, but it looks like they can afford a couple misses themselves if they want at this point.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think this pick has worked out really well. Chidon continued picking up misses right there. I think now the stamina part is coming in right now after playing 350 BPM streams for that long. Fear picking the first miss for Indonesia, but that just doesn't matter right now. The score lead is at 40,000. It's not even close. Like, you can let go of your keyboard right now, and I think the score lead would still be on Indonesia, but they wouldn't do that. And Reyes, once again, is going to take the MVP for this map with a 99.8 accuracy and a V1 double S choke right there with 1-200.
Yeah, 2 for 2 on the MVP counts, but again, it's not Ray doing the sole heavy lifting here. Albert and Fia getting pretty much the same accuracy as Ray as well, keeping up in that department. And we can also see, like your question before, Ufi being switched in here, actually performing very well, getting the full combos for Team Vietnam.
Yeah, but even if they get the full combo right here, both Chidon and Vixa, I don't think that's enough. Like, the accuracy on the side of Indonesia is just so strong. You can't really do much about it if you're on the side of Vietnam.
Look at the 200 count, the 300 counts, I should say, for all of Indonesia, all starting with a 2.
Yeah.
All significantly lower than Vietnam's.
Yeah, Chidon has the lowest 300 count, but he's not even matched against any of the players on the side of Indonesia. This is getting very scary. Like, if Long Note 1 didn't work, like, Indonesia now can just pick any of the rice that they have like a significant advantage when it comes to accuracy. I think now, if you're on the side of Vietnam, just throw in some sort of like either Long Note 4 or maybe
like
Long Note
hybrid. Maybe one hybrid, maybe. I think hybrid 3 if you want to get weird.
Yeah,
I also just want to see hybrid 3 just because it's an Osu original as well.
Or Long Note 3. Also an Osu original. Or
also the Osu original. I'll think Long Note 3 maybe a bit less likely though, just because it's a little bit similar to LN1 and that didn't go very well.
Yeah, I'm very sure about that. I'm thinking either hybrid 3 or hybrid 2. I kind of don't like this, I'll be honest. I haven't seen any of the practice scores on the side of Vietnam, so I'm not sure. But this is a bit more... Like, I would pick this if I was 4-4 down on the side of Vietnam, just because this is so jack heavy. This is quite rice focused, I'll be honest. Because there's a lot of long mini jacks. And
there are some funny long jacks in this one.
Yeah, 2-hit the long jack written by Long down there. Yeah, so there's like players who are more hybrid orientated, hybrid long note orientated. They might find this sort of maps much more uncomfortable to hit. I'm very sure about that. And we can see Albert staying in potentially for this pick. And if that does not show that it's a Rise orientated hybrid pick, then I'm not sure what else.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess Albert being switched in, just trying to ensure that the Indonesia gets the full combos out here if they can.
For sure. Yeah, okay, this is going to be the lineup. This looks so scary right now. Albert, Razor, and Reggie. This sort of lineup looks so scary inside of Indonesia. But on the other hand, we get to see Lot, Rizuna, and Chinuan Gateway as well. So, equally scary lineup. Quite consistent in general. They just need to block out the misses. Like, I think in terms of accuracy for hybrid and long note, Vietnam definitely have a shot against Indonesia. It's just the combo breaks that did not help out for Vietnam.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, the first 2 maps, the combos have been favoring Indonesia quite heavily. So this is where it's going to have to turn around for Vietnam. And this map as well, I mean, very, very shield heavy. Lots of these long jacks, as we said before as well. Lots of opportunity for some very messy misses happening in this one. Vietnam just have to hold on longer than Indonesia do in that regard.
Yeah, this map does not hold back. It goes so hard straight from the beginning. Everyone hit the long jacks, so they are comfortable with hitting this at 175 BPM long jack. So looking good for both teams right now.
Can they do it many more times is the question, because they're going to be reappearing plenty throughout the map.
Yeah, for sure. We can see right now, Rizuna Albert's matching accuracy in the bottom left player. And Albert with the miss! Oh! That is the first time we see on the side of Indonesia missing first. Now Vietnam needs to capitalize on this advantage, but the accuracy is just so strong right now. Razor misses, traded by Rizuna. Lot misses. This map is an absolute massacre. There's only one full combo on both teams right now. It's the carriers. It's Chidon Gaming versus Reigi.
But the accuracy gap right now is well in favor of Indonesia. Equal amount of misses for both teams, it feels like, but Rei with 99.87 is absolutely murdering the rest of this lobby right now. And 8,000 points as Vietnam's players trying to gain back the accuracy.
Yeah, they can still do it. They can still do it. It is still within reach right now. It's within 1 to 2 misses. And Trinidad Gaming doing all they can right now to hold off Reigi. It's just the bottom two players, they need to hold the combo and wish that Albert or Razor pick up a couple of misses here and there. But they're not doing it right now. But there's still a third of the map left. There's still a lot of miss potential.
Oh, and every time these long jacks are coming, I'm holding my breath. Whether or not we'll see more of these misses coming out, but this lead is looking like it grows more. But that's two misses on the side of Indonesia. That might be enough for Vietnam to take the lead back just by a little bit.
But they need to hold on. There's still so much more of the map. Trinidad misses! Traded by Razor!
Traded!
Oh, the scoring's on Vietnam right now. But Lord is using it. Oh, they miss this! Traded by Razor. What's going on? What is going on?
It's by a knife's edge. Rei misses again. Everyone finding the misses. It looks like it's going to favor Vietnam by a little bit in the last few seconds of this map. 6,000 points as long as they hold on to the combo. I think they've managed to win their own pick second here.
Oh my heart. Oh
and
my heart.
That is exactly why they picked this.
Definitely went. This is went according to plan on the side of Vietnam. Definitely.
Wow. The scores are so similar. 984k on 3 different players and 969k on 2 of them.
Yeah.
The difference between those top 2 players of the lobby.
Just look at that ratio from Rei and Razor. Like, just look at the ratio. Like, how do you get good accuracy that? But it's the miss potential. I think seeing this, Vietnam now have a lot of other picks to go for. They want to pick picks that are like having a lot of miss potential. So
I think the hybrids are looking very good as well. Maybe Indonesia just don't have the same level of comfort. You said before, they have their LN lineup, they have their Rice lineup as separate sets of players, but maybe they don't quite have the lineup that can play both at the same time.
Yeah, so Hybrid 3, I think Hybrid 3 now is such a good pick for the side of Vietnam, but now Indonesia now it's their chance to retaliate, and I think any pick here, I can try to make a reason for why it's a good pick. Anything makes sense. Maybe the only one that wouldn't make too much sense is potentially Rice 2 or Rice 3. Like those two are like really straightforward picks, and I think it could backfire really easily because it's one of those ones that can be really easily full comboed and doesn't have that much miss potential. So if I were Indonesia, I would pick something like maybe Rice. Oh, never mind.
Rice 2, it's gonna be.
Rice 2.
We are in the kind of stage of the tournament where this is maybe going to be a little bit less of an accuracy pick. I'm about to get proven wrong, I know. But, I look at the BPM, 270 BPM, and I think, okay, that's pretty fast. Like, this is maybe more of a speed pick now.
That's true. That is true. It is that fast now. But I think Indonesia is just banking on the fact that Vietnam just doesn't have the physicality to play these sorts of picks. Which could work. They could backfire if they can play and they can still get... Like, it's the matter of, if you have the physicality, you gotta get 990k easily. But if you don't have the physicality, then you just gotta get 960k. There's no in-between in this one.
Absolutely, yeah. And we all know already Indonesia have that physicality. It's just up to Vietnam whether they can have 3 players that can do the same. And whether or not we're going to get any switches as well.
Yeah, I thought maybe Goofy or like Nachimi-chan might be coming in.
I think Nachimi-chan has been playing a lot of the Rice so far. Ufi did well in the Rice one earlier, but maybe is going to have to improve the accuracy a little bit for a pick like this, because you know that Indonesia is going to be very comfortable getting accuracy on this map.
Yeah, that is for sure. Okay, so this is going to be the lineup locked in ready. Lot, Chudan Gaming, Ufi on the side of Vietnam against Fear, Albert, Ray on the side of Indonesia in the map Cosmo. Here we go. I think the MP start has already been made. Yep, here we go. The fourth map. Let's pick. Can Vietnam get a potential breakpoint against Indonesia? Because right now, Indonesia has the breakpoint advantage against Vietnam straight from the beginning of this match in the long knot 1 protect.
Let's see how this one plays out. I'm expecting some fairly high accuracies just at the start here, nice and easy. And already getting into these jump streams now, 270 BPM so far. Everyone doing pretty well. Ufi dropping the accuracy down a little bit, down to 99.6. But nothing too bad just yet.
I think Ufi for me gives me the vibes of kind of more like a combo player than anything else. Maybe not getting the best accuracy, but I think when asked to do a full combo, I think Ufi can get the full combo. You can see right now, actually, Rei's accuracy being matched by Chidon Gaming. I think the accuracy is quite even, I would say. Like, it's only a few hundred, maybe a few thousand points ahead. So the miss, if anyone from Indonesia miss, it can still go to Vietnam, but equally, it could also backfire. We saw the previous Rice 1 pick, how Chidon, I think Chidon Big South, they pick up quite a lot of misses, so we have to wait.
Goes both ways for sure. Right now, very close between the two players, and Fear actually being the first one to get the miss on the side of Indonesia. Now Vietnam with the lead, both in combo and the accuracy. Fear drops down to 99.6, and we see Ufi actually has increased that accuracy a lot since the intro.
Yeah, now they just need to hold in the combo. And this is what I mean by this could potentially backfire. Because like these sorts of picks, we're still only in semifinals. Of course, it is semifinals we're talking about, but these teams. Oh no! Lot.
There goes Lot, a pretty messy miss down to 99.65 now, and matching Fear's score. But it looks like Indonesia might take it back by a slight amount at the end of it.
For sure. They have the accuracy lead, and that miss might be the undoing. Actually, right before the break as well. And we're going back to the ending of this pick. Indonesia might be able to scrape away with this if everyone still hold their accuracy. And it's looking really likely right now that Indonesia is going to take the third point. And
2,000 points is so close.
Yeah, Lot misses there really was the undoing. But the accuracy was really close. Tridon Gaming and Reggie V1 double as 997, 998. What a performance from those two. It's just the misses that backfired a lot there. 2 miss and a 50. What could have been? But it was so close. And I think again, this is, in my opinion, is a mispick on the side of Indonesia. This sort of score lead wouldn't be an issue if they went with something more physically challenging. Rice 4, I'm thinking Rice 4, 5, or 6. But these Rice 2 and Rice 3, like, if you think about the match against Vietnam and Thailand also picked Rice 2 against Vietnam, and that's how they lost, and that's how they went into the losers bracket. It's the Rice 2 pick, and luckily for Indonesia, they managed to take that point from the lot miss, but I think going forward in this match, I think they still have 3 more picks. They need to reconsider their choices, because I don't think Rice 3 might be a good pick. And yeah, Vietnam picking LN4. Okay, not hybrid free, but I don't hate this either. This is a pretty decent pick.
It's another one of these more, like, I guess, wackier maps in the grand scheme of the map pool here, where you can have quite a lot of chokes in this one as well. But this one, I think, actually the longest map in the pool, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I've seen any other 3.5 minute maps in this pool.
Yeah, this is the longest map in the pool, yeah. Kind of like a mini tiebreaker, like, in a way. Yeah, and this map is just silly. Like, the title of the song is silly. It kind of reflects how the map goes. Just a lot of flaps, lots of just weird releases. It is just super uncomfortable to act. I would say 990Ks on this map is going to be rare. So if anyone can hold the accuracy together to get 990K, is going to be a bit of a miracle. And Lot, I'm looking at Lot especially. They're like the LN player on the side Vietnam, the best LN accuracy player on the side Vietnam. They can get super good releases, timing. I think Lot might be a good like matchup against Ray right here, and hope for the best that the bottom two player on the side Vietnam to hold their combo together if they want to win this pick, because we saw how LN1 went. Indonesia just absolutely swept Vietnam. So hopefully,
we'll see if Indonesia can pull off a similar thing here as well, because and Resurrect are definitely looking very strong in the LN department today.
Yeah, that's for sure. That is for sure. Their accuracy actually matches on the side Ray's. That's really scary to think about it on like a couple picks. So we have to wait and see. I think the name of the game, as we've seen so far, is just a miscount. I think if any of the team manage to get a freeway full combo, that's basically it. Like, you're going to win that pick.
But as it should be in the semifinals, right?
yeah, for sure. As it should be. Now it's all about the combo. Of course, accuracy does matter, but now, like, once you pick any pick, you're going to be expecting the opponent to get a couple of misses here and there.
And here we go, we already see these crazy, like, really short LNs being thrown in the middle of these patterns as well. Very tricky to get good release timings on these ones, but everyone looking quite good so far. 99.7 for everyone. Vixar does drop down a little bit to 99.6, but we're expecting other accuracies to follow.
Yeah, I don't think this is a map where you can keep your accuracy up on the same level throughout the map. There's going to be a lot of misses just because of how long this map is. Like, you need to stay focused throughout the whole 3 minute and 30 second. And it's going to be a challenge. You're going to get a bunch of 200 without even realizing.
Still though, 3 players above 99.8 on Ray, Resurrect, and Lot. Keeping the advantage in favor of Indonesia by a little bit, but not by much. 2,000 points only.
Yeah,
Vietnam's
now
still in this one.
Now the idea of missed potentials, and Chidon misses right there. I was to say how there's a lot of like now you think about the missed potential, like, one of the team could break and that could be it. The accuracy is really even on both sides, and Chidon's the first to blink, and now the score lead is quite big on the side of Indonesia. It is 6,500. They have the accuracy and the combo lead as well, so they need someone on the side of Indonesia to break. But who is it going to be, considering they freeway full combo LN1?
Yeah, their players are looking so comfortable right now. Maybe, looking a little bit less comfortable in terms of that accuracy, but still the 3-way full combo looking good for Indonesia so far.
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Ray with the miss that.
Weird place to miss. I would not expect in that section for Ray to miss, but it does nonetheless. And now this lead is back within striking distance for Vietnam. 2,000 points once again.
Oh, this pattern. This could have got someone right there, but everyone still hold the combo. Yeah, I think Indonesia is still having the lead just based on the accuracy, kind of going back to the start of the map. It's just their accuracy is just a bit better compared to South Vietnam, but just as we saw what happened to Ray, a miss could have happened anywhere, and there's still a quarter of the map left, and it's not going to get any easier. And
and there goes,
miss right there. And now the score is going to Vietnam. It's just a matter of time right now. Oh, it's not going back.
Oh my god, it's so close actually. It's not safe by any means. It looks like Indonesia might be holding on to the lead, in fact.
Yeah,
the accuracy just a little bit too good for Vietnam to capitalize on that miss, and it's flickering back and forth, less than 1,000 points. Maybe Vietnam needs a little bit more of something from Indonesia to be able to take back the score lead.
Yeah, maybe a couple more 200s, but the score is still going, it's increasing right now. I think it's just a couple more 200 drops on the side of Vietnam. They need a miss. They desperately need a miss right now, or else this might be a disaster on the side of Vietnam. Red Porgy,
oh my god,
a couple
got a couple 100s there. That just dented the score lead quite a lot, but it looks like not enough. 1,000 points, and Indonesia just barely scraped by.
Oh, that is tough. That is such a tough pill to swallow for the side of Vietnam. They had the combo advantage on the side of Vietnam. Only Chidon picked up the miss. We got double full combo from Lot and Vixal. 993k from Lot. Absolutely stunning score, but they were matched by Razord. Ray, despite the miss, gets a 990k. Like, absolutely crazy score out here. I think the lowest score on this is 984k on this lobby. I mean, like, this is as high level as it can get in this lobby.
Yeah, these players are looking a little bit too comfortable here in this match on this map pool. Vietnam just losing out on some crucial picks. These last two maps could have easily gone to Vietnam. Both of them, really.
Yeah, for sure. I think the past two picks, actually, the past three picks so far kind of went either way. It was so coin flippy, like Hybrid 2, Rice 2,
yeah.
and now LN4. Like, three of those picks were like super close. It was just like determined. It wasn't determined until the ending of the map. And unfortunately for the side Vietnam, like, it's the coin flipping picks that they've been losing on. Rice 2 and Long Note 4 that went against them. And now Indonesia has a huge pool of picks, and they're going to go with Rice 3.
Rice 3, really?
Really?
Surely, I thought, I mean, Indonesia surely picks one of the technical picks at this point, I would think. Right, Rice 5, Rice 6, they're like the prime maps to pick in this situation for Indonesia, but I'm not sure about this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Again, they might know something that we don't. And again, like, they did have the slight accuracy lead over these sorts of picks, but why risk this when you can pick your protect? Or I suppose they're saving the protect for when they get their match point, but how about
saving their protect? This could be their last pick.
I mean, they still have one more pick. They still have one more pick. They still have one more pick to go.
Not if they break point.
That's true. That is true. But they still have, like, you know, the Frums pick that is like really similar to Rice in like their protects. So I'm really confused here. But again, like, the previous pick, Indonesia would have won by just accuracy alone. So this is probably what they're banking on. They definitely have the accuracy lead. But again, this is no longer an accuracy battle. This is now just a combo game.
We've seen Vietnam is very comfortable when it comes to this kind of Rice. Like, the more straightforward Rice picks, Vietnam has been performing very well on throughout the whole tournament.
That's for sure. That is for sure. Okay, so Ufi's coming in. So very similar lineup. Razor and Albert Rei. I think as expected, maybe Fear kind of come in, but Razor as a really good player in, like, all-rounded. Kind of like Reggie 2.0, which is scary, which is a really scary sentence to say. Like, Reggie by himself is already really strong, and then you got like another Reggie backing him as a supporting score. Like, that's just scary outside of Indonesia.
Yeah, there's a lot of scary players here for sure.
Yeah, and
but
here
we'll see
go.
if Vietnam can keep this one close again, because Indonesia has found the misses in the past few maps. There have been openings for Vietnam to be able to take points away, and I think this one might be no different.
Now, I'll say this is less straightforward compared to the Rice 2, though. Like, there's some technical pattern-ish with the meaty jacks, and there's a solo in the middle that can trip any of the players in the side of Vietnam. So this pick is not completely unfounded. I can see this being picked. This is much harder compared to Rice 2 in my opinion. Less straightforward. It's 11 guy Rice pick. Like, you're gonna be seeing some shenanigans here. This is not going to be standard. It's 11 guy.
Oh, absolutely. And it's a long one as well. So accuracy advantage that is gained by either team is going to matter a little bit more in terms of the point lead.
Yeah, for sure. I think when it comes to these longer maps, like, miss doesn't really mean too much. Okay, never mind. That is a really bad drop on the side of Cheat-On Gaming, and now the score lead is at 7,000.
Yeah, I mean, you were about to say a miss doesn't mean as much, but it does mean a whole lot if it comes with an accuracy drop like that. 99.4 is what Cheat-On dropped down to, but is managing to increase the act quickly. So the faster that accuracy gets back up for Cheat-On, the less this point lead is going to grow.
Yeah, I'm very certain that they can. Like, Cheat-On has a really good accuracy foundation. Like, they were at 99.9 before they got the miss, so the miss was really bad. But Cheat-On game continues to pick up the miss. I think they might find some like discomfort in these sorts of Rice pattern. It's not even like a speed issue, because like they can still get really good accuracy. I think it's just specific pattern Razor did drop, but it's a really clean drop right there. Still 99.82, way ahead of everyone on the side Vietnam. They need more. The scoring is really big right now.
That's like the cleanest miss that we've seen all day, really. And yeah, everyone above 99.8 still on the side of Indonesia. Ray above 99.9. Once again putting on another one of these MVP-looking performances, and 11,000 point lead. This is a big point lead. Gonna be cut into a little bit with another miss from Resurred, but another clean one, that one is.
This is what I mean by a miss doesn't matter too much. This is like what I mean. Like, oh, okay, hold on. Ufi with a drop, and that just brought back the lead from where we kind of started. And now it's just 1 FC to 2.
Yeah, even more so. This is going all the way 20,000 points now. Mott finds the drop. Everyone on Vietnam dropping their combos here. Trito on finding another miss, and it is absolutely over in this map at the very least. It looks like Vietnam players running out of stamina towards the end, it looks like.
Yeah, we have been proven wrong right here. I think for myself, I thought this has been a mispick from the side of Indonesia, but I think they definitely consider kind of Vietnam's stamina degradation into consideration right here. This is definitely like a really stamina heavy map, and I think these players on the side of Indonesia, they have such good physicality. This is what comes with their physicality, is that they can just play these sort of maps for 5-10 minutes straight and they wouldn't even budge at all. The accuracy probably would stay the same. The side Vietnam wouldn't be the same. Cheetah continue to pick up misses despite having the best accuracy. Oh, actually, it's Ufi on the side of Vietnam, but 0 FCs 2 and the accuracy lead is just way ahead right now. This is a nearly 50,000 point lead. Absolutely dominant performance on the side of Indonesia.
Absolutely crazy team score. Almost 298 in the millions here.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you said, like we were wait, what's the 200 count? The 200 count for Indonesia. What's going on that team?
That is insane. Like the amount of 200s is like 2. That's it. They have the same amount of misses as their 200 count.
Oh my god. And Ray 996k.
This is a statement. This is like actually like this is making a statement right here. Like this is sending a message across. We may be seed 11, but we're not. This qualifiers seeding here doesn't mean anything anymore. We're into semifinals. Qualifiers means nothing now. It's all about the physicality. It's all about how well you can scale into the late game. And Indonesia, they're just don't give a damn about that. Don't give a damn about any of these picks. They can just freeway full combo this, or at least get extremely good team scores. And now, yeah,
that's exactly kind of like what we mean when you say the teams that scale well into the late game. It's teams like Indonesia here. They're getting the same team scores that they did in like the round of 16 in the semifinals, whereas other teams now are definitely going to be feeling more of the physical limit of their capabilities when it comes to some of these picks. And Vietnam now up against the wall. They need to win 4 in a row if they want to take this to tiebreaker.
A bit of a piece of trivia before they've kind of picked their maps on the side of Vietnam. Vietnam, for the past 4 years, not including this one, they have finished in top 12. This is where they have finished. They have consistently finished top 12. You can say it's a consistency thing, but I think of it more as a curse. They have been kind of performing really well up to this point. It's just that they couldn't get this one extra win. This is where they have always stopped. And now they're going to pick Hybrid Free. This is a really good pick. And on the side of Indonesia, you can look at the chat. They're all spamming no's.
Indonesia dreading this one. Banger song, by the way. This is going to be the first Osu original we see being played in the match this semifinals weekend.
Yeah, the cha-cha-cha pick right here. I love this pick as well. The like everything about this is perfect. Like you got the mapper, Abraxas, and then with Fola, so these two are the hybrid. These two are the hybrid pickers.
Those two names are like the hybrid 3 slot.
Yeah.
Those two mappers alone created this slot.
Yeah, like Abraxas is kind of like the kind of like the person who started this hybrid free revolution. Like they have so many classic bangers, and Fola kind of just continued to pick on it from that. And now these two forces collided together in this absolutely amazing Osu original right here. The last tango in Paris. And this could be the last tango in Vietnam, on the side of Vietnam, if they don't win this.
I think this one definitely has big chances for them to be able to win. We saw Hybrid 2 work out well, I mean, very close, albeit, but did work out well in their favor at the end of things, off the back of the misses. And this is another one of those picks where you can see a lot of big misses, not just misses, but big accuracy drops because of how, like, strange the snappings are in some of these patterns.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to see any like good full combos out here. This is like Abraxas and Fola throwing everything at them. So I'm really interested to see how both these teams perform. Looking at Lot and Ray once again as the main performer on these sorts of picks.
Yeah, as far as the accuracy goes especially, and we'll see if the other players on the teams start falling behind a little bit when it comes to the accuracy and the combo.
Yeah, it's about the supporting scores, isn't it? Like, I think Indonesia just have such a good supporting team scores. Like, Ray does have MVP-like performance, but an MVP is nothing when you don't have a team supporting you. And Indonesia, right now, they have a system just to help Ray right now.
Absolutely, we can already see these accuracies are a lot lower than previous maps, understandably so. Seeing some 99.4, we don't look over there. 99.3, 99.4 for a couple of these players. Looking like Indonesia have the advantage. Ray and Rezared both close to that 99.7. Actually, yeah, not too far behind either. So all of Indonesia doing decently well as far as the accuracy is concerned.
Yeah, the lowest accuracy on the side of Indonesia is beating out the best accuracy on the side of Vietnam. That is just, if that doesn't scream bad news on the side of Vietnam, I don't know what else. Maybe a couple misses? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, you should have. I think you should have kept that one to yourself.
I should, yeah.
Unfortunate for Trito One there, drops down to 99.4. And this 11,000 point lead now for Indonesia is going to grow a little bit as well. But now Vietnam going to have to hope for misses to come out. Indonesia's players, Rezared and Ray, actually increasing the accuracy to above 99.7 again.
Yeah, this accuracy lead is just so overwhelming. Like, even if Cheetah holds the full combo right there, I think that would still be like a two miss buffer that Indonesia has just made, which is accuracy alone. And now with that miss, now that's like basically 3-4 misses. Like, this is like two players can miss on Indonesia, they can still have this lead.
And make that 3 now. Back to 2, never mind. Yeah, does find the first miss of Indonesia. Only 2 full combos on the side of Indonesia now. Only 1 on Vietnam though. And the accuracy well in favor of Indonesia still.
Yeah, this is already looking really rough. Like, I think they need to have one of the carries completely breaking. Like, not just missing. Like, we can see like Razor, they're not too consistent. Like we saw them in the previous pick. They got like a couple of misses. But they're really clean misses, like, and Cheetah pick up another miss there right now. This might spell the end for the side of Vietnam. Like, I don't want to say too early, but the score is already 24,000 and on the side of Indonesia right now. Like, Ray's still holding the full combo. Yeah, they have a miss. They need a couple more misses.
There's another one,
yes,
but
there's another one. But
again, these are just too clean. It's not coming with any big accuracy drops like some of the Vietnam misses did. And yes, still above all of the accuracies on Vietnam despite those misses.
Yeah, we're already approaching the end of the map. There's not much more left, and I think the chapter for Vietnam ends again with another top 12 finish. 5 years in a row since 2021, Vietnam has been eliminated at this stage, and congratulations to Indonesia. I mean, what a performance there. Ray, a near 990k on Hybrid Free. 99.69. Razor followed closely with a single-digit 200. Yes, accuracy is nuts. Like 6-200. That is the lowest accuracy. Like Indonesia's 200 count combined is basically not accuracy right there.
That is absolutely. I'm scared by these scores from Indonesia.
I'm so scared. I am so scared.
am very, very interested in how this losers bracket is going to shape up in the near matches, because so many of these teams. Okay, I'm just looking at the bracket. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Indonesia versus the winner of South Korea versus Peru.
Yeah. The winner of South Korea versus Peru will face Indonesia. And either of those, I mean, I put South Korea to win, but Peru can still have a chance to go through, but it's going to be a challenge. But I'm thinking hypothetically, South Korea versus Indonesia. Like, despite South Korea being like the clear top 3 favorites, I think seeing the scores here, like it actually makes me believe that like Indonesia can beat both Korea and Peru, no matter who wins in that matchup.
I think it's possible, which is something I didn't expect to be saying at the start of this tournament. I think Korea on paper is, I mean, an absolutely incredible team, but these matches are getting really spicy. We can see upcoming matches here. The next one is actually going to be Korea versus Peru at 12:30 UTC in about 2 hours' time. And I mean, just going down the list, every single one of these matches is ridiculous. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, just you have to book all of these in your calendars. You do not want to miss this. We do not have a lot of matches, so you like it's not a packed schedule. You can watch all of them, because these matches you do not want to miss them. So yeah, do you have anything else before we close this match?
Yeah, make sure in the meantime we have about 2 hours of a break, so make sure you go and check out the banners on the Osu store. Buy one to support your favorite team on your profile as well. Those ones should still be up. You also can stack them as much as you want as well. So if you want to get a bunch of the same team or a bunch of different teams to put on your profile and make people scroll down to see your profile itself, that is a fun thing to do too.
Yeah, and it looks amazing. The banner looks so great. The Osu design team has put in a lot of effort in making the banner looks as great as possible. So if you do buy one, your profile looks absolutely gorgeous. And with that, it's going to be Mashed Potato and Potassium closing off this match, Vietnam versus Indonesia. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the final losers bracket match in this weekend. We're going to be having Hong Kong against Thailand, two teams that you may not expect to be in the losers bracket. Unfortunately, due to a couple of tragic losses, for Hong Kong it's against the United Kingdom, and for Thailand it's against Vietnam. Now they're having to battle against each other for one singular ticket into the finals weekend. Hello, my name is Mashed Potato, and joining in the commentary booth today is going to be Sun Apple. How are you doing?
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, afternoon, evening to everyone. I'm really excited for this match because I saw Hong Kong yesterday and they were extremely strong, and so was Thailand. And I feel like these two teams, it's going to be kind of difficult to know who's actually going to win in this matchup since it can go either way.
Yeah, that is for sure. I think the dichotomies of both these teams are very different. You got a really top-heavy team, that of Thailand, leading, with players like Kong Kao and Pavin leading the way, super consistent players. But on the other hand, you got Hong Kong, who everyone's just putting just a good score, and that's all they need for Hong Kong to get seed 4 and being able to get the win against Philippines yesterday. So very interesting, different team compositions. We'll be able to see this in this matchup.
Yeah, I do like how you mentioned the team compositions because, I mean, as you did say, Thailand does have a very strong core roster. It's most likely just going to be Pavin, Konkawe, and Parponger playing for most of the maps. We only saw them switch out Parponger with Achi on Rice 4 just because Achi's so strong on Korjak. But Hong Kong's a bit more flexible. They have a lot more rosters that exist in their lineup. So I think it may be interesting since we are getting to the point where stamina can become an issue for some of these players just because the maps are so difficult. But we're going into protects and bans, looking like Thailand protected LN4 and Hong Kong protects Rice 4.
Yeah, I think based on just previous scores we've seen, Thailand definitely has a lead against Hong Kong in the hybrids and LN departments based on head-to-head in the past match. So that's not surprising, and Hong Kong also did beat out Thailand on the Rice picks in the head-to-head matchup as well. So far, expected picks.
Yeah, I do think Thailand's LN roster is honestly kind of crazy. We saw very consistent 990 average on maps just in this LN pool alone, which is kind of absurd. But the bans have come out. Hybrid 3 is actually banned from Thailand, which is a bit interesting. Maybe not wanting to ban out some Rice just to keep that open. And an LN1 ban coming out from Hong Kong, which honestly, understandable. Thailand LN, as I just said, very strong.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, and now, Rice 6 picks. So, yeah, okay. So this is the one pick that Hong Kong did have the lead against Thailand in the head-to-head matchup. Thailand, they have a bit of a struggle in this pick against Canada. They lost by quite a large margin, and so Hong Kong wanting to capitalize on this on the previous score lead that they have in the head-to-head. So it's a really, I guess, obvious score lead. Obvious pick for Hong Kong to pick. This is going to be the Rice, I guess, vocal dump picks.
Yeah, and last time we saw Thailand play this map, they've missed quite a lot, so I wonder if that's going to happen again, especially this being the first pick. I do think Thailand's Rice is going to be the weaker side for their squad, so Hong Kong definitely has to take advantage of that and maybe just try to keep their foot on the gas against Thailand's Rice.
That's for sure. And we're going to be seeing expected lineup from both sides. I think this is the exact same lineup in the previous matchup. You got Pornku, Koshi Pen, and Kureha on the side of Hong Kong, and Thailand expectedly Pavin, Konkawe, and Parponger. This core on Thailand is the kind of top 3 MWC from last year, core from last year. So this is going to be a really good matchup from both of these teams.
Yeah, this is the core that were able to bring Thailand to 3rd place last year. So, I mean, it worked last year. No way it's not going to work this year, especially considering how good Konkawe and Pavin have improved. Hong Kong, a bit more of newer faces at this point, with Pomful actually coming in. But I mean, a lot of their team is still playing from last year. They've just improved so much. But with that being said, we are going to be going into the first map. It's going to be Rice 6, Hong Kong's pick.
Yeah, that's for sure. I just realized I'm looking at Cool profile, and they're ranked 6,000 in 4K.
Yep.
Actually,
They are
yep.
a 4-digit D ranker,
Four-
of course.
Of course, yeah. And here we go, first pick of the match, and straight off the bat, we can see just really high accuracy across the board. As expected on a Rice pick, lowest accuracy right now is Pool at 99.82, but that is still really high accuracy. So now we're probably going to be seeing this lead being determined by misses.
Yeah, I mean, misses and any 200 at this moment right now. The lead for Pompool isn't or the deficit from Pompool isn't too bad, just because Kuroha has a really high accuracy as well. It is kind of outpacing Konkawa up until now, where it slightly dropped. So
yes,
Thailand does have the lead.
Yeah, everyone on Hong Kong's now below the 99.9% accuracy, while on Thailand they're hovering around the 99.9%. So they definitely have the accuracy in Pompool with the first drop of the map right here, and now the score is nearly 10,000 points. This map is really short, so one singular miss actually can balloon the score lead up to 5-digit, and we can see right now it's 10,000 points is still score lead. And Thailand now has both the accuracy and the combo lead.
Yeah, and that miss was really dirty as well. Pompool dropped from the 99.8 to 99.5, and normally if a drop happens, it's only 5k. But, I mean, we've seen it is up to 12k. It's going to take at least 2 misses from Thailand for Hong Kong to take this point. And a third of the way of the map left. This map does continue to get more difficult, but this lead has actually been increasing. We're up to 14k. We're getting to that threshold where a third miss is going to be needed for Thailand.
Yeah, but it's just not happening. Look, just the accuracy from Thailand is so strong, and even if they miss, it's going to be a really clean miss, just because of the hit concentration on everyone is so centered. It is so clean right now for all 3 players on the side of Thailand, and Pompool with another miss. Now the score lead is basically irrecoverable. There's not much more Hong Kong can do against this, and this first pick has completely backfired on the side of Hong Kong, and now Thailand's going to take the first breakpoint in this match.
Yeah, that's kind of devastating. I mean, Pavin misses at the end, but it doesn't even matter. 25k lead. Pompool just struggled a lot more on that map than they did before. Thailand having a very convincing 2SS, which is absolutely absurd. How do y'all do that, Parponger Konkawa?
Yeah, I think the scariest thing is like the fact that Pavin has the worst accuracy, worst ratio in Thailand. And like this is Pavin we're talking about, and yet he's having the worst ratio compared to like Parponger and Konkawa.
Yeah, definitely not something you see all the time. I feel like normally it's Parponger with the lowest ratio on Thailand. The classic 99.7 player in my head at least, especially on LN Hybrid. But yeah, it's time for Thailand to pick, and they have a lot of options. I would think they go for something like Pixel Planet, since I think they're like top scoring the tournament in that right now.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think Pixel Planet might be a good point. But they can also go with Rice as well, actually. I think seeing how they performed. Okay, actually, Rice 2 was picked. Okay, Konkai did pick Rice 2. I think this is alright as a pick. Let me just double check the score from Thailand if they have played this before. Okay, so they did, and Konkai and Pavin got 998k, while Parponger also choked like a 997k potentially. So their accuracy is up there. So they can battle against Hong Kong when it comes to Rice, so they have a really good ratio to back up. It's just that the misses was betraying them in the match against Canada, and they did lost that point. But they definitely can't out-ratio Hong Kong in this match in the Rice picks.
Yeah, I do think, though, for the simpler picks, it's going to be better for Hong Kong just because they will be able to play one of their star players' quotient. Because they're very strong on these more simpler jump streams and like speedy maps. So I think this actually may not be the best pick for Thailand, even though Pavin and Konkawa are so strong. I do think Koshpen and Quotient may be able to match them. but we'll have to see. A 99.8 is kind of insane to be able to get as well.
Yeah. No, I think the main focus is kind of maybe on Kureha against Parponger, maybe. I'm looking at those two as like potential bottom scorers of the team, but it's just depends if these two can outscore each other. And right now, everyone, look at the lobby right now. The lowest is 99.91.
Yeah, jump stream really do be funny sometimes. Thailand having the slight lead because of the difference between. Actually, I don't even know who. It's so small. I think it's like Konkawi Koshpin, but it is so minimal. It's 200s of a difference.
I think Konkawi is really making the difference right now with the extremely crazy ratio of 99.94 to 99.96. But this is what happened in the match against Canada and Thailand. Thailand have the accuracy lead, but Parponger dropped a couple of 50s and a miss, and that was the undoing. And actually, Koshipin was the first to drop. I didn't even realize, and that was such a dirty drop. 99.9 down to 99.5. And now the score lead is just ballooning up to 50,000, and we're already nearly approaching the end of the match. And Koshipin with another drop. Okay, and now this is looking disastrous for Hong Kong, and this might be a really good thing for Thailand now. Everyone's still holding above 99.9. This is looking to be a really crazy team score on the side of Thailand.
Yeah, when Hong Kong dropped so far, it has been extremely dirty. I mean, we've seen two. It is 20k lead. I think the first drop was like 15k alone, just because Koshpin found a bunch of 200s, or not even just 200s. I saw 100s all over the place there. And at this point, a sliver of the map left, I think it is kind of guaranteed for Thailand. It's really going to be seeing if they can get the 3-way FC, getting the average of like 997 or 998 here.
Oh, we're seeing the end of this map. And that's a 2.993 million team score in semifinals. 998, 998, and a 996.9. Are you joking with me?
Huh. How are you even supposed to beat that as Thailand? None of your scores are anywhere close to Pavin or Konkawi, let alone two of them.
And like, no, they all, it's a 3-way V1 double S. I just didn't realize that. All three players didn't drop a singular bad judgment. That is just insane. I mean, Korea and Koshin doing as much as they can with their own V1 double S, but Koshipen with a really nasty drop there. And even if Koshipen did V1 double S that, the ratio was not enough for Hong Kong. Thailand just straight up beat Hong Kong in the accuracy department.
Yeah, they're just really strong in these jump streams. I think even if Thailand took a miss, it still would probably be in their favor just because of how much of an advantage they have. But it's time. Hong Kong choosing something different, not wanting to pick another rice map, going for Hybrid 2.
Alright, I like this pick. I do like this pick. This is the one where you could get a lot of miss out of the side of Thailand. This pick is, I think this is probably the hardest non-tiebreaker pick in this map pool, just because of how techy it is. It's really awkward as well in its patterning. And at 175 BPM, the mini jacks just become so much more harder to hit.
Yeah, I do think Thailand will definitely struggle a lot more on this than they did on the previous two maps, but I think the same can be said for Hong Kong. I don't know how well they will actually be able to play this, especially since Thailand, Pavin and Parpong are very well known for having really high physicality.
So is Konkawi as well, so like, you're going against the physicality team right here. So it might not be a good pick, but I think it is, in my opinion, I think in this early of a game, you might want to fish, maybe get some potential points that maybe it's an unexpected point. And actually, Quotient, we're always on, I guess, Quotient because they could have got a really good score against Philippines, and they choked quite a lot in the previous match against Philippines. So I think I'm looking at Quotient Pen right now. If you're on the side of Hong Kong, you want Hong Kong to win this match.
I believe, hopefully we won't see a sweep. We are going into this finding the actual sections of the map, and it's still a very small lead for Thailand, just off of actually alone. No misses have come out from either side, and I feel like we're not going to see it for a bit until those mini jacks come in.
Yeah, but a lot of accuracy drops right now on the side of Hong Kong. Korea and Koshipen's down to 99.5, 9.6, but Parpong is the first to drop. And now the score is going straight back to Hong Kong. This is the missed potential that Hong Kong's been banking on. The mini Jax is devastating right now for Parponger.
It's honestly scary though, because that miss from Parponger only gave the Hong Kong a 2k lead. So that is still recoverable for Thailand by just accuracy alone. So Hong Kong still needs to stay focused. Quotient doing extremely well right now. But I think it's really going to be, as you said, looking at Koshman, looking at Kuroha, making sure that they can keep their high accuracy as well as they do. This lead has been shrinking. It has gone to the triple digits, just barely under, and it's flickering at this point.
Yeah, I think now Parpongers has to stabilize their accuracy, and I think just seeing how Thailand's been leading such accuracy, I think the score is going straight back to Thailand eventually. It's just that we need to see maybe a couple more dirty drops from Parponger to see Hong Kong taking the lead. Actually, it's flickering. As you said, it's just flickering. Hong Kong still doing all they can with a freeway full combo and hybrid too. This is actually unseen. Deadly consistency on the side of Hong Kong. Koshi Pan, Korea has doing all they can to support Quotient. Quotient is trying to match the accuracy of Pavin and Konkawi right now. But the score is going right back to Thailand.
Yeah, the supporting scores for Hong Kong just aren't enough when you're fighting against two 998s basically, and a insane, so close to 999 from Pavin right now. The lead used to be 2k for Hong Kong after a break. If another break comes in, I don't know if that's Bancho, but if it isn't, then I think that'll possibly give Hong Kong a lead, and another one, Quotient takes it.
Wait, hold on. Quotient with this! Wait, that's it! There's still some more maps left! Can Thailand take this? Right after the last seconds, and I think that is that Thailand takes the point. Oh, what a disaster! Quotient, the carrier of that pick, the highest accuracy, 99.8 throughout the whole map, but that miss at the end there was the undoing for Hong Kong. Man, that's tough to watch.
Oh my god, that's so sad. Konkawi, insane score as well. I think if Konkawi did any worse, this scored lead would switch over. But I mean, it's so difficult to play against Thailand. It was looking so good for Hong Kong up until that last second.
Yeah, that ending there was brutal, taking out both the top two potential scorers of Quotient and Pavin, but Pavin managed to stay together just a bit more compared to Quotient, and that was the difference. And now Thailand just continued to go with the jump stream path, and now they're going with rice free. Now testing out the stamina physicality of the side of Hong Kong. I think Thailand definitely has what it takes to be able to win this. I mean, you got Pavin, Konkawi, and Parponger. I mean, this is going to be the same. You're going to be expecting those three to be able to get amazing scores on this pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is another kind of simpler map, so Pavin and Konkawi are going to be absolutely dominating this. It's going to be hard for Hong Kong. They are struggling right now in just the accuracy department, which is kind of crazy to say in semifinals. Losers bracket nonetheless. Keep in mind, one of these players one of these teams are going to be eliminated. Matcha Latte is a Thailand player, actually. Yeah, why are they playing this? That's kind of crazy. Maybe Pavin's not feeling too confident in these kind of stamina maps.
Oh, I thought it would be something like Aki coming in for Pavin. I wouldn't expect Matcha Latte to come in. I feel like Matcha Latte is more of like a hybrid Lono player. Okay, very interesting substitution. Let's see how they perform. I'm interested. I'm really interested. This is the first substitution on the side of Thailand for the first, after 4 maps, Matcha Latte coming in for Pavin.
Yeah, I do think I remember hearing something about Pavin struggling a bit more with stamina. I know they were talking about it even in the last map, saying that they missed just because of stamina in the chat. But I mean, I feel like I remember yesterday Pavin being like, yeah, I can't really play the Rice 1 too well, or Rice 2, whatever Rice this is, I can't remember off the top of my head, too well, just because of how long it is. And I mean, it's understandable. 260 BPM jump stream for 3.5 minutes is extremely draining.
Yeah, that's for sure. So straight off the bat, we can see that the accuracy is pretty much even. Lowest accuracy on the board is Matcha Latte, and Matcha Latte with the first miss. This is why I was a bit skeptical. the physicality now in the semifinals is no joke. You need to have you need to have a proper substitution.
Yeah, Matcha Latte is more of an LN player, so it is interesting. We are seeing it kind of backfire. Matcha Latte has been able to recover their accuracy, and this lead hasn't grown too far to where Thailand cannot take over, and it's actually looking like it's moving towards Thailand just because the supporting scores for them are so good right now, and Hong Kong has been struggling a bit more on accuracy as they have in the past.
Yeah, Korea is trying to match that of Konkawa, but Power Ponger's accuracy is just unmatched right now. Coach Japan's trying their best to match the accuracy of Power Ponger, but look at the bottom score. Quotient is the bottom scorer for Hong Kong, and they're at 99.84%. That is a 0.2% accuracy lead against Matcha Latte, and an extra miss as well. Never mind, that's even!
Yeah, it's even, but so far the score hasn't necessarily swapped. It is still evens, kinda. Quotient is getting up to that 400 combo threshold where they will be able to stem the bleeding, but it's up to a 3-digit lead for Thailand, and just barely. Matcha Latte has been able to recover since that intro, but it hasn't been by so much that Thailand has a sizable lead like they have in the past, especially with Kurha being able to cancel out a bit of Konkawa's accuracy at lead.
Yeah, so is Koshipan, so trying to match out Parponger. So now I think the battle here is between Quotient and Matcha Latte, both losing the full combo, but they're trying to hold together. And I think this is going to be really tough later down the line. We still have a third of the map left, and this is where the stamina section is going to come in. It's super trilly, as expected from a 11 guy stamina pick. Here's the guitar solo. Quotient Ben's the first one to drop in the guitar solo.
Yeah, and that drop was kind of devastating for Hong Kong there. We may have to see another miss from Thailand just because their accuracy has been staying consistent throughout the entire map. As we said, the stamina is going to get to them. I know Quotient, I know Matcha Latte are definitely going to be tired by this point. We are seeing them have a lot of accuracy deficits as a result of this 3k lead for Thailand. It's kind of shrinking, and Quotient taking another drop is not what you want to see for Hong Kong.
Wow, the substitution. Matcha Latte coming in clutch right now. 99.6 free. Walked the lowest, was the lowest accuracy on the board. But it's the combo, 3,500 combo. Managing to stay, managing to keep himself afloat and just let Konkai and Parponga do the hard carry. And this is all they need. And now Thailand could be taking this. We're approaching the end of the map. There's not much more to go. And for 16,000 points score difference for a map this dense, I don't think there's much more to do. I think this is going to be Thailand's point. 4 points in a row right now.
Yeah, it does look like it ends. I don't think anything Kurha can do can win it out for Hong Kong. Thailand going up 4-0 against Hong Kong. Matcha Latte was able to combo out just all the way till the end. 2 V1 double S's from Thailand. Parponger and Konkawa, what are y'all?
Yeah, that's not right. That is just not right. I mean, these two. I mean, it's expected from Konkawa, but Parponger's accuracy, like nearly matching that of Konkawa, is such a good thing on the side of Thailand. I think Parponger Cap being the third player, I think there's a bit of scrutiny on Parponger on like late game accuracy, but he's just putting all the doubts to rest, being able to nearly match the accuracy of Konkawa. Korea doing quite well though, nearly matching Konkawa's accuracy, but it's just the supporting score is not there.
Yeah, I mean, Thailand's biggest strength is that they have 2 players that are basically the same, playing at the tippity top level. And a lot of teams don't have that, such as Hong Kong. They kind of are struggling just to find supporting scores to be able to match up with Kurha.
Yeah, that's for sure. And now they're going with their protects. I think a bit of desperation is coming in now. You're 4-0 down, and we're looking at potential match point being given to Thailand. So yeah, I think a protect pick is warranted right now considering the situation they're in. They need to stem out this bleeding. And okay, so it's going to be Pavin subbing in for Konkawa. Maybe Konkawa is not too comfortable with the Jack picks, and this is like 153 DPM is no joke now. We're getting to a point where it's no longer an accuracy battle. It's just now testing how well you can handle 150 DPM plus Jacks.
It really is. We have been seeing a lot of misses on this map, specifically in one section where there's like an LN on the right side alongside having to play a long anchor on that same hand. And we've been seeing a lot of people struggle on that, so be sure to look out for it. It is in like the last quarter of the map.
Yeah.
So I think this first 3 quarters is going to be just an accuracy war by itself.
Yeah, but then at the end, it feels like it's gonna be more like a stamina battle as well. For 3 minutes of 153 BPM checks, like there's gonna be some sort of stamina degradation at the end of the map. And as you said as well, there is a long note section, semi-ish long note section at the last quarter, so that could trip a lot of people up. And I don't think we're going to be seeing like 3 ways full combo. It's going to be really unlikely, considering the sort of stamina issues in this map. And we're going to see, I think Matcha is going to be subbed out for Aki. I'm hoping. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. I think the lineup is going to be Quotient, and Kureha. I think that's going to be the Rice lineup on the side of Hong Kong.
Yeah, I do know. I said it earlier at the start of the match, but Ashi's a extremely strong core jack player. Probably the strongest core jack player on Thailand. They were able to do 99.98 this, I should say. So it's kind of scary to be able to see them play these kind of core jacks because they're so difficult.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they're able to do. I think, okay, Aki is coming in, so now this is the proper lineup. Pavin, Aki, and Parponger. I mean, this is scary. I mean, the thing about Thailand is that I think for last year, it is just Pavin, Parponger, and Konkawe on like the late game stuff. But now you've got Aki, and apparently Matcha Latte as well can do a couple of late game picks. Now this is a scary lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Thailand's biggest weakness before was that they really only had 3 players. So being able to patch that up has been really, really helpful, and I think will be extremely helpful in finals if they are able to get it. They do need to secure 2 more points to be able to win, though, to force Hong Kong out of the tournament to push themselves forwards.
And here we go. Let's see who can hold the 100% mark the longest. Quotient is out of the race, but we still see Aki, Pavin, and Quotient still holding 100% past the 100 combo mark.
I believe in the Aki dream. I think they're going to hold it the longest right now.
I think my bet's on Aki as well.
Nope.
Never mind.
Pavin won. Pavin continuing to hold this 100% through the first quarter almost. We're getting up to like maybe an 8. They lose it now.
It's just Quotient. Quotient's doing the 100% dream.
Yeah, they were able to bring it back. I think they took like 1 or 2 300s, but I mean, it's off of how good their ratio is right now. Though these ratios, speaking of, in the lobby are kind of scary. Everybody above this 99.9. Parponger being the lowest at 9.93.
Yeah, this is peak consistency. Aki's back to 100%. The bet is still on. And it's back again to 99.99, but still, it's that, like, small differences in accuracy that's helping Thailand right now. But this is still really early on. I want to see how they perform right at the end of this map, where maybe they don't have as much stamina. And of course, that LN section in the last quarter could trip any of these players up. But so far, so good on the side of Thailand. How do they have a 1,000 point lead? I'm really surprised, because the accuracy is really close right now. Okay, actually, it's even. It's tied!
Yeah, I don't see how that lead was there, but I mean, right now, I do think Hong Kong actually has a slight advantage just because Quotient's accuracy is so high. It is able to beat out the supporting, or alongside the supporting scores of Koshpin and Kura. And here's a section that I think a lot of people may struggle on. It's the transition through this, and it is right. Parponger missed.
Yeah. And now the score is firmly on the side of Hong Kong. They just need to hold the full combos together. Just need to power through the rest of the 153 BPM core jacks, and they're doing just that. Quotient Fed, Kureha, Quotient, all above 99.93 now. Parponger is trying to climb the accuracy back up, but the fate is not on Thailand. It's on Hong Kong's hand right now.
watch out for the stamina on Hong Kong. We have been seeing Quotient taking a lot of breaks as we get later and later into the map. So be sure to keep an eye out for them. Keep in mind, a miss will immediately swing the lead for Thailand. This is not the kind of map where you can take a single miss on. We've already seen Parponger 1 miss. So if it's traded, depending on how dirty it is, it can swing it right back, giving Thailand match point, but it's not looking like that's going to happen. About an eighth of the map left. 5k lead for Hong Kong. They're playing so consistently at this moment. Quotient doing so well. Even if Koshpen took a big accuracy drop, as long as they don't miss, it doesn't matter. But actually taking another miss, and I think that's going to seal it. I think Hong Kong will be able to take point, not securing a sweep at this moment, giving themselves at least some room to breathe. Maybe time to hope.
Wow, what a team score, 2.992. Could have been much better if Quotient didn't jump a 250, but the job's been done. The protect pick went their way, and what a score from Hong Kong. Actually, with a 55-300, but the miss there betrayed them. I think if all the players should SS, this would have been extremely close. I mean, you can see, like, you can compare the ratios. I think they're basically tied.
Yeah, honestly, you'd have to do the math on this to be able to tell who is winning, just because Achi and Quotient are so close, so is Pavin and Kuraha, and so is Koshpin Parponger. It is not easy to be able to tell. But now, time for Thailand. They will be able to possibly get to match point. They have finally lost a map. Will they continue going for Rice, or will we see a lower side of the bracket be played?
Pixel Planet, that has to be the pick in my opinion. They did super well in Pixel Planet in their match against Canada. I wouldn't be surprised they picked that. And Canada, Hong Kong also played Pixel Planet, and Thailand definitely has a bigger score lead. Like, no one in Hong Kong got more than 990k in Pixel Planet. Well, on the side of Thailand, like, they nearly averaged 992k, 993k. On Pixel Planet. So, okay, they're going to go with Rice 1, so not really opting for the LN path. I mean, I guess it could work. Thailand has been out-ratioing Hong Kong in the kind of non-jack picks. We saw how they beat Hong Kong in Rice 2, 3, and Rice 5. So Rice 1 is kind of a natural progression as well.
Yeah, I do think Thailand's accuracy ability is going to be extremely strong on this as well. 2 minutes and 9 seconds, so hopefully Thailand's stamina issue isn't going to be happening too much here. Though the same will be said for Hong Kong. It's literally going to be based off of accuracy, I think, at this moment.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, I'm just looking at the score from Rice 1, and so the score is Parponger 995k, Pavin 996k, and Konkawa is also 996k. This is a really tough wall to climb over for Hong Kong. I think they had to rely on maybe a couple of misses, which did happen. If you saw the the Jack pick, Parponger did pick up a couple of misses, and maybe there could be a chance. I think if Hong Kong managed to keep their consistency together, there's a lot of missed potential throughout this map. These dreams is quite awkward to hit.
Yeah, good luck, have fun, have been exchanged in chat, so we will be going into the match. Thailand possibly going to go on match point, but Hong Kong, don't leave them out. They were able to win the last map, and maybe that advantage will be pushed on to this one, taking a break point, and a very important one at that.
Yeah, very important juncture right here for Hong Kong. I think the whole kind of paradigm of this match could be flipped if Hong Kong can take this breakpoint against Thailand, but it needs to happen now, or else, yeah, match point could go to Thailand. Straight off the bat, no one drops, so it's looking good for both teams right now. Slight accuracy lead on the side of Thailand, just because of Quotient having a pretty rough start from the beginning, but they have recovered. So now, only slight accuracy lead on the side of Thailand.
Yeah, I believe all the accuracies on Thailand are actually higher than the accuracies on Hong Kong, but so early in the match, it doesn't really matter that much. A quarter of the map has just gone through a 3-digit lead for Thailand at this point. 200s as usual, will be able to swing it just like we have been seeing in the past, but this lead has been increasing for Thailand. It is almost up to 2K just off of accuracies alone.
Yeah, I think Thailand's not just showing why they're so good on these rice picks. Just these three players can get so much accuracy, but here we go. This is kind of the bread and butter of this map, the 350 BPM streams. And now we might be seeing a couple of misses, even a couple of 200 could determine this map right now. But no one is blinking. They're still doing their best, and Coach is the first one to drop, and that was is going to blue straight up to 6,000 points. No one in Thailand's willing to drop, and Pavan just did! Now they're even, but still Thailand's having a bit of an accuracy lead right now. They need some more drops on the side of Thailand if Hong Kong wants to take this.
Yeah, a 3K lead for Thailand as both players get up to that 400 combo mark. So Thailand still has an advantage, but Pavan takes a miss just as they get to there. I think this can swing the lead for Hong Kong, but Koshman missed. Pavan breaks as well, but the miss for Koshman is so much more devastating since they were at that 400 combo. Hong Kong just barely having the lead. I don't know whether that's a real lead though, because it is flickering. A sliver of the map left is going to come down to the wire. Thailand needs to continue, but Koshman missing at the end.
Oh, disaster for Hong Kong! The lead was on their hand! The gold was on their hand, but it slipped away in the final few seconds. Oh, that is tough. That is so tough. And now this is match point for Thailand. What a score from Kong Kai and Farfangu, 994k. So is Korea taking the MVP of this map, but it wasn't enough. The miss at the end from Koshipen. That was the undoing of this map.
It has been so hard for Hong Kong to take points because Thailand always has a second player to be able to match with their top. So even if their lowest player struggles a lot more, it just is not enough. It's so difficult for Hong Kong to break through. And now they have to pick a map that they feel really confident on. They do go for Rice 7, are very, very techy, a concentration. It's an autotalic ground map. You know this is going to have a bunch of mini jacks, a bunch of really, really awkward mini jacks at that. And this is a very different map that we have than anything we've seen so far. So honestly, this could go either way.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. This is such a volatile pick. And I think right now on the side of Hong Kong, you just have to get the volatile picks to fish up a couple of misses. And this is the map to do it. The Taiko World Cup original song being reused here. And this is such a... and the ending of this pick is going to determine basically the fate of this match. The ending, I think it gets 200 BPM, just basically vibro sections.
Yeah, that sounds about right. 200 BPM is not ever easy. We saw 150 earlier in the core jack. So imagine going up 50 BPM. I think even a 10 BPM difference is going to be like kind of difficult for these players. So 50 is no joke.
Oh yes, in the meantime, I think there's another match being streamed right now. It's the winners bracket matchup between UK and China. So if you're interested, feel free to check out this B stream as well. I mean, what a match to be streamed on the B stream right there.
I do believe it is being delayed just to finish up this match, and then they'll move it over to this stream.
Okay,
so
my
stay
bad.
tuned.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay.
Oh, maybe they aren't streaming yet. I cannot tell. But I mean, let's just focus up. We'll figure it out after this map is done. Thailand on match point. If they win this, they move on to finals once again for another year in a row. But if not, Hong Kong will still have a chance to get to tiebreaker in this match.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, we're gonna be seeing Honfu coming in. So first time we're seeing them since the first pick of this match. We might be seeing potentially the final pick of this match right now if Thailand takes this pick. And here we go. The 96 class contradiction. There's so many. I'm so excited to see this. I haven't seen this map being picked since. It's not really like a map that's got picked quite often. I remember seeing this map being banned quite a few times.
Yeah, I mean, this map is just so difficult to be able to play, so it's very understandable. I think this is kind of like the hardest Rice map in the pool, just because of how techy it is.
Yeah, that's for sure. And here we go. You can just see the really dense meat ejections coming left, right, and center right now. But no one's tripping up so far. Slight accuracy on the other side of Thailand. I think Pumco is struggling a lot with the accuracy right now, down to 99.28%. They're trying their best to hold the full combo, but the accuracy's just betrayed them right now.
Yeah, right now this accuracy lead is just off of Pumco's low accuracy. Parpunger has been able to stabilize all of Thailand, who's honestly dominating this map. A 99.9 for Pavin right now. They're doing so well. Pumco needs to hold combo because if something like Pavin misses, as we do see, it doesn't matter if Pumco has bad accuracy. It really only matters how well their combo is. I think that is the most important thing in this map since nobody's going to have super good accuracy.
You're saying that, but Korea and Coach is just moving you around with the 99.85% right now. Like, they're doing their best to hold this match as long as possible. Pumco is also holding the combo, and I think that's just the important thing. It's just the combo. Thailand's trying their best to raise their accuracy up, but Korea and Coach is just keeping Thailand in check right now. There's still so much more maps left to go. We're only halfway through.
Yeah, and Pavin taking an early miss at that section was kind of the nail in the coffin right there, but Pumco taking out that nail. And this lead may swing over to Thailand, but Hong Kong's supporting scores is kind of a flip-up. Hong Kong has two really strong supporting scores, whereas Thailand kind of struggling. But Kurahab missing as well, that's going to swing it.
And that's the tough part. Just right before kind of a bit of a break is going to be really tilting for Kurahab right now, but they need to hold together. And Parburger with just an uncharacteristic miss at the break.
Parburger misses on literal air.
But I think there's still a lot of missed potential. We're just approaching to the end. This is where might be seeing a full team collapse right now. Having missing is really proving the point. There's still so much more of the maps left. The scoring's on the side of Hong Kong, but can they hold it? Pumco is holding as much as possible. Coach is still holding full combo, matching that of Konkawa.
Quotient needs to hold. They haven't been able to do it so far in the match very well, but this is the one time that they have to do it. Match point. This is the situation where you have to clutch up, and Pavin missing. I think that's going to be so well for Hong Kong. They now can't afford another miss, and as we go to this last sliver of map, I think this gives Hong Kong a lead unless a devastating break comes for any players on their team, but it's not looking like that is going to happen, and they are going to go up 2-5. Giving them some sort of chance. And I think Thailand will definitely struggle on this point forward. They don't have that many picks left.
Yeah, I mean, I think the accuracy in general, I think Thailand would have takes it just because of Pumco, I think, struggling a lot on the accuracy, but they managed to hold well enough, and definitely Quotient with the MVP-like performance. Also, Korea with just a black flag right there. That is really good score and saving Hong Kong for another pick. Now Thailand has to pick long notes, right? I mean, they still have a whole sea of picks to go for on the long note side of things.
They really do. They do lack Rice, and I do think it is interesting to see that Thailand has not been picking LNs. I am not too sure why that's the case. Maybe they don't feel too confident on it for whatever reason. They are going to pick it now. They are actually going to pick our Osu original, the Marmalade Butcher song. Ellen, actually no, it is an Osu original. It's the lime one from like, what is it called? Standard, I think, though. So still an Osu original, but it is going to be Pixel Planet. We've been alluding to this for the past few maps.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a tough pick for Hong Kong to be able to win against Thailand. I think, as you said previously, if I remember correctly, I think Thailand so far got the strongest team score on this pick so far this weekend. And that also includes like the match, I think all of the matches so far. So this is going to be a tough hill to climb, but seeing how Hong Kong can still climb back 2 picks already, we might be seeing a potential comeback run for Hong Kong. 5-1 down, but it doesn't matter. The match is not over until it is over.
Yeah, I do think the difference between this and the last time that Thailand played Pixel Planet is that Thailand has played so many more maps at this point. They have to play basically everything with this team roster, Pavin, Kakawe, Parponger. So I think possibly they may be struggling a bit more on terms of like their ability to play this as highly accurate, just because it is so dense at 220 BPM.
Yeah, this is the kind of the bread and butter toaster pick right here. There's gonna be a lot of bursts in between the map. So at 222 BPM, 1.6 burst is going to 333 BPM burst. Late in between the long nodes, so I think that's where a lot of players could pick up a couple of misses.
Yeah, and early on, Kuroha taking a break. I was going to talk about how Parponger is struggling a bit more with accuracy, but that break from Kuroha is not what you want to see. This map is decently short. It is under 2 minutes, and this lead has ballooned to the 8K mark. We will need to see at least 1 or 2 misses from Thailand or a bunch of devastating accuracy drops on their squad to see this lead swing over. We have seen that happen in the past. It is not unreasonable, but it's looking like this lead is kind of going more and more in favor of Thailand.
Yeah, but I think there's still some points to pick here. I think Parponger having the lowest accuracy on the board, showing some signs of struggle. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a miss coming in very soon, but still, Kongkai and Pavin doing everything they can with 99.84 and 82. Also being matched by Quotient, but just the supporting squad on side Thailand is just so much stronger right now. Heading to a slight break, but there's still like a quarter of the map left, and this is where the density ramps up even more. This is where we might be seeing the score going straight back to Hong Kong, if not careful.
Yeah, and 7K lead, quarter of the map left. Quotient is the one to break, and that is not what you want to see. Hong Kong takes another fall off. 12K lead and climbing for Thailand. A sliver of the map left. Pavin and Konkawa are not looking to be able to break. Will they be able to clutch it out and take this going up, winning the whole match? It looks like that's going to happen. Thailand wins 6-2. I think I can do the math. Yes, 6-2.
6-2, yes. Quite a decisive win for Thailand, managing to kind of beat out Hong Kong in various different fields. The hybrids, the long notes, and the rise. So, a statement victory for Thailand, beating out Hong Kong and Canada. I think they are like top 6 contenders. And Thailand just swiftly defeat both of them, and now they're putting a ticket into the finals. Top 6 confirmed for Thailand. That means, unfortunately, for Hong Kong, this is where we have to say goodbye to them. A Cinderella story, seed 4 in the qualifiers, and they did all they can, but against the powerhouse of Thailand, there were no match against the likes of Konkawi, Pavin, and Parponger.
Yep, but with that being said, some people will join the commentary booth for possibly another match that we were talking about earlier. Let me introduce Pataraj and Mifa. Sorry, I forgot your name, Pataraj, even though I was reading it.
Wow. Can't believe that. I cannot believe that Sun Apple would forget about me. Wow.
Wow.
You were breaking my heart.
This is quite a slander, honestly.
I'm so sorry.
No way, man. Anyways, we'll be taking the commentary relay here to segue immediately into China versus the United Kingdom. We've been waiting. We've been holding our breaths for this match while the previous match was going on, so that you can see it live on this channel and not on the second channel. Well, I'm here with Mifa.
Yeah. Once again, hello, and this is actually quite anticipated for a match, because this is the last match on the block of the weekend, because this is on the winners bracket, and we already saw the other match, which is like US versus Chile, which was happening on quite some time now, but this is the second one on the winners bracket, and you could say that this might be point of contention that it could go to a tiebreaker if they play their cards right.
Yeah, honestly, like the seedings don't mean much at this point, even though they're pretty close, I would say. I feel like the number 1 seed from China does stem from I feel like it stems from their proficiency around quarterfinals, but starting from semifinals, we'll start seeing some differences in scaling, and that's what we're interested to see from China and the United Kingdom. We don't really have any information from now since this is a winner's bracket match, their first match of the weekend.
Oh yeah. Although it is to say that we probably should see bans coming out right here. China opting to ban Korjak pick. It seems like a smart ban on their part, I feel.
Yeah, I feel like the United Kingdom, especially like that particular lineup, is especially proficient in terms of accuracy and Korjaks. So definitely a wise ban.
And of course, UK, United Kingdom banning one of the OSU originals, as to be expected, because they really don't want to handle or actually touch just the weirdest hybrid in existence of this tournament.
Yeah, maybe they hate the French as well. I mean, the United Kingdom, it wouldn't be a surprise coming from the United Kingdom hating the French. I mean... I feel like that's the entire reason though. But anyways, going into hybrid number 1 as the first pick from China. Very interesting pick. We haven't really seen that pick come into play that often, I feel like.
Yes, it seems like a decent choice from China at the very least. This is just the generic density hybrid that I should think that China should be able to at least manage to a considerable degree to get very higher scores other than UK.
Yeah, like coming into China's lineup, I feel like China does have a very well-rounded lineup as a whole. So going into hybrid as a match starter makes a whole lot of sense. We'll see how the United Kingdom can respond to that, however.
Yeah, should be. We're probably waiting on the third player for UK. I was going to assume Zubin is probably catching in for the hybrid because it's already this late game towards in the stage of the tournament. But yes. anyone can actually do it. Yeah, okay, Zubin is coming in.
Yeah, this is Zubin, the late game legend, as we've seen in many World Cups before that. All of the players are getting ready and just sorting out some things behind the scenes, it seems, and we'll be ready to start the match soon.
Yeah, this is interesting because if you take into account the accuracy gain from China and United Kingdom, they feel pretty equal, I think, in terms of distribution of ratio and MA or PA or just whatever you want to call it, but it's the thing that is just the consistency, and you could see that they would want to minimize any sort of mistakes, and I think this would be the test of a pick. I think it's for hybrid.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, I feel like China going into hybrid is definitely like a statement that they're not super confident going like full Rice or full LN against the United Kingdom. So we might see kind of a dynamic matchup between the two teams here, not a straight up Rice versus LN matchup.
Interesting to know that China, at the very least, in the earlier game stages, we haven't seen Parasol Tree in quite a while because I think they're mostly specialized in more of the trickier hybrid side of things, and this has everything that Parasol wants to do.
Yeah, right now they're acting as a third player, but I dare say that the third player role within a team is the most important one, because the third player has to play damage control essentially to not give out the lead too much to the other team. Speaking of which, China is right now leading with 5,000 points. It is not a lot, it can still steer towards the United Kingdom, but yeah, I think Momentum just has to catch up in terms of accuracy a little bit.
Yeah, all around very solid for at the very least up until when the second half starts. But the accuracy needs to catch up for United Kingdom because it's still lower than even the weakest player on China.
Yeah, right now I think like the UK is starting to kind of solidify their accuracy average around 99.7. However, China is around 99.83, I would say, 99.84, just revolving around full melt right now.
All it takes is just one miss, but Spanner Dude is the first one to drop on United Kingdom.
Oh, that's very unfortunate for the United Kingdom, but it is China's pick after all, so the United Kingdom can respond with their own pick afterwards.
Yeah, it's just all plain smooth and sailing here, and as the map progresses, China will be able to take this first point. Pretty confident pick, I would say.
Yeah, like seeing this team score coming from China definitely explains why they went for hybrid number 1 as a first pick. I feel like they practiced this and they told themselves, yeah, we can master this. It's fine as a first pick. 994, 994, 993. Absolutely incredible team score coming from China.
Yeah, on average, I think you could see China's hybrid picks, hybrid scores in particular, have been stellar overall. I think throughout this entire tournament, maybe not the best, but it's definitely way high above there in terms of I guess in terms of score differentials, in terms of rankings.
Yeah, I mean, historically speaking, China has always been a really consistent team as a whole. Like, they don't really have any sharpshooters like many other teams would have. Like, they don't really have any like a singular absolutely monster player. Well, maybe Donex, maybe, but in certain circumstances, you know. But like, China has always been known as this team that could dish out some incredible team performances and emphasis on team performances.
Well, I guess that translates well to why they are the number 1 seed for this tournament. They don't necessarily need the highest accuracy to perform well. It's just whether you are more consistent enough to beat the other teams.
Yeah, just gotta wonder where the United Kingdom is going to strike, and they are going to strike in the Rice category, the Rice technical category actually. Rice number 6 is going to be quite an interesting pick as an opener from the United Kingdom.
It's a bit far cry in terms of technical pick, because this is just technically a dumb chart. Like, no question about it, as all it revolves around is just speedier patterns and more of the awkwardness of the dumb patterns more than anything.
It is also a fairly short pick, all things considered. 2 minutes and 21 seconds, like not too long, so a miss in the middle of that pick could very well steer the balance between one or the other team, so we will keep the combo breaks on watch for this pick. Donex making their entrance here for China, and Worm as well.
I'm trying to think here because I haven't seen. I'm the third player from the United Kingdom, which I was mentioning Abyss here, but I can't recall on what did they play on in the tournament, because I remember that in qualifiers, or at the very least the earlier game rounds, I haven't seen them much. So.
Yeah, I feel like Abyss is one of those people that come into play into late game. I feel like a fair amount of lineups account for the late game through people who don't necessarily have great accuracy but are great third players to play exactly like that damage control I was talking about before.
Okay, so I'm trying to think that instead of Dawn X, we don't have we have I don't know, which perfectly reasonable. As I don't know what I played for most of the harder and harder Rice picks as time goes on.
Yeah, honestly, like seeing those names for late game picks is definitely settling in the fact that we are in fact in semifinals, and this map is also really hard. I haven't seen a lot of like really confident full combos on this one.
Star rating of 30 quotation marks 5.04.
Yeah, like do not mind the star rating. It is fairly underrated.
They did quite a funny on the star rating, but regardless, this pick is, yeah, you can clearly see why they are hard enough to be on the semifinals.
Yeah, but never mind that Zubin, and I don't know what. Oh god, why?
Why would you do that? Not this early in.
Yeah, no, it's fairly early in, so I don't know what Hai can still recover to catch up to the United Kingdom, especially if the United Kingdom is not necessarily invulnerable to misses either.
I mean, even after that, it doesn't seem to actually budge at all in accuracy. Like, it's still like around 99.8, even beating out Abyss.
Yeah, honestly, like, great job from them just maintaining this level of accuracy. And this entire lobby has no one below 99.8. Right now, this is an absolutely stellar lobby performance as a whole.
Yeah, UK has one job, and they had to do it properly, as accuracy is now starting to shift a little bit towards China, and they need to maintain this kind of consistency going forward.
Yeah, as mentioned, Abyss, definitely a late game entry into the United Kingdom's lineup. Definitely playing quote-unquote damage control. Like, I call that damage control, but 99.81 full combo is like an absolutely stellar performance on this map.
All it takes is one mistake, and they really need to plow through this, because difference is not going anywhere at this point. Even with like the two highest performance in China is like 99.85 above, and that even nullifies the two United Kingdom carries here from Spanish and Zubin.
Yeah, just a little bit more! No! The trades!
Actually, it's a little bit sketchy towards the end. 1,000. Oh, okay. 1,900. Oh, boy.
Oh, that was really hot water right now. Like, it is really fortunate that I don't know what I actually missed at the same time as Abyss. It could have been a disaster for the United Kingdom for their first pick.
UK should be very thankful for that one extra mistake from I don't know there, because otherwise that 2v1 double S is not able to carry the entire UK team without that.
Yeah, people are just popping off in this lobby. Like, this is an easy pick for those teams. It is definitely settling in the fact that we are in fact in the winners bracket.
I have 4 words for that. Pool not hard enough.
Yeah, just wait for the finals and the grand finals.
Apparently that's the first V1 double S for Spanner Dude, so kudos to that. Maybe that contributes in some way.
Yeah, we believe in the tournament skill boost. It always happens when you've got some extra adrenaline to get those extra 1,000 points, and we saw the difference between the two teams. It was less than 2,000, so yeah, those matter.
All right, China's turn to pick here. They have quite a bit of few picks at their disposal after the win, quite a convincing win on the hybrid. So they can continue doing that, or rather, they can just go with LS.
Yeah, just keep in mind that both teams do have like a baseline timer. They have a ooh.
Oh,
Yeah, they
so
have a
original.
Yeah, they have a baseline like 2-minute timer, and beyond that timer is the timeout. They don't necessarily like if what they need to do is like below the 2-minute timer, then they can take an informal like mini timeout or something. But yeah, element number 3.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how China will perform on a much harder long node picks in general, because we're at a point that even like one mistake on a longer pick like this, it could be quite fatal at this stage of a game, especially if you're against a team that are also juggernauts in sense of LNs.
Yeah, never mind that. Like, the semifinals LNs are also throwing in a lot of wrenches, especially since this pick is like almost 3 minutes long, and at 242 BPM, it does have its fair sheer amount of technicality involved. So even seasoned LN players may catch some unfortunate chokes in there.
Yeah, even the best of the best players of long nodes should probably have to be careful with handling this, because otherwise they could have a miss somewhere without even noticing. That's just kind of the nature of the technical long node picks like this.
Yeah, welcoming the mini egg on the field for the United Kingdom.
And Zubin's staying in for long nodes. Pretty interesting. I mean, I've seen Zubin to be playing more of the late game long nodes, but to this extent, probably not really.
Yeah, it might have to be a little bit of a third player / damage control kind of situation, because I feel like either mini egg or Zubin who's gonna play the role of damage control. Maybe both of them actually. I don't really know how people are scaling on these semifinals LNs on both teams, that is.
All right, here we go. We'll see how this pans out here for. Hang on. If I'm seeing this correctly, this should be China's pick, yeah? Because the border is blue, apparently. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it should be China's pick. Yeah, there's a little bit of a mishap in the laser client, but do not worry. This is effectively China's pick still.
Yeah, should take into account that this is China's pick, not UK's, as you would suggest in the border of the pick.
Yeah, just a little bit of call blindness, but we are settling into this erratic pick. This is already like going with a bang, and right now China does have the slightest advantage, especially in terms of accuracy. Zubin kind of having a false start right now, but still has almost 3 minutes to catch up in terms of accuracy.
Should be relatively okay for the most part. At least it's a good start. No other mistakes other than accuracy drops like 200s or something along those lines that are particularly fatal. They're still holding the full combo, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, honestly, like it's up to Parasol Tree to kind of maintain the bottom line of the Chinese team. So the 4,000 points difference does like hinge on the accuracy difference alone.
Yeah, one singular mistake is really all what they need, and it's just really actually kind of shrinking a little bit there. I think Parasol Tree might have dropped a few 200s on their side too.
Yeah, Parasol Tree dipping below 99.7%, but Donix actually catching up in terms of accuracy. Mini Egg not quite maintaining the 99.8 baseline, so it does allow a window of opportunity for China to catch up, especially if Full Melt is even growing higher in terms of accuracy. 19.82, 81 now, just maintaining that that level of accuracy. Definitely decent enough to match Ting momentum.
Yeah, Spanish Team Momentum has been trying to nullify 4Mel's lead there. Donx actually, the only thing that are the differences are just the two players.
Alright, Power Soul 3 seems to have stabilized to 99.68. Zubin still catching up in terms of accuracy, 99.52, not that far behind. A combo break could mean the world to the United Kingdom right now.
Yeah, relatively safely for China, so no. At the very least, this accuracy is growing ever so slightly in China's favor, and it's just mesmerizing to see how you could consistently get about 99.7 on average. Like, this pick is not easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, everyone is keeping their own accuracy stable. Like, none of the accuracies have changed throughout the entire map. Everyone with a full combo, the full lobby full combo with really great accuracies as well.
Man, no way. That's okay. That's a V1 double S. Apparently, we're taking momentum with Spatter, dude. None of the China has 1, 2, and 3 respectively. That's just quite impressive.
Yeah, that's what we call a banger. But I do feel like the main difference lies in the accuracy department. So it does kind of introduce a potential change of strategy that the United Kingdom could go for. Like, I feel like if China is consistent enough that they are actually keeping up with the full combos in the LN department, the United Kingdom has to focus on getting better accuracy, otherwise they're going to be left behind.
Yeah, once we sort out a little bit of a technical issue because of the wrong color of a pick earlier, so this is the next would be United Kingdom's pick, and they have options, but not a whole lot of confident options. So to say.
Yeah, honestly, like here, the back and forth is definitely scary because it's not exactly 100% back and forth. There are some dangerous picks within the rice category as well as the LN category. Like, China doesn't necessarily want to pick LN2, for example, because it's a little bit too straightforward. But
Violent Storm is the pick for UK.
I don't know if I like this pick because, like, it's definitely a stamina based pick, which the United Kingdom is definitely really good at. But also keep in mind that China is a really consistent team.
China does have their consistency based players for at the very least a good majority of them are able to handle patterns that are just around this kind of speed. But that's kind of the point where China cannot afford to miss like the previous like Gekisha Infinity we saw before.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see how everything goes here. I feel like every single player in this lobby is going to be able to sustain this level of physicality, but can they sustain like not only the physical stamina but also the mental stamina required to sustain this pick until the very end? 3 minutes and 31 seconds. I dare say this is pretty nerve-wracking to be in for all players involved. 2-1 right now for China. It is definitely a really close battle.
Okay, so yeah, Zubin's coming back as well. So Abyss is also joining back in as well. Should be relatively okay for UK's team at the moment.
The GLHFs are going in the lobby chat, so we are going to go into Violent Storm, the jump stream stamina pick.
So we don't have I don't know what I for instead we instead see Parasol Tree for playing this. Hopefully this sort out a little bit of an inconsistency for China's at the very least. Apparently that's all 100% for 100 nodes in at the very least.
Yeah, just settling into this intro, and here we go into the actual map with a fair share of trills and anchors as, well, Lemon Guy's signature, really.
Yeah, Lemon Guy's charts in particular has been pretty... It's very abrasive running min-ish trilly patterns, or the whole shebang in terms of shenanigans.
Yeah, absolutely. It is absolutely unforgiving, especially when you put that at 260 BPM for 3 minutes and 31 seconds once again.
Relatively fine for the most part. I guess again, China's accuracy is much better this time around. They just need to hold on to much longer time because this pick is around 3.5 minutes, that is. It should be kind of hard because to sustain this amount of consistency is really hard.
Yeah, Abyss right now dipping below the 99.8 territory. Definitely still a fair amount behind Parasol Tree, but not too far behind if a combo break happens on the Chinese end side of things. And there are definitely a lot of chokeable elements to this chart, so definitely want to look out for those.
Now we're at a point that this only second half of this it could be a little bit worse for wear, and China's accuracy is still around hovering on 99.9. All three players, that is.
Yeah, Parasol Tree just caught up to the 99.9 territory, and right now the United Kingdom is trying to work towards that boundary, especially with those gnarly anchors. Everyone just coming out alive. Accuracies unchallenged here.
This is still.
No!
Oh wow! Okay, there's the first drop on the United Kingdom side, and second one to boot.
Oh no! They are falling prey to the last quarter. No!
They lost some steam here at the last quarter of it here. Accuracy is gonna actually skyrocket in China's favor in the lead for the most part.
Yeah, no, like the UK stamina just had to give out in the end. They were sustaining the pick well enough to be praying for China's combo break, but the combo break on China's end is just not happening. Like, what are they even doing?
No shot. This is triple V1 double S, is it? I mean, there's this Jack, but they don't seem to have any 200s on that.
Yeah, they just not affected at all. Like,
they just don't budge.
They're just there.
Hang on, wait, 997k on average. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's a 2,991k team score from China on a semifinals stamina map. That's how consistent they are.
Only a singular 200 from Team China. That is just unreal.
Man, it is absolutely astonishing what China can accomplish still at this point of the tournament. Like, they're definitely holding the first seeding for a reason. I thought like they would. I thought like the qualifiers result wouldn't scale at this point, but nah, they know what they're doing. They're really consistent, and their consistency just carries on to the semifinals.
In fact, I'm scared for China if they actually manage to get onto much later pools. I don't know.
No, man, this is really hard for the UK right now. They have to come up with a strategy on the spot here. There's definitely still some amount of of flexibility. Well, right now it is China's pick, but they have to think about their next move afterwards. I feel like they could risk one of the riskier LNs or hybrids, or maybe one of the Rice techs. They shouldn't go into one of the straightforward picks though.
So LN1 is the pick for China. They really went missing on this one, huh?
I do hope they're not gonna miss in this pick, because the missing in this pick would leave their points, I dare say, missing.
Yeah, by missing I meant that they're on Team UK. There are no players on there. They are literally missing.
Oh my god, they're actually playing the pick right now. They're missing. Where is the UK? Has the UK been wiped from the world map? Just like that meme.
Where did they go?
Where did the UK go? Maybe it was just all a dream.
I mean, sure, they probably keep swapping out, and then eventually we get to the same conclusion that they probably pick the same 3 players, like Mania, Spanner Dude, or maybe even Zubin, I think.
Yeah, Zubin playing LN at this stage of the tournament is definitely a statement to think about coming from the UK.
Yeah, gonna count as Ting or Spanner Dude is gonna come back in, I would assume. Yeah, there you go. Literally not missing, so good.
Yeah, welcome back, Squiddy, to the lobby. I'm sorry, Ting Momentum.
Alright, should be starting soon here. No other changes made apart from Fall Melt and maybe Wim from before, because we saw Fall Melt also play on one of the Osu originals as well. So it should be the same players for China.
Let's see what the UK can do on this pick. I'm really interested to see how they're scaling in terms of coordination.
Not a very strong start for Zubin. There's a 200 apparently on the first 15 notes or so.
Yeah, that's what we call a late start, unfortunately.
Oh no. Hopefully they don't get rushed or something.
Yeah, I believe in the straightforward spurt.
Sure. Yeah, the pick starts in quite a little bit slower than usual, because even though it says that it's around 3 minutes, it should pick up back soon. You could see the difference right now. It's just basically nothing.
Yeah, honestly, China is pace chasing as best as they can. Like their form is absolutely superb. Like 99.8 right now is their baseline right now, and they're absolutely trailblazing.
They're absolutely not rushing at all. Even consistency-wise, this is just, I mean, side by side, it's just really a player versus player, really.
Okay, so Parasol Tree did drop some accuracy, going from 99.8 to 99.73. It is definitely a window of opportunity for the United Kingdom, especially if the lead is shrinking down to 2,000 points. We have to keep watch about that.
Yeah, no mistakes whatsoever. This in the middle of the chart, really. We're entering the last third now.
Yeah, like right now, Zubin and Ting Momentum are actually building up their accuracy, so it is really dangerous. It is looking really dangerous for China right now.
I mean, at this point, they're just going with the flow, right? There's no point whatsoever in point of returning.
Okay, come on, Zubin. Come on, Zubin. And close. And closer, Zubin. And closer.
It's not budging at all. Accuracy is even higher for China now.
God, is something gonna happen? Parasol 3 maintaining that 99.74. It is stable right now. Mania building up that accuracy actually, so that lead is kind of shrinking right now, but it's not shrinking fast enough.
Even then, it's still the same. Actually, now we're at the last stretch of this now. Hopefully, they make haste.
Last stretch now. Last stretch.
It's not quite there. Oh boy, 6-way FC.
Yeah, no, it's not enough. It's not enough for the UK, but look at that lobby performance. Like, if we like assess the final scores from the UK, this is an absolutely astounding performance, like from the UK team. Like, I feel like they did as best they could, but it was not enough against China. It was still really, really close.
MVP goes by Donex by quite a neck there, actually, just on sheer ratio alone.
Yeah, it just comes to show what people can do on these like modern LNs. Also, like I'm starting to sweat a little bit behind the scenes because like the LN tournament is also going on right now. So yeah, those maps have to be hard to kind of challenge those world-class players.
Yeah, it might be even more extreme because when you say that LN tournament is live just around this weekend, where it's still on the qualifier stage, but one of them is around this level, so it's kind of a testament to how they are just too good at the game, really.
Yeah, honestly, I talking about the LN tournament, I took a look at some of the qualifier scores, and yeah, there are many good people. There are many talented people in the world, and it is really scary to think about. And those map pools have to kind of follow suit, and you'll come to see that in the finals showcase at 20 UTC, and afterwards next week, the grand finals showcase as well.
Oh boy, we're actually entering another consistency chart here to 70 BPM jump stream picked from UK.
China actually asking for a timeout. That is kind of an uncommon move to do, especially when you're in the lead, like 4-1 right now. But they are still asking for a timeout. Maybe they do have like a kind of an unplanned circumstance.
Yeah, on the off chance they're gonna use the timeout, I think this is one of the better times to do it, especially when you're at 3 points up.
Yeah, better now than later when you're like in trouble. But yeah, anyways, let's assess the situation right now. We are going into Rise number 2, a speedy jump stream map, clocking in at 270 BPM. We saw the results previously on Rise number 3, and China came out on top both like on accuracy and consistency.
Yeah, but this one is fairly light in terms of density. They're not as straining as the Rise 3, for example.
Yeah, it's not a lemon guy jump stream, so it's quite it kind of plays differently. So we might see different results even on jump streams themselves. But yeah, what can the United Kingdom do besides just trailblaze on? If they win Rise 2, I dare say they're gonna go Rise number 1. But I don't know. I feel like the United Kingdom could go for a little bit more of a risk taking approach. But at the same time, risk taking doesn't always pay off when you're against like China, which is like definitely like seed number 1, one of the best teams in the world.
And now it's literally only a player or one player in the lobby and the rest are just missing. Literally.
They are missing into the cosmos.
Exactly. Now they are not. Yeah, so we're staring a little bit on a very lively lobby.
Yeah, just staring into the abyss. Well, abyss is not here. Well, staring into the cosmos.
Well, yeah, I mean, void would be an apt description of what this is.
Yeah. Is there a player named Void here?
Not in the tournament, but there's one that is called Void. But
yeah, I feel like I feel like Void exists in the community. I feel like I've seen them before in tournaments.
Oh yeah. And now the dawn arise.
The dawn arise. The sun rises upon the lobby.
Apparently we are just confused as we are for taking a pity on the chat right now.
Yeah, no, like, the sun has risen, but the people have not woken up yet. Oh, parasol tree. We are setting up the parasol.
Huh. Okay, so we got two out of 6. Are we gonna see 3 soon-ish?
Drum roll. Waiting for it.
There you go.
Okay, one's gonna be the third. Who's gonna be the first on the United Kingdom side? What is your guess?
I would say Zubin first, maybe.
I would bet on Ting Momentum. Well, it's funny that is. Same time actually. Yo, that was close.
Yo, we need a VAR on that.
No, we need the photo finish here. They appeared at the same time here. They were neck and neck.
It depends on whether or not we got the footage for that.
I mean we can clip it and just rerun the VOD or something. Are we gonna do this right now?
Oh no! Not at the very least. We saw the last player to come in the lobby.
Okay, I thought that was the last one that, yeah. Fomelt and Newson is actually here. Yo, okay.
Alright, so we're seeing Newson for the first time in this match. Maybe a fresh perspective would work for Rice picks at the very least.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see like Newson on their first pick of the match. We actually have the referee just showing us who came first into the lobby. It was in fact Ting Momentum as known as Paradu. So I won my bet, you lost. L, I guess.
Okay, good. Okay, sure. You won this time.
This time, I won a point. What is gonna be the tiebreaker of horse betting? I mean, player betting.
Wow. Okay. No, we're not going into that section of the tournament. You know.
I mean, Pick'ems is essentially MMS Mana.
I mean, sure. It's not, but there's some things that you have to tweak in order to win Pick'ems. You know.
Yeah, I wish we had like skill allocation on Pick'ems. Can we have that for next year?
I don't know. Ask Halo Watcher apparently.
Okay, feature request.
Nice. Okay, going back into this match right now, it should be a relatively good start for the most part. Other than the fact that the weakest accuracy is around like 9.84 outside of Ting or Spanner Dude.
Okay, China is still really consistent, and this pick is really short as well. 2 minutes and 3 seconds. We are going to see this pick go in an instant. But right now, the United Kingdom does have a chance to catch up if China lets up a little bit of accuracy. Not even a combo break, it's just accuracy alone.
Actually, quite solid overall. It's just the outlier is that the weakest link is the OML 99.86 now. It's matching Spanish for the most part. The two main carries are just going afloat here. In fact, I think even China has the slightest bit of edge, but Formels keep gradually dropping the accuracy now.
Yeah, it all lies on Fomel just not dropping, just playing damage control on accuracy, and the United Kingdom just catching up in terms of accuracy. Like, the accuracy from the United Kingdom is actually going up. So I guess, no! It actually, oh no, that was tragic.
Oh, one drop run, that's all it takes. Even though there's one last stretch of this char right here, it's just the last section of this jump stream. But it's really just the same thing.
No, they actually had it in the bag. Like, I dare say, we're gonna watch the accuracies at the end, but I dare say that if the United Kingdom did not miss...
hang on! Formel there.
Hold your horses.
Wow.
No, okay.
That miss was late enough that it didn't really make much of a dent here, and goodness me, that's it could have been much closer if it was actually missed like 100 nodes earlier.
No, yeah. The United Kingdom would have definitely won this pick, like based on ratio alone. Like Fomel was definitely a fair amount behind in terms of ratio, so that would have given the point to the United Kingdom, even with Donix's absolutely tremendous lead over the entire lobby. 998.6. Like, what is that score?
Boy, oh boy, this is match point for China now. They're 5-1, and they have they get the break point, so this is their turn to pick now. Oh boy, this is one ballsy pick, I think.
That is the ballsiest pick of the ballsiest pick. So the dilemma of this one is a very long jack centric pick, so it is quite interesting to see China going for it, kind of trying to trying to corner the UK against the figurative wall here.
I'll be honest with you, as much as I really like this song being used for this iteration of the tournament, I just really dislike the song cut in this. It's really, it feels really like off-putting to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, we do best with what we have. Like, I mean, we're not gonna go with the full song here, because like the full song is literally like TB size.
Yeah, but it could have been at least smoother to say, because there are some sections that I think I heard in my mind that it could work, but yeah, like that one song cut right in,
yeah,
it feels abrupt.
Yeah, yeah, it does feel like sometimes, like when you know the song, like when you know how the song is cut, like you cannot unhear well, the build up, and you feel like the build up has been stolen from your soul or something like that.
Yeah, not to discredit, because I think the map is pretty it's serviceable for this at the stage of the game. It's really hard for what it is, but
yeah, like even in official games, like in other official rhythm games, like sometimes the cuts do feel abrupt. If they're cut like from actual, we are going to abort, I think.
Yeah, I mean it should be aborted, I think, or just waiting for the decision into what they want to abort. I think in the chat. All right, there we go. Yeah, there should be an abort because they quit it afterwards.
Yeah, it was before the 30-second timer, and also Parasol Tree calling immediately for the abort, as any player should.
Yeah, I mean, if you're at that point you have issues, you immediately have to start. I don't know, maybe just call out for help from the referees here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, also, behind the scenes we're also fairly on top of things, as not only referees but also commentators and also like streamer and everyone involved in this tournament. Really. By the way, shout out to all of the staff just maintaining this level of quality that you are witnessing right now on twitch.tv/USULive.
Yeah, seems like there are some technical issues on the keyboard for most parts here, so hopefully that should be sorted out.
Yeah, the UK is trying to chop the tree. Unfortunately, that is illegal.
Well, I guess. Take two. Hopefully there's no other issues coming forward from here. Let's see if they can make... not to get that late start or whatever.
Anyways, will those long jacks be better anticipated by everyone?
If this ends up being the amending the long jacks, okay, yeah, okay. So both Parasol Tree and Maniac escape unscathed with that long jack.
Yeah, Fomelt a little bit behind in terms of accuracy, but not too far behind, already catching up to 99.8 almost.
But there are still 4 long jacks remaining in this chart, I think. Everything else is just shield.
Yeah, very jacky pick, all things considered. Oh no, that is a nasty miss.
We haven't got to the long jacks here, and here comes the long jack block we talked about earlier. Let's see who gets this now.
Oh no,
not for Maniac.
Right.
One falling down.
Left hand, right hand.
One more.
Everyone's still alive for now.
Oh, 200 from Fomelt, actually. A little bit dangerous over there.
Yeah, Parasol Tree also dropping some fair amount of accuracy, dropping some more.
Fomelt at 99.5 here. Even Maniac tanked a little bit there, catching out from Fomelt's accuracy right here.
Yeah, Ting and Maniac just took some damage here. Maniac with the most damage out of all with a combo break.
All it takes is just a shield, but Maniac's taking another drop.
It's going into the later half, the Ki section.
This is where Swing Mister comes into play, and 2 misses right at the same time here. I think this is where the stamina being really dealt in, and they really need that recovery coming up right here. More long jacks, even then, that's still not budging.
Yeah, still nothing budging on China's side, and with almost 30,000 points of lead, we are
There's
coming.
No FCs remaining.
Yeah, no FCs remaining on the United Kingdom. We're closing the match right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're closing in on the last stretch of the chart here, and it seems like by some distance, although Parasol Tree did find a drop at the outro of this song, but at that point, 27k is quite a distance to walk from there.
Yeah, especially when there's not much of the map left. Still 2 full combos left on China's side, and we're gonna watch those scores because Donix's performance, for example, is
no shot.
Double S on fucking on another song, please.
V1 double S on Dans la Mer de song. That's just not. That just. I think that's the one of the bigger highlights, I think, for the semifinals round, because my goodness, that score is rare.
No, yeah, especially for a hybrid 2 pick, 995.2 in semifinals is kind of unheard of. That is a score and a half coming from Donix.
Goodness, that is one heck of a performance there for both of these teams, and China will be moving on to face United States on the winners bracket finals, and UK has one more shot though in the lower bracket, but they're guaranteed top 6, and China's guaranteed podium once again.
Yeah, Oh, I'm looking forward to see what China can do against the United States, because like we we are already like pretty excited about China taking the #1 seed like from the qualifiers onwards, but it kind of depends on how China scales on the finals map pool against the United States. Like the United States, we know that the United States can scale, that's not a question, but yeah, also the remaining question is how is the UK going to survive the losers bracket when there's like monsters lying beneath.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, that is definitely our last match on the block as well. And that's the last match even on the semifinals. All that's left is all people you know and love is the showcase of the finals map pool here. The bigger question would be if the map pools are to be made hard enough for the remaining 6 teams that are left out in the tournament.
Oh my god, Chile, Thailand, and South Korea, UK in the losers bracket, that is gonna be a bloodbath.
Well, it is a bloodbath, and without question, I mean, you would expect the best of the performances, even in this tournament, and even on the finals map pool, it could be a decider whether or not they would scale much better on the line of the finals map pool, because I've heard it's quite a jump, but I've never seen kind of a jump on like that before, I think.
Yeah, I feel like the jumps are needed at this point, because there comes a point in the tournament where like some of the teams are just drastically just have drastically higher ceilings than other teams, and yeah, it's not quite linear.
Yeah, and at that point, that jump is so necessary for the 6 teams remaining. And you know what is what when you also crank the difficulty of map pools, and I guess it's just bound to happen, really. And you know what else that you can actually crank? It's the banners from the OSA store right now for this iteration of this Mania 4K World Cup 2025. You can go to OSA store right now just to purchase the team banners, your favorites as well. You can even stack the team banners as well on your profile page, just so you can even probably annoy your friends around if they're looking at the profile page or whatever. You can go there and purchase it from the OSA store right now. And if your favorite team banner is end up being winning the 4K Mania World Cup 2025, you can get to keep that banner for much longer time. So get in there and support your favorite team at this moment in time.
And yeah, OSU banners, crank that. Mappool Showcase is going to be at 20 UTC, which means a little bit more than 5 hours from now. So we'll let the Mappoolers actually wake up from their hard work. I've been kind of monitoring their hard work behind the scenes, and they're definitely working really hard to provide you with the best map pools they can, and also like for the players, for the caliber of players we have left. In any case, we will be closing this entire weekend of matches, and we'll see each other going into the finals.
Yeah, this has been Mifa and Petrov. We'll be signing off.
The Osu Mania 4K World Cup 2025. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Another day for this wonderful semifinals. Are we in the semifinals? Yeah, we are in fact going to have the second match of the weekend for both South Korea and Indonesia. They have bracket match already, and this is their revenge. South Korea is seed number 3, and Indonesia don't really matter. It's just a matter of how the players scale at this point. So, Nightcore, how are you?
I am doing great, Padaraj. And as you were saying, seeding doesn't matter, especially now under the semis where has been cranking up a small bit. I think both teams are manageable at this point, but it's just going to be if they're going to be holding on to their comfort at this point as well.
Honestly, like seeing this list of players on the field, I feel like they have a decent grasp of finals play, and especially Indonesia coming out of their match against Vietnam definitely displayed a real proficiency on this mappool, so South Korea does have to be careful on this one.
Absolutely. I feel like this performed yesterday. It definitely seems like that we have seen some amazing scores from both. Like just looking at South Korea with their LN performance yesterday, I think maybe Indonesia might want to stray over towards more the Rice, maybe even hybrid. So I could potentially see more the Rice versus LN in a matchup like this. But again, Indonesia are just really capable of anything as well. They have the tools in the shed to cover all aspects. It's just who's going to be a bit more sharp at the end of the day, and still it can go to anyone.
Quite an LN biased team as a whole, especially with the names of Poka in the fray here. So we see the results of the rolls here: 80 versus 12. Unfortunate for Indonesia, but it is what it is. South Korea is just gonna have the opportunity to protect first, and they're gonna protect hybrid rather than LN, which is interesting.
I don't think South Korea have played hybrid in their previous match, but I think if we do look over in Indonesia's side, 2-9-3-2, I think they have consistency. I think Indonesia do have consistency issues when we have seen from the why South Korea will go for hybrid too, maybe just trying to capitalize off their weaknesses. So for Indonesia, going to be going into the Rice free protect. So I can totally see this as well. Indonesia very prominent when it comes to jump stream stamina and stuff.
Yeah, Indonesia does have to be careful about picking straightforward picks against South Korea, because South Korea is like probably one of the most consistent teams all around. So especially when it comes to core checks, Rice number 4 that is. I think that's Rice number 4.
Indonesia actually going for the hybrid 1 ban again with South Korea protect. Gonna be kind of more your stream oriented hybrid.
I expect South Korea to go for an LN3 ban. That is
I would agree with you as well. Definitely a bit more interesting on the side. So, okay, Indonesia going for the Race 7 ban. Again, against South Korea, I totally understand. Kind of gonna Hybrid 2 already into South Korea's protect, so they're probably going to be trying to get that morale confidence boost early on. And this map is very brutal to start with, very jacky.
matchup because, as we could see, we are starting to get into a point of the tournament where Rice vs. Thailand just doesn't do it. It's just a matter of how the individual maps play and how the players can damage control over some of those brutal picks.
Absolutely. Indonesia, looking at not getting any full combos from Indonesia can still get a free way full combo.
Missing on the initial long jack, and the long jack is like one of the identities of the grid, and not a good sign for Indonesia.
Especially that mini jacks. Definitely do take a bit of that climax and difficulty, but Gex finds that trade back, which is going to be giving Indonesia the early lead. Again, this map is just going to be thriving off a lot of those bursts, a lot of those LN scatters as well. Some of those technical releases, everyone's still thriving off. Citra is smaller behind that 99.6, going to be favouring over towards the side of Indonesia after the first quarter. But now, here we are with the anchors. Resurrect that drop back.
Yeah, no, Resurrect was the one who missed initially, and no, those long jacks are not what they're about.
It is gonna be absolutely brutal, but the score difference not really being too much. I think if both sides are comfortable with the anchors when it does come to it, I think it can go either way. Again, if you're not comfy with the anchors at 175 BPM, it's a very tough map to keep your combo on, and we're only halfway through the map as well. So again, coming into the second half with that 1.5 Resurrect, finding that drop in the build-up as well.
Yeah, well, it is South Korea's Protect after all, so nothing too much lost for Indonesia. They can still recover on other maps.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, against South Korea's Protect as well, doing a very good performance. Resurrect just kind of struggling to keep the combo small down to that 99.5. Actually, still on the side of Indonesia from the side of Ray at Fire is also very strong. But I think at this point, it's going to be very hard for Indonesia to recover. The shields and just the mini density sections are still running in. Everyone's still really comfy with driving off this. It doesn't really give any room for Indonesia to catch up. South Korea just dead ahead in the lead by that distance.
Yeah, I feel like that was also a pretty common theme for Indonesia versus Vietnam. I do feel like Indonesia does have kind of a third player dilemma at this point. So they have two really good players by the name of Fear and Orei at this point, and it's up to the player to play kind of damage control. And I feel like South Korea is playing on that element tactically.
Yeah, absolutely. And still, very good start for South Korean. Pretty good performance as well on the side of Indonesia. So it's going to be now getting the MVP, that 993, on a map like this where it's just absolute shield and anchor heavy. Very impressive performance. Also by every player as well. So actually only getting one full combo on the side of South Korea and two on the side of Indonesia, but it was really just those misses from Resurrect, which might have given away the point over to South Korea and kind of seal the gap before any breakpoints.
Yeah, looking at the accuracies as well, I feel like both of the teams are pretty balanced in different ways in terms of accuracy. So I feel like if we go into different picks, we might see some subtleties in terms of accuracy. Like for example, going into this Rice number 1, it's going to be very interesting in terms of information gathering, in terms of accuracy.
Again, with the thing with Rice 1, 2, and 3, it's kind of more that test of pure accuracy. Now, I can see why Indonesia would jump into this. Looking from yesterday, Ray that 993 and Albert with the 992. So, maybe probably going to be trying to capitalize off that consistency a small bit with that 2 full combos. Fire, of course, missing yesterday, but I think they're well capable to get that full combo this time around. So I'm not even too sure if South Korea have played this as well. Okay, they have played it, and had a bit more decided consistency issues. But even then, maybe Indonesia just might want to capitalize off getting those free full combos. You can tell if they pick this, then they're definitely confident.
Yeah, I feel like you're on the right track. They're confident in. They're gonna pick maps where they actually have a third player who is confident enough to pull off a good combo, and I feel like that's the case of Albert. Indonesia, yeah.
And for error, especially when you're facing consistency giants like South Korea. So even a miss could get South Korea that break point. But we'll have to see what happens. Of course, this isn't really a straightforward stream pick. It jumps straight with is scary.
Yeah, Albert. For example, so everything can still be recovered.
Yeah, it's just that slight accuracy advantage over 2. But on the lighter side. But now as we start to approach the main verse, actually still slightly favors towards South Korea. Citra does kind of climb back up their way to that 99.9. Just Albert slightly ever so behind, but anything can still happen. But as this verse comes in, we'll have to see the mini jacks start to rain in as well.
Hanging on by net like 0.03%, now 0.02. Devastating for Indonesia.
That's what I was going to mention as well. Not really getting that best start into that Ki. Fire also dropping a small of accuracy, and of course that drop from Albert.
Citra!
Wait, Citra. Oh my god. Wait, it's actually going back over towards the side of Indonesia. Albert's got their combo back up. And actually slightly might slightly
no,
for Albert!
No, Albert, no! No, they had their occasion to catch up!
Okay, wait, okay, we saw the ending, but even then with the ending, I don't think there's enough time. I think South Korea are going to be snagging this point away.
No way, that was a back and forth between the two players, but the two players, yeah, indeed, because like Indonesia did have the occasion to catch back up, because I feel like we're gonna compare the accuracies right now, but wow, both of the teams are not invulnerable, and wow, that's not a lot of 200s across the board.
Absolutely. Raved at 1-200, two-way V1 double S on the side of South Korea. Definitely sharpened up their consistency compared to yesterday's match on this pick. So very impressive performance on the side of South Korea and Indonesia as well. But unfortunately, Albert with just those drops. Had it not happened, I think Indonesia would have had that point secured. But South Korea, the world's their oyster right now. So what are they going to be jumping into next? Maybe jumping in more into the hybrid side? Or maybe even one of the LNs?
Yeah, like I feel like what Indonesia had preyed on for this particular Rise 1 pick was a choke from one of the main carries, but fighting against a 997k and a 996k on Rise 1 is like really difficult to upset.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially just with the BPM and the trading patterns in it as well.
So I wonder what South Korea is gonna go for. Rice number. Oh my god, that's daring.
Alright. They're just jumping straight into the deep end with Rice 4. Gonna be Korjak, so just looking at the players on the side of South Korea and Indonesia, we could expect something really low 300 counts. And even still, I think it's gonna be one of those picks where it's like, if you find one or two 200s, then it can pretty much decide the match already.
Honestly, really interested to see what Indonesia can do on this particular pick, because I feel like Indonesia might have kept this pick for maybe for the late match.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna say that as well, but maybe just feeling confident at this point. None of these teams actually playing this week, so I think last week both teams had set some pretty strong scores, but I think accuracy-wise, when it does come to Korja, I think South Korea definitely have that advantage, especially with Gex. We do know for having extremely strong Korjak accuracy as well.
Alright, are we gonna have a 1 million score here on Semifinals live on Osu, twitch.tv/Osu Live?
The closest we've seen was Peru last week, but unlikely, especially that the map is around 3,000 notes, but we'll have to see. Okay, no one gets to 1 mil, unfortunately.
Yeah, the dream is dead. The dream is dead. I repeat, the dream is dead.
And here we go. I guess if I was to somewhat describe this map, I would definitely describe 2 around the 32 Jack pick as well, where the start, yeah, is kind of more anchor control, but when you do get into the back half, it starts to rain down on more of those density sections as well. And here we are when the music starts to get that climax up, seeing a lot more of those hands. The score difference only by Resurred!
No, that is devastating for Indonesia, especially when you see South Korea just mastering this pick. Gex with 99.99 right now, aiming for that 100% roundup.
And yeah, even getting back up to the max combo count to 400, that is still a very big difference.
No, Spear! Also missing, so that's 2 full combos out for Indonesia.
Again, finding, yeah, as you were saying as well, finding drops in the Korjak pick is absolutely brutal and tough to catch up. We have seen Buzzchan find a few 200s scattered around, but again, up against 2 misses is not really what you want to see. Gex on at 99.99 and Ray just on at 99.97 as well. But South Korea do have to take some detrimental drops, have to trade back 2 misses probably if they do want to catch, if Indonesia do want to catch them out. But we're still heading into the back half, so anything can still happen. Resurrect finding a few 200s on that mini LN section as well.
And Nat to sustain their combo against Indonesia right now, because Ray and Gex are basically. But yeah, it's up to the 2 other players.
Yeah, we actually do see Bustran finding an early 100 just right there, but we're in the final KI now. 8,000, 9,000 point difference. Anything can still happen. Bustran still finding some of those mini spikes, but again, they just do not need to find a miss. 3 full combos is going to absolutely benefit South Korea at this point. But will anything happen? We're at the final A for the map. And Gex finding that drop! It's going back over towards... Wait, it's going back over towards Indonesia. They might be able to capitalize off it. It's slightly ever so coming towards back. Actually starting to... Accuracy's actually in the way of Indonesia right now. It can start to go back. It's slowly shrinking, but Gex back up to that full max combo count. I think another miss from the side of South Korea will have to bring over towards the side of Indonesia. But it doesn't really look like this is happening. Heading into the final few notes of those final stream bursts. And
Resurrect, please, no! That last burst, 2 misses on the... It's nice Ray. Nice ratio, Ray.
absolute insane performances by everyone. 69 perfects on the side of Ray. Yeah, absolutely nice perfect count. And 47 on the side of Gex as well. Just playing absolute human metronome at this point.
Yeah, 47 300s out of 3,500 notes, and just one singular clean miss in there. Just absolute madness.
That was just nail biting to see at this point. And with South Korea on their third point, halfway through already, Indonesia do have to pick wisely for the next. And honestly, for Indonesia, going into LN4,
That is very interesting. That is very interesting. I want to see why South Korea is not leaning into LN, because I know that Poca definitely can handle those LNs, but it's kind of up to the rest of the roster as well. Like this is a team tournament. Like it doesn't matter if you've got like one really good player, the other two players still have to follow you, and Poca is not actually playing this. So what am I on?
Alright, looks like IME is going to be jumping in for a pick like this. Going to be our LN Texo, going to be more on the abrasive side. And actually looking from the previous map that both these teams did play, it's actually very close. 2965 on the side of South Korea and 2967 on the side of Indonesia. So very close altogether for both these sides. Maybe again, as I was saying with Rice 1, Indonesia might just be more relying off those full combos. Again, on a map like Rice 4, where it's just, not Rice 4, LN4, where it's just an absolute tech experience, is going to be very hard to keep onto that combo. And even if they do sacrifice a few 200s for the combo count, then that will benefit Indonesia very well on a pick like this.
Yeah, I'm honestly interested to see like the dynamics in this pick in particular, because usually LN4 slots are pretty erratic, as we could figure out, and like this one goes wild. And,
absolutely.
Oh my god, people are going wild in the lobby chat right now.
And the crowd goes wild.
And the car goes wild. Choo choo. That's not the sound of a cat.
Meow, meow, meow. Okay. 3 minutes, 34 seconds. Gonna be an absolute long race. Gonna have that stamina intact. So, let's see. Again, there are some areas to recover from. So, even finding a few 200s. Not gonna be mattering the most, especially in a tech map like this, where it is harder to control that PA.
Anyways, off the intro right now, we're going into some of the more intricate releases. At OD7, it's pretty forgiving though, so... yeah. Yeah, actually just missing in this intro build-up, but like combo breaks don't really matter too much if you have enough like accuracy proficiency on this long pick.
Yeah, and it looks like you're catching back up. Just a small bit of that late start, but again, throwing all the dumpy LN patterns in right now. Most of the snappings are a bit more abrasive, but some on the simplicity as well. Ray and Resurrect on the 99.8 when we come out of the first quarter. So actually slightly favoring towards Indonesia, I do believe, but that is still subject to change as we do get a bit more physical when we do get after this first quarter.
Yeah, honestly, it's like up to Ye to catch up in terms of accuracy, because right now Resurrect and Ray are doing an absolute great job at keeping Nad and Cypher at bay. Just kind of front-running right now.
And here we are, the Rolly Shields. Everyone's still holding on very well, but is
no, Ray! Ray just tripped on a rock on the way. No.
Oh my god! And that's brain. And again, that's still going to be favoring over towards South Korea, even though it was more of a minor axe to drop. Resurrect also back down to that 99.7 So actually, again, back on the side over towards South Korea. So they just need to hold on to their combo, or Indonesia have to climb it back up, which, especially heading into the back half where it gets a bit more physical and the dumps are just going to be raining down on you, it's going to be hard to make that recovery. Still doable, but will Indonesia still be able to hold on to their combo, or will South Korea falter?
Yeah, honestly, like, it's up to South Korea to maintain their accuracy as well, because they could very well lose the lead out of accuracy alone.
Again, it is doable. The dump is still going in, but that sprinkle of density as well. Yeah, almost on a 99.7 as well. Actually favoring over towards the side of Indonesia. Heading into the final drop, where I think South Korea will have to find a miss if things will swing over towards back on the side of Indonesia. But Resred!
No!
Wait, the trade! Okay, wait, hold on. We still have a bit of the map left to go. It's still doable. Okay, sliding over towards the side of Indonesia, but with both players on the max combo count, all hell breaks loose near the ending. Actually,
the lead is solid. Been between, like, it's going back and forth between 3,000 and 5,000 points for South Korea, but they could lose it in one instant right here, right now.
all it takes is a blink of an eye. Again, still being similar to the Ki, where you're getting more of those densities into the final area of the map, and it looks like South Korea in a nail-biting map going to be taking their second breakpoint against Indonesia. It was really just those misses on the side of Indonesia, absolute heartbreaking.
Nah, like, what got South Korea the point was definitely, like, both of the full combos from Nad and Yi. Like, going for the full combo here rather than the pure ratio and accuracy was, like, pretty much a good play, like, a good mindset to have.
Yeah, and even just looking at the scores, Nad with that 200s as well. On a map like this, very impressive. But even the ratios on some of the other players, and looks like South Korea going to be jumping into LN2, which at this point I think South Korea have found their comfort when it does come to LN. So it can still go either way. But looking at South Korea's score from last week on LN2. Very impressive that 970, getting that near freeway 990. So gonna be very interesting to see how this one does come out. I do believe Indonesia haven't played this map yet, so it's gonna be a bit new for them. Gonna be their debut on this map.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough challenge for Indonesia to go against South Korea. The likes who are very proficient on accuracy.
So something actually kind of interesting. Nad, early on with that drop, Indonesia just had to keep onto their combo, but this early, again, it's still recoverable, but just that late start. I think this map needs no explanation. Gonna be your density, but packed in with a lot of those trills and some bursts in the middle. You put bursts inside bursts. That's how I describe this map.
Yeah, also the split trills are like very chokeable, especially at like 222 BPM. It's definitely not a simple map.
Absolutely. Like, on paper it does look simple, but when you actually look at it, it's the complete opposite. And looking at the scores right now, very similar. Bustran the only person above that 99.8 heading into this break. But as I was saying earlier, Sidra are actually going to be playing this instead of Gex last week. Does make a bit of sense though, especially looking at their accuracy at this point. But as we head into the final drop, going to be seeing more of that similarity. The density is still riling up, and you're going to be seeing a lot more of those density bursts as well. And the burst in sight there, heading into this mini break. Hopefully no one finds drop here.
Yeah, hopefully no one finds a break on like the 222 BPM mini jacks, like transitional mini jacks for sure, and no one finds a miss. And for now, Indonesia does have this cohesive team effort build up right now. South Korea just, oh no, Nad missing! I was gonna say, like, Buschan definitely spearheading the South Korean team, but no, like those two combo breaks are definitely gonna be the doom of Pixel Planet here.
And there we go. Again, Pixel Planet being that brutal map, as you were saying, just all those bursts. But Indonesia back in the game, taking a breakpoint off South Korea. It is now going to be the world. They're going to be snagging that back towards South Korea, and it is going to be their next pick. If they can keep holding on, not getting any more breakpoints, then I feel like Indonesia would have a pretty nice comeback story.
Yeah, honestly, like I'm hoping for the comeback. I'm hoping for a comeback. We always root for the underdog comeback here, because like South Korea have actually won some MWCs, I believe, in the past years.
So looking at it, I do believe South Korea's last victory, I do believe, was 2022. So
yeah, I feel like I remember that.
Yeah. So now Indonesia onto their next pick, and you could maybe get away with picking LN as well, or hybrid. Maybe after how after LN2 went, maybe something like hybrid 1, or maybe they might just want to jump back into the Rice. But I think Rice might be a bit riskier at this point, so maybe if you want to try and jump into maybe more the LN picks as well, or
yeah, I feel like Indonesia at this point is like thinking about the individual picks themselves, because like LN1 is probably risky for them because they don't really have as much finesse, I would say, as South Korea, but they do have an accuracy advantage in other fields, which is kind of difficult to compound. It's like thinking on the spot here, you don't have all the time in the world to think about your picks, so they're gonna go for this Rise, like the high 19 Rise.
High 19 again needs no explanation. So gonna be our right. I do believe it's gonna be our like tech picks. So it's actually quite uncommon to see a pick like this. So actually looking from last week, I believe none of the players actually have played this. So gonna be surprising, as I do believe. But I can totally see why Indonesia have picked this. Showing their tech confidence over the last few weeks, I think they do have the opportunity to take the point off South Korea again. And this map is it needs no explanation, let me just say that much.
Yeah, you can just listen to the music and imagine the map behind it.
Yeah. So of course we have to get past the intro first, where again, that's the only thing. It is kind of angry, so that does kind of raise my question a small bit after how Hybrid 2 went. So here we are, starting off. Albert a bit on that rougher start, but Nad actually finding a lot of those misjudgments at the first anchor.
No, this intro is so cursed. No, Nad, please!
That is a very late start from that. So at this point, if Indonesia just keep up their consistency or just not really falter any drops, then this pick could already be over towards them. But we still have 2 minutes and 30 seconds of this onslaught to get through.
Yeah.
Still jumping in.
Yeah, sorry, South Korea does have a window of opportunity through the miss of Albert initially here.
Yeah, and just this map is, like, as you were saying, has a window. Actually, as I see that, Albert finds a drop in that first Ki. I actually did not notice that. It'll be over towards the side of South Korea a small bit, but actually still favors towards Indonesia, despite Gex at that 99.93 outstanding performance. But the broken jump stream still keeps rolling down. But as we get into it, it's really if you just don't really tunnel vision some of those rolls as well.
Oh yeah, it's hanging on by a thread right now. I feel like it relies on both Albert and Nad to not drop too much accuracy. It's just damage control at this point, so it's a battle of attrition. No, Fear! Why?
Oh my god. That drop from Fire. Okay.
Oh, they need a miss on South Korea's side. Like, there's no way around it. There's not much of the pick left.
Indonesia just has to rely on that consistency, and especially finding a drop right before the final Ki is yikes. But here we are. Anything can still happen with the ending. As we still get into it, more the dump sections, more the rolls are still starting to rain in a small bit. Everyone's still holding on very well. But is there going to be enough time for Indonesia? Yes!
The window of opportunity! Here! The lead goes to Indonesia on the last segment!
Oh my god, signs of life for Indonesia. Will they be able to take back this point? They will be! 7,000 point lead! And that was an absolute detrimental drop for Gex to that 99.9, all the way down to that 99.6. This is what Indonesia needed. They just needed that consistency check, and despite only getting one full combo, they were a lot more cleaner when they did find the misses.
The comeback dream is real, and especially like with the likes of Ray just popping off right now on this pick, like 996.6k is an absolute monster of a score in this lobby right now. It just stands out.
What an absolute score from both sides as well. 1-200 from that, 0-200 actually from Fire as well. And now South Korea are going to be requesting their timeout. So Indonesia, they're just one breakpoint down. If they manage to get a breakpoint, to their next pick and manage to win their own pick as well, the score will be equalized. So now it's going to be, as I said, timeout is going to be given by South Korea. So we do have a bit of time to talk about, I would say, stuff.
Yeah, well, let's talk about stuff, shall we? Like, we can take a little bit of a breather here because, like, this match has been really hectic, especially towards the last few points. Like, the last few points have thrown some wrenches in there.
Absolutely, it's like just watching a badminton. It's just like watching a badminton match and just watching the shuttlecock go back and forth. For any of my Blue Box fans out there, of course, but
oh, Nad needs to fix their keyboard. I'm wondering what happened in this pick in particular.
Might have been the reason how they did find the misjudgments near the start. So that's what I might predict. But what we can predict now is maybe South Korea's next pick. I think after how that went, how they did have kind of more those consistency issues when it did come to some of the tech. Actually, all the tech picks are exhausted now. We just had the Vocal Dump, which is the nearest, or maybe even Hybrid 3. I think South Korea might want to jump into something like Hybrid 1 or LN1. If I need to check from last week, actually.
Yeah. I feel like a really hot take would be Rise 2 or Rise 3. I feel like they could just bank on their consistency, like their legendary consistency, to kind of secure the last points. But I feel like at this point, the last remaining picks are pretty risky at this point for one reason or another.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I totally agree with what you say now. After looking at the LN1 performance of Indonesia, I think it's a no-go for South Korea with that 99990 on the side of Indonesia. So again, as you were saying, maybe South Korea might want to bank off the consistency, but also I think Indonesia are yet to pick their protect, as I do believe, let me quickly look at it. Yeah, Indonesia have protected Rice free, so they still have that ace up their sleeve. But again, on a pick like Rice free, it is still doable for South Korea to take a point off that.
Yeah, like it all comes down to like the consistencies, because both of these teams, they are in semifinals right now. They are alive in semifinals because they are consistent teams. So it's all up to who's the most consistent.
And yeah, absolutely. Even in, well, just in any tournament, it's just going to be your true consistency test. The round's just more into the physical. And Hybrid 3 is going to be getting picked. Now, I think this is an interesting one from South Korea. Again, going to be one of our customs, going to be one of our originals as well. But I'm very interested to see how this turns out. I was not expecting a hybrid free pick at all. But
Yeah,
I guess
feel like sorry. I feel like it's one of those picks that you kind of pull out late game to kind of try and risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah, I think maybe South Korea kept running out a few options a bit, but looking at Indonesia's performance in this map, a bit more on the consistency issue side when it does come to only getting that 977k. So I think maybe they might be capitalizing off maybe that third player issue, but still on the side of South Korea as well. A bit more on the rougher side as well, only highest score being 99 points. 979k. Maybe trying to brush up on their consistency a small bit. And actually, Buschan not going to be playing this one, even after seeing. Actually, Polka and Buschan not playing this. Almost a full roster swap compared to yesterday's.
Yeah, I feel like Poke might not be available for this. What are we doing? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. And
yeah. That's all I have to say. Yeah.
Yeah, with that early miss. Not really what you want to see, but 3 minutes and 18 seconds going to be a bit more recoverable. Resword, actually, everyone finding that accuracy drop a small bit. It's just Ray who's still holding on. Again, this is a very brutal map to keep your accuracy on for a hybrid. Mini jacks, reverse shields, rolls. It has everything as long as you have that many rubies.
Yeah, the way you can tell this is a hectic map is that no one is holding above 99.7.
Yeah, closest being Ray and Nod. Nod actually claiming to actually a bit up, but as we do get into the Ki, definitely going to be running up a small bit. And here we are with the Ki, going to be jumping into some of those shields and reverse shields. Not actually back up to 99.7, but Resred finding that drop right in the Ki. Going to be getting the lead over back towards South Korea. But anything can still happen. That's a double miss from Indonesia. That's absolutely detrimental.
No, the double miss right at the same time on the same burst. Resurrect with another miss. That is not good for Indonesia. They are looking to be put on a match point situation here.
That was an absolutely brutal freeway drop. We have half of the map left, but South Korea with that 21,000 point difference, they will have to find a mishap as Indonesia did if they do want the score difference to be back more equalized. But with just South Korea's consistency right now, it is pretty unlikely that does happen. But heading into the final third, where looking at it, you still have a lot more of those jacks to the end, and still a lot more of those abrasive LNs.
Yeah, and Nad is like doing work on them. It's just maintaining that 99.70, just catching some stray 200s here and there, but still maintaining the 99.70, just doing God's work on this map.
Absolutely, just this map being absolutely brutal as well, showing more of those broken jump streams, LN density rolls as well, Nad actually climbing up a bit of that accuracy as well. Citra finding that drop, but when you have a score difference of 27,000 points, Nad actually finding that drop as well. Do not reverse this. Okay, we still have one more full combo. Even then, I don't think there's going to be enough time to get to the final ending coordination area. Yeah, that's going to be it. South Korea going to be taking their match points. Citra again finding that miss. Now we can imagine if Indonesia did find that double miss near the middle of the map, this could be a lot closer than imagined, but I guess in another universe. And it's going to be South Korea on that match point. Only one full combo on the board, showing you how brutal this map is when it does come to a lot of those patternings. Nad, what is that PA though? 5-200s.
Yeah, we can see the intricacies of South Korea's lineup right here. Like, Yi and Nad have more or less the same score, like 400 points apart. But I mean, you just going for the combo strategy and not going for the sharpshooter strategy. So quite different roles in the same team, but it is what wins them the match point.
Yeah. Again, like, Indonesia are still a breakpoint down, but I think if they manage to take this point and a breakpoint, then we can still see tiebreaker. So for the side of Indonesia, I would have to presume they go for their protect. They'd have to go into race free.
Yeah, I feel like that's what they're going for, because like the rest of the picks are just too volatile. Hybrid is too volatile. LN1 is too volatile. Also, it's pretty technical, I would say. Rice number 6 is also too technical, I would say. So there's only like rice number 2 and 3 remaining on the board.
We also do have Rice 6, but again, looking at how South Korea performed last week on it, I think it's a bit more risky. But I think still, all these Rice picks are on the side of risk as well. Honestly, I think Indonesia might want to go into something like LN1 as well, just looking after last week's scores, getting that 99990, I do believe. But no, Rice 6.
That is very risky, but I feel like Indonesia has this mindset of we have to risk, otherwise we're dead.
Yeah, so gonna be your vocal dump, gonna be jumping in, as you said earlier, risky for the biscuit, and gonna be interesting to see. Again, on the side of South Korea, I do believe there was 1995. I do believe it was Buschan who did achieve it, but will they be going back in for South Korea on a pick like this?
Yeah, trust in the powers of Albert. Hopefully, just maintaining the combo. Probably, a combo strategy probably would be good here. Like, especially on a pick as short as 2 minutes and 21 seconds.
Yeah, very short as well, and especially when you're facing against, especially when two consistency giants are facing against each other. It's going to be a tug of war when it does come to some of those combo drops. But yeah, I guess I don't think we are going to be using Buschan for Rice 6.
What kind of references are they doing in the lobby chat here? Are those like
the Squid Game?
Are you gonna get copyrighted right now?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, let's go. We're gonna be taken down live.
Alright, so if South Korea does manage to take this breakpoint back, they will be heading their way into the losers bracket finals. So again, Indonesia playing with a bit of fire here, so hopefully they do not get burnt, and hopefully they will take this pick. We'll be seeing more of that climax.
Fire, I get it. Because Indonesia, fire. Anyways.
Okay. Gonna be a fire matchup, I think. But yeah, here we go. Get it? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, but oh, swear to God. Anyways, accuracies right now are pretty much balanced between the two teams, and Gags, please. Okay, cool.
Alright, just have to get the human metronome in check. But here we go. After the intro, very slight lead over towards South Korea, but as we do get into the dump area, going to be seeing a lot more of those flowy dump areas with some of that jump stream and trills. Some of the mini jacks as well, maybe to catch a few players out, and some of those abrasive snappings as well. So I think it's around 1-6 if I do remember correctly.
Yeah, right now just Indonesia just 2,000 points behind based on accuracy alone, so it's gonna be up to sustaining combo, I feel like, on this one. Oh, Sideshow with an accuracy drop, with a substantial accuracy drop actually.
It's gonna be ever so slightly in that tug of war range now. With that only 2,000 point difference, we only have half of the map left, so any 200s on the side of South Korea can swing things over back towards Indonesia. And Sidra!
That is, wow, just 0.3% accuracy down the drain from a column lock?
this is Indonesia's time to shine as we get into the final Ki. Signs of life showing on them. Sideshow back up to that 400 combo count before the final Ki. But
oh, Albert, the trade. No, that's not good sign. No, 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 no.
okay, wait. Okay, things are going to go back over towards South Korea, especially with that combo advantage. But anything can still happen. Again, the second half a bit more stamina heavy, but the rolls and jump stream are still holding on a small bit. It can still go to any side. Nad, Albert finding that drop. Ray as well. A triple drop from Indonesia. That's going to be it, I think. There's no way South Korea gets a triple drop as well. I think that's it. Even with the dumpy ending, it is going to be it. South Korea, that is going to be the final nail in the coffin for Indonesia. A very unfortunate way to go out.
No, what a way to die from Indonesia. They were neck and neck against South Korea on this last pick, but all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. And they lost 24,000 points apart. They were right behind. They were breathing down South Korea's neck, but unfortunate circumstances, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And how close this match as well. It got scary. It got scarily close at a lot of times. Even with the big score differences, it was just mostly on that triple unfortunate miss on the side of Indonesia. But you cannot be disappointed with a performance like that. Absolute masterclass performances by both our teams. And it's going to be South Korea going to be knocking Indonesia down into, well, there's nowhere to go but up, I guess. So Indonesia are going to be going into the abyss. I'm going to be saying goodbye to them. So very strong performances by both sides again, and a really amazing run from Indonesia as well.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really impressed by Indonesia, like what they could provide on this late game pool. And good luck to South Korea going into the finals against some of the best teams in the world. That's going to be a tough challenge for them to stay alive in the losers bracket. But yeah, we are going to see what the next episode is.
Alright, so it looks like looks like South Korea are going to be facing the loser of United Kingdom versus China, which I do believe is going on pretty soon, if I do remember correctly.
Yeah, it's going to be going after Hong Kong versus Thailand. Hong Kong versus Thailand is like... wait, they are kind of back and back-to-back between each other. But yeah, Hong Kong versus Thailand. Some teams that you do not really see too often on the late game field. So really interesting matchup. Not a common matchup to see, but a pretty interesting matchup nonetheless. China versus the UK is also going to be really interesting because I believe that China and the UK have very different profiles, I would say, in terms of team composition.
Yeah, going to be absolutely amazing to see both those matches. So stick on and stay tuned for that. And speaking of, you know what else you can stick on? That's right, you can stick on some banners on your profile. That is right. For the small price of $2.50, cheaper than most meals you would get in most places, especially Europe, you'll be able to stick on a very cool and swag banner onto your profile of all the teams that have qualified for the 2025 Mania World Cup. And there is absolutely no limit. You can have one of every team. You can have 32 of one team. The possibilities are absolutely, let's say, endless. And don't forget, whatever team wins MWC and you have the banner for them, it will stay for the remainder of the 365 days. So what are you waiting for? Just type in !banners in the Twitch chat, go to the store and go get some nice juicy banners, show off to your friends, and you will have the most amazing banner, and you will have that very fancy profile to show off to your friends.
Yeah, show us your builds, show us your color coordination prowesses, show us your profiles, show us your like 32 Iceland banners. I saw that once. It was really cool.
It was absolutely amazing. So maybe we might get something like that again. So if there is, then just send it somewhere, anyways, or just let us know and
Yeah.
we'll give you some.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, if you do so, I'm just gonna drop a like on Twitter.
Yeah, a nice cheeky retweet.
Yeah, nice cheeky retweet. But anyways, without further ado, we will sign off and come back for both of those matches at some time.
Yeah, and just like that, take care.
Bye bye.
right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more Mania for Heat World Cup 2025 action. We've just got one more thing to get through for this wonderful semifinals weekend, and that is going to be the finals map pool showcase. We'll showcase the maps that are going to be used for the matches in the following weekend for finals round. As I said, I will be one of your commentators for this showcase, Toph Daddy, joined here by Mint. How's it going?
Yes, hello. We're back with another pool, another week, another pool. I'm really excited about this one. Let's just jump straight into it.
Absolutely, I couldn't have said it better myself. We get to show off how difficult things are going to start getting here with our first map in the pool once it shows up.
Yeah, absolutely. This first map is a real treat. I'll tell you that much. This one is Sugar 2 by Pope Gadget. It's our stream pick, but you'll notice kind of off the bat that this stream pick is not like the others. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I'm already getting a little bit weirded out by the BPM counters. It looks like there's going to be a little bit of shifting BPM through this, as you might expect from a Pope Gadget map. But starting out on, actually, something else I noticed, 3.5 minutes for this stream chart. So might be a little bit of a stamina monster depending on how this goes.
Absolutely, and I mean, you'll also notice the length. It's 3 minutes and 38 seconds. That is really long for a stream pick, you'll notice. But what really is happening here is that there's a lot of breaks, but when the streams show up, they show up for a very, very long time, as you saw earlier. That was a very steady, sustained stream of about 370 BPM.
Yeah, 370 BPM. I think pretty expected for this round at this point. Maybe even could have expected a little faster, but more streams to come. And those patterns also a little bit more on the straightforward side. Didn't have too much in the way of like implied mini jacks. Same thing goes with this next stream that's coming in. Looks about the same speed, but some of these patterns, despite not really having any of those implicit mini jacks, very repetitive. Oh, never mind. There are a couple there with the staircase patterns.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
a little bit awkward.
Despite its rolly appearance, it's really tricky because of the way that it shifts between like the hand. It's really tricky.
Yeah. What I'm noticing from a lot of the streams is that it does a lot of the kind of repeated 3-note rolls when it goes into those sections, which are significantly harder than regular rolls, and it kind of looks like you can cheese them, and in a way you can. And when it comes to 370 BPM, I think a lot of players might feel more comfortable trying to sort of cheese them. But when it's that much faster, it's a lot harder to coordinate that kind of jump drill-esque motion, and almost feels better just to not try that kind of thing and play it normally.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing this sort of like longer break section here. We're getting right back into it here. Like it really is just a matter of like these sections right here. This is what really counts for this pick. It's these sort of extended sections. This is the longest section of the streams that I think so far we've seen. I think this is going to be sort of the bulk of the difficulty because of how long it goes on for.
Yeah, definitely going to be a choke point for many players, I think. Just, I said there's a potential for stamina issues, and looking at how isolated the streams are in general, I don't think stamina is going to be a big issue for any of the 6 teams remaining.
Yeah,
but that last stream can certainly do a number on you.
Yeah, for sure. And this last bit, like with the streams, like continuously, like it is really just like it really tests your stream consistency. And these rolly patterns, it just like it throws everything at you for a stream pick. And with considering its length, it really is a very misleading pick. It goes by really quickly.
Yeah, honestly, absolutely. It honestly did not feel like 3.5 minutes just watching that. It felt more streamlined. It felt more like a 2-minute map. But that is going to be it for our speed map here. Moving on to our second rice pick, going to be our speed jump stream pick, Full Steam Vengeance, a map by Lemon Guy, and 288 BPM. We're picking up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, you'll notice, like, right off the bat, last year's finals jump stream was 280 BPM. We're raising the stakes here. But I will say that it is not as, like, fully focused on jumping. Like, there's, like, sustained jump stream sections for sure in this one, but you'll notice that they are a lot shorter, I think.
Yes, we
and
are
you also
seeing...
find a lot of bursts inside.
Yeah, shorter, more isolated jump stream sections. Got a few bursts, like you said. There's also a few shorter bursts of like 145 BPM jacks, which I think if you're capable of playing 288 BPM jump stream, 145 BPM jacks isn't going to be that big of a deal, but they are still there and serve to kind of mess up the flow that you'd normally get on a map like this, and can certainly cause issues.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, you really have to watch out for those jacks. And we had a little section right there, the 1/3s. That is definitely something that could trip you up if you're not careful. If you're thinking like, hey, this pick it's just jump stream. What could go wrong? That could go wrong. You really need to watch out for those sorts of things.
Yeah. Also, something that we kind of didn't mention is a lot of those jack transitions. I mentioned the 145 BPM ones, but there's also some 1/3 glut transitions in the middle of all of this. You see those mini jacks there being at 1/3, and those are certainly not trivial.
Absolutely. They're actually like fairly difficult as transitions come for jump stream maps.
Yeah, absolutely. But jumps. Oh my goodness.
That's the trill right there. I was about to mention.
Full transparency, I'm kind of sight reading this pool. I did not know that existed. 2 triple jacks as well. This is a little bit of an unorthodox jump stream pick, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely.
More of the glut transitions and some bursts, as you would expect from a Lemon Guy map, but still has the expected 280. Whoa.
That one's 1/6. I think that's the only one that's in the chart.
Yeah, I was just gonna say classic Lemon Guy patterns, and then a 1/6 staircase showed up in the middle of it, and that just confused me a little bit.
Yeah. And yeah, that was Full Steam Vengeance. Then we're going straight into race 3, which is Surface Tension 1.05. It's not by High Lotto. This one, I would say, more sustained. You definitely have like longer stretches of jump stream patterns, but you also get like there's like a guitar solo, and then there's like some other stuff. You'll see when that comes up. But already we're seeing like super one-hand trilly sort of patterns. Like they're just all over the place. You can't. Any moment that you look at the chart, you'll see a one-handed trill somewhere on the screen. Yeah,
definitely kind of feels apt for having seen High Lotto's map in the previous rounds. With these one-hand trill focus, those one-hand trills are going to be very stamina draining. On top of it, 277 BPM. With the extended streams in general, you get a couple breaks, but those anchors and O-Trill focus is going to really beat down your stamina.
Absolutely. I mean, we're just seeing sort of like I don't know how to describe like the one-handed, like, it's difficult to describe, I'm sorry, like the way that the patterning like kind of disperses the, like, on one hand it's like jacks, and then the other hand is like trills. Like High Lotto does that a lot. And I think Lemon Guy also does that a lot in
yes,
maps.
I was actually going to say the same thing, is that that kind of focus on one hand, just trilly structures in general kind of match that kind of thing. And having, Lemon Guy being the speed jump stream pick, you're going to see a lot of that just from these 2 jump stream picks. The other part of it too is that, like you mentioned, that having to do like basically jack patterns and a trill on the outside isn't necessarily going to be you give like one hand a break at a time, but it almost feels like a polyrhythm type thing. Obviously, it's not, but it has a weird mismatch with your hands that is constantly shifting.
That's a good descriptor. I think like it feels like a polyrhythm, even though it's like just because the way that you're doing very different things on each hand, for sure. And it switches all the time as well, so I think that also it definitely ties into that. Well, we're getting actual polyrhythms here.
Right, yeah. The thing that you mentioned it too is that the one-hand trills switch hands pretty much constantly. You can see in those patterns it'll go right, left, right there, and it'll do it really fast, which I've said this before. Broken jump stream can often be more stamina draining if done in a certain way. And this kind of structure of jump stream makes it almost feel like you're playing two different maps on each hand, and it's
we're getting the guitar solo here. I just want to focus on that real quick, like just the speed of the bursts and the mini jacks here. These streams are this part is incredibly difficult right here.
Yeah, a little bit rude to change the structure of the map half 3/4 of the way through when seeing basically all one-hand trill-based jump stream. But something important to note about this is that we have the one break early on, and you get small reprieves, like one measure long. But for the most part, this just doesn't really give you a break. It is packed to the brim, and at 4 minutes long with 277 BPM at its base, with those changes in structure, this is just brutal.
Yeah, and you're seeing the anchors getting longer and longer. We're also seeing back with the sort of dump stream sort of stuff with the guitar going on. I mean, this map gets just more and more intense as it goes on.
Yeah, it absolutely does, and the one-hand trill motif does come back in between all of the bursts in the middle of it, and as I mentioned, no real breaks, just gives it to you for the whole time up until the end, on top of an OD of 8.2, so that accuracy is going to be very important on a map like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And while that was Rice 3, I guess it's about time for Rice 4. And I mean, some of you in the chat were actually mentioning this song somehow, even though there's no clue to this being in the pool at all. This is Korjak, this is Berserk, but Forces. This is Forces, it's from Berserk. A map by Guden. This song it's a Susumu Hirasawa song. It's used on 1.3, 156 BPM. You'll notice that we are increasing the BPM of the Korjaks really, really slowly, but these patterns are absurd. You'll notice very quickly.
Yeah, they definitely look that way. I was surprised to see it being a little bit on the slower side. You do see some very extended jacks, though. Right now, just seeing mostly 3-note jack transitions and then a few 4-note jacks, plus a few bursts. But
I was about 5-note jacks in the chorus right here.
I was about to say I expect those jack lengths to increase quite a bit.
Yeah, it's very control-heavy sort of patterns. Like you'll notice that they're on the same hand as the long jack. There were some notes on the same hand, on the opposite finger. But that sort of stuff is like the really the essence of the control that we're trying to test for this Korjak thing, and as well as the grand final Korjak thing, which is you'll see that next week.
Yeah, we don't need to worry about grand finals yet. Only 3 of the teams left to worry about it, and we already know 2 of them. But for now, just going through this, another map where no real reprieves throughout the chart, and the chorus comes back, longer jacks do come back, the density increases with those quads coming around. I did want to mention also, you said control with a lot of the patterns, and I think something that emphasizes that requirement are some of those 1/6 bursts in the middle of the jack patterns, because it requires you, because I think when it comes to chord jacks, a lot of players will almost just focus super hard on getting the chord jacks right and do the wrist jack motion, but these bursts in the middle of that really force you to pay attention to the patterns that are going on.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, like That's really all there is to say about this one. It is really tricky. And before we get into the tech slots, I do want to explain something because some of you have already pointed out in the chat that this is a slightly larger pool than quarters and semis. So we're adding 2 picks, which will be Rice 8 and Hybrid 4. What's really happening is more like we're inserting Rice 7 in between Rice 6 and Rice 8. And that's going to be sort of our tech wildcard. So Rice 8 is going to be our heavy tech map, just as Rice 7 was before. But Rice 7 is going to be just sort of balancing out like the other tech slots for Rice 5 and Rice 6. So it's kind of a wild card. So we'll see that come into play very, very shortly. Let's just get into the Rice tech picks right now. This is going to be the Island 1.35 by Shoegazer.
Yeah, I think a pretty recognizable pick to some players, certainly a few who are still left in the tournament. But this map just primarily, it kind of transitions between bursts and jack patterns. I think the jacks are a little bit slow enough on the tech side that they're not too big of a deal. It really is just about like the basically 400 BPM burst throughout this and transitioning between the motions as it goes.
Yeah, and I mean, already seeing some reactions to this. I mean, we're very sure that this was a recognizable pick, and I guess this confirms it for sure. And we're seeing these sorts of like dumpy little bursts and like 3-note long jacks, very focused on that sort of motif in the map for sure. And I think that's kind of the big idea of this map.
Yeah, the structure doesn't change too much throughout it. We get a little bit of a break here, but the second half does have a slight mix-up in the transition where it introduced some 1/3 dense jack patterns to kind of throw off the motion, but you see the same burst patterns in the end as well. You just have to also add on those 1/3 jack patterns to kind of make sure that you're still keeping up with it, right? It's just a little bit of an insert that doesn't ruin, I shouldn't say that, but messes things up a little bit in an unexpected way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're getting into this sort of like 1/3 section. I mean, it really is just sort of the same structure, but like so kind of like it kind of just interrupts it, I would say. And we're getting right back into what we're kind of used to from the first half.
Yeah, you see some similar patterns, those one-hand trill patterns coming back from the intro, just adding those 1/3 as well. But this is really where those bursts start to really pick up. You can see them actually changing snappings in the middle of the bursts as well, which could prove to be a little bit of an accuracy challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. This is very, very, very tricky to sort of be able to handle accurately. But yeah, I mean, this map is relatively short, all things considered. And I mean, what really is there left to say?
Yeah, not too much, but that's going to open up our tech pool. Going to move into Rice 6, and this is going to be VTuber song Hoshimachi Suisei's Wicked featuring Mori Calliope. And this is going to be your classic kind of dumpy tech pick. We've had a bunch of them so far this tournament. Nothing people haven't seen before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have been really looking forward to Mori Calliope's debut in Indonesia. And this is pretty fitting of a map for that. We have this sort of like, I guess like mini jack glut sort of like base with some really, really tricky streams. Like, and those one-handed trills, as you saw earlier, and sort of like anchory sort of patterns. This one's really, really interesting, and like it's just, I guess you could say it is just kind of like the previous Gekyusho Infinity kind of scaled up a little bit, but it definitely brings some new things to the table, like those little 1/6 jacks. Like, these are really interesting to sort of play through.
Yeah, those mini jacks are brutally fast. Something else that I do want to point out about this is what I'm noticing in the choruses is that like you have the anchory patterns and the one-hand trills, but what I'm noticing is that it almost feels like you're anchoring on your entire hand at a time. So it'll do like these really difficult trill patterns on one hand while slowing down on the other. We saw this kind of come up earlier on with our Rice 3, where you're kind of doing a lot with one hand at a time and putting a lot of pressure on the hand, and then having to transition back into normal play. And this map definitely does that too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this isn't going to be the last we'll see of Hoshimachi Sensei. But with that being said, like we're getting into sort of a little break section here. This map is kind of in the medium length region of where I put things like 2 minutes 45. That's like pretty average for maybe on the long side, especially for a dunk pick. But this break definitely kind of compensates for that. But as we're building up towards the ending, we're just gonna kind of get like sort of the same sort of idea introduced back again, and yeah, getting some more of these like just more dumps. It's anime dump. Yeah.
Well, not quite anime dump.
Not anime, but like I mean, it's the same.
VTuber dump. We had a bunch of VTuber dumps.
It's the spirit of anime dump.
Yes, that is true. A little bit of a reprieve, but at this point it doesn't really matter because the chart's over. But that'll be our dumpy tech pick, and we've got kind of something in this a little bit similar coming up, but it definitely approaches it a different way for Race.
Yeah, I would say like okay, so this is kind of our wildcard slot. The reason that this map is as like the way that it is because like it how do I explain it? It's like not glut dump, but also transitions between like rolly patterns and trilly patterns. This is a Band and Shrine Party by Metallic Brown. The main focus of the map, in my opinion, is sort of the stop and go motion and the transitioning between rolly patterns and trilly patterns. As we're seeing, those trilly patterns really interrupt your flow of the patterns, and that's something that you really have to watch out for the entire map.
Yeah, I'd almost describe these patterns as like, it's similar to a broken jump stream pick, which we would normally see in a tech pool like this, but this one's going to be broken bursts in a way. So it has a similar kind of feel to Rice 6, but definitely pushes it in a different direction, focusing particularly on the bursts instead of kind of a continuous jumpy structure. Of course, I should introduce the map. Seismic's Abandoned Shrine Party by Metallic Brown. Haven't said that yet, but we kind of got most of the notes about how this feels, and definitely has a different play style and some very extended bursts as we're seeing here.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of you will see this and be like, hey, this is just a dump map. Like, but like, compare this to the previous map, and you'll see that there's a world of difference there, and it really just like it really goes to show how versatile the dump slot, or not slot, but like the dump category is really.
Absolutely, we got kind of biased patterns there, going from right to left, a big jump trill, and those bursts just continue, some fast trills, and another map that's kind of on the longer side, 3 minutes long, and keeping this up without any major breaks is definitely going to be difficult. Not too difficult on the accuracy side with just an OD8, but still not going to be super comfortable if you're... With how these patterns are structured, it's almost like one-hand or two-hand trilly. I like to say that these patterns are basically two-hand jump trill streams in a way.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that makes them a lot harder to get good accuracy on because of that structure.
For sure, and like as you said with the length, 3 minutes 8 seconds, it does come up quite on the long side, and I'd say that the difficulty kind of justifies that this is probably easier to act than the other techniques for sure.
Also, it's finals. We've got. Yeah, I think it's important to make sure that consistency is key, especially when maps get as difficult as we're seeing them. Which I mean,
this is really all about consistency.
Yeah, and it shows with how long this rice map pool is in general. I think we've seen 3 or 4 maps already above 3 minutes long.
I think so, yeah.
Or like 2 minutes 45 and up is like 4 of the 7 maps we've seen so far.
And yeah, with that being said, let's just get right into the last tech pick. These are heavy tech picks, sort of the mini jack kind of. I don't know how to describe this one, honestly.
The return of Phil? I haven't seen them in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a custom, so definitely some shocking things about this one is that I mean it's 3 minutes and also it's really tricky and it's OD 8.5, so that's definitely something to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned heavy tech. Very clear from the get-go that this is going to be quite heavy. 218 BPM with a large focus on that mini jack base structure. A few bursts, but the bursts aren't as important as making sure that you keep strong on those glut patterns throughout the map. Also, worth noting, another map above 3 minutes long. So we are really pushing that length, and a long jack there just to round it out.
Just transitioning in and out of the long jacks, the long jump trilly rolls, that I think is probably one of the most difficult parts about this map. You definitely really have to watch out for those sorts of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, you get quite a long break there, no notes at all, just to kind of get your bearings back. But despite that, you're not really going to get too much room to make mistakes. Just pushes you right back in, and another long jack, but on the opposite hand, so you can't even mirror it.
Yup. So, I mean, it really is, it just throws everything at you at this point. You really have, like, again, this sort of like mini jack control kind of idea, like 3-note jacks and the long jacks, the bursts and everything. It really just is like the epitome of the sort of heavy tech style that we've come to know and love here in NWT4K. The stop and go also doesn't help. It's really difficult to sort of maintain these sorts of patterns. You get constant breaks, but like it doesn't do anything. Like these are patterns that are like really difficult, like physically and to hit accurately. So like, well, what are the breaks gonna do?
Well, it's kind of funny too, because when you say that, because when I was a player, like doing this constantly, I always felt like when jack heavy, or I guess glut heavy tech picks came up, I'd rather them be more constant, because having to stop the motion of doing my really fast jacks gives my hands a little too much time to relax, and then I can't get back into it as effectively.
Yeah, for sure. And this map, I think, tests that to the fullest extent that it can. And it just, I mean, some of these patterns are just so absurdly tricky, and they come right after, like, some really, like, and I mean, they're short breaks in the grand scheme of things, but in the moment, it feels like an eternity.
Yeah, it absolutely does, especially for your hands. Like, I am already getting flashbacks to my hand, like, kind of removing the numbness out of it. It just doesn't work too well. But that's gonna close out our rice pool, and we'll be able to.
No more rice. Yeah.
We'll move into our first of now 4 hybrids, like you mentioned, and this one, a familiar song, and an expected kind of song, I think, for this. 270 BPM, and this is going to be our more straightforward hybrid pick here, following tradition so far in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this one is a little bit difficult to pinpoint because it is kind of different from other hybrid ones in the sense that it's not really like focused on like broken jump stream LN density kind of things, like LN speed. It's more just like, I mean, you're seeing it right now. It's like kind of like this sort of like it is still fairly straightforward high BPM sort of stuff, but I mean, not really seeing much of that broken jump stream kind of idea.
Yeah, a lot of pretty heavy jack focus on this so far. The jack speed not too heavy, but when the LNs start coming in like they do here, especially with those jump stream bursts, it's going to start throwing you a little bit off guard, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. The jump stream bursts, they really need to have a lot of control for these patterns. And being able to transition in and out of those patterns, it is probably one of the more difficult elements of this map.
Absolutely. Get that first guy out of the way where the LNs kind of become a little bit more dense, and a break with some not trivial LNs, but certainly easier than what we were seeing before. And we're just about halfway through, so, I mean, you can obviously tell, a cut version of the Villain Virus song. And we get a cut right to the end, to the main section, or I guess the main guy section of the song as the viewers would know it. And the jump stream transition comes around as we get into what is arguably the hardest part with some very dense long notes.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really where the long note difficulty peaks in this map right here. And we get a little bit of a rice jump stream section at the end to wrap it all up. I think we're just about to approach that. And here it is.
Yeah, really dense jump stream. 273 BPM, certainly slower than what we saw in the Rice Pool for that jump stream pick, but a few inundated bursts are going to cause a few problems, but still nothing to write home about. A little bit difficult, especially after the intense stamina that's going to be needed for the earlier sections.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Villain Virus by Camellia, like it's just like a song that everyone probably knows at this point within the Osimania 4K scene, and just kind of the rhythm game scene broadly. But here's another song that you may be familiar with as someone who, I guess, has been in the 4K scene for a while now. This is Shadows of Pax.
I love Tachyon Dan. It's my favorite.
Yeah, okay. So this one, it's hard to sort of like wrap your head around. Like, in my opinion, like it's very different from previous Hybrid 2s in the sense that, how would you say it? It is very, it's not as. Turn up the bass. Okay, the long jacks. We're here. The long jacks. I've stalled long enough. Okay, we're getting to the meat of the chart right here. This is it.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's like if the Tachyon Shadow of Caps was hybridized. I think that's really what it looks like.
Yeah, okay, so just to clarify, the previous map was a collab between Hytex and Recon, previously known as GB Rig. This is a map that is a collab between me and Mysterion. Mysterion is doing this sort of like long jack section right here. And I think the contrast really speaks well in this chart, and that the sort of idea of like this being kind of like Danse la Mer de Son but on steroids, I think is a pretty apt descriptor for this map right here. We're seeing more of the return to the shield that we usually see in the second half of these sorts of Camellia charts, and we're getting right into it right here. Just sort of the same kind of idea that you kind of expect.
Yeah, you mentioned Danse la Mer de Son, and I think that's an apt description. You saw the beginning of, or the first half of it being largely Rice focused with those long jacks and bursts, and I think that's kind of similar to how Danse la Mer was structured. And now this ending section going to be largely about the Glut LN pattern, same thing with what we saw from Danse la Mer. So it's kind of a spiritual successor and literal successor in this tournament for that map. Has the same kind of structure, and I think for that reason, I think it's going to actually be maybe avoided a little bit. This is the type of map that is so difficult to full combo that the consistency is not going to be there, I think, for most teams, especially with those long jacks, especially on the outside columns. Just brutal, and I would be surprised to see anyone first pick this weekend.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, frankly. I mean, but you never know with the other hybrids. This might turn out to be the easier pick, but I don't think so.
Easier, I don't think that's true.
This is probably the hardest hybrid out of the four. Just to be clear.
It's so chokeable. It's just it'll be interesting to see how players approach this. Certainly, potentially, a ban opportunity for some teams. But one way or another, that's going to be Hybrid 2. And we'll be able to move into Hybrid 3. And another familiar pick here is going to be Onumi's Spider Tank on 1.2.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a bunch of tournaments use this in the past. I mean, this is a relatively well-known hybrid 3 sort of pick. The main reason for this out of anything is mostly because like it's just like not as mini jag heavy. It's more like flam control is I think the main thing about this map.
It's a Braxis without the mini jags, and I mean it's made by Braxis obviously, but there are a couple of really awkward patterns, and we'll get to those when it comes to like the second half-ish. But this starts off pretty slow, but you'll see pretty quickly that this is largely about burst LN control, and that control is super difficult to hold on to.
Absolutely, and honestly, it's funny to say because I think last pool's hybrid 3 was probably the hardest hybrid. Now, this one might be the easiest some players might find, but the tricky part about it will be the accuracy sort of component, controlling the flams and the LN releases. But yeah, I mean, from playtester feedback, this is the easiest hybrid somehow.
I actually don't doubt that it's the easiest. It's certainly physically the easiest. Like, no doubt in my mind that like the physicality required for this is a lot less, but the control required compared to the others is a lot higher.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're getting sort of like a short break section right here, and we're just gonna get right back into it in a second. I mean, this
is the section I was actually going to mention earlier, because these patterns, despite it being a break,
trills.
You got trills around the LNs that are fast enough that they play like mini jacks. Those are easy choke points on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting back into the sort of like main like LN flam control sort of section right here.
Yeah, absolutely, and a little bit of a reprieve from the beginning section. Kind of repeats the same patterns that you saw. A little bit of a bonus here at the end of it, just to really throw you off. But like I said, physically not that difficult. Control-wise, extremely difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with that being said, that was our hybrid 3. That was Spider Tank 1.2, and I guess you can go ahead and introduce the next one.
This is an interesting one. Yeah, I guess I can go ahead. But hybrid 4, our final hybrid, the extra slot in the hybrids, going to be once again a little familiar for some people, but it's Seatris's Illegal Legacy, this time upgraded to 1.1x with a little bit of a nerf on the OD. But this one is going to be kind of a separation. It basically tests your ability to do both rice-focused patterns and LN-focused patterns. They're going to be mixed in every section, but the intro sections are going to be primarily tech-based with a couple of intrusive long notes, and then the ending is full long note shield-type patterns.
Yeah, and the main reason we picked this one is because of the introduction of the hybrid 4 category. I think that to be clear, the main focus of hybrid 4 is going to be sort of like this like less of the gluts that you'd see in hybrid 2 and more of the mini jacks, like light mini jacks. No shields, none of that nonsense. We got like just pure like.
It's like medium tech, but in hybrid form.
Yeah, for sure. And like just sort of like LN flam, like rice flam, that kind of idea. Like more straightforward sort of like LNs. I wouldn't say this one has straightforward LNs necessarily, but the idea for hybrid 4 just kind of lends itself more towards that in general.
Yeah, and we get through this section. Last quarter is going to be primarily long note focused. We got some of those shields and gluts coming around for just this long note section. Definitely not going to be trivial, but it certainly makes sure that you're capable of handling the more control-focused long note patterns.
Yeah, the mini jacks that are on the same hand as a long note, for sure, that's something to watch out for in that section in particular.
Absolutely, but a little bit of a shorter pick, below 2 minutes for the final hybrid, and now we just have our long note maps and tiebreaker left.
Yeah, and I mean, here we go with the long notes. So long note 1 is going to be our just as usual our coordination pick. This is Mysterion versus Chrysler Lean. This one, I mean, it's a fairly straightforward sort of coordination pick. I would say there's not really much different going on here aside from the fact that we are raising the BPM quite substantially.
Yeah, definitely going to be bringing back the timing hell type maps. With a vengeance, 135 BPM, a little bit slower than you might expect just in general, but these patterns, super brutal on the density, especially of those jack patterns.
Yeah, the patterns are definitely what really makes this map. It is just right here, the chorus here, as we're gonna see time and time again in this chart. It's like this sorts of like the flam kind of control that you have to be able to exert on this map is really, really difficult.
Yeah, and as you would expect, the releases are a little disjointed, even on those faster sections. You can see separated releases even on notes that are being hit at the same time, single-handedly just throwing off your ability to do this. And 7.5, a little bit forgiving compared to, average, but 7.5 is still pretty high for this type of map with how fast some of the releases have to be, controlled.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this one, it really is just sort of the idea of it really is just like the sort of just the coordination that we've come to know and love from this year and previous years as well, and just sort of the same sort of like exploration of motifs here as we get the chorus section coming back here.
Yeah, absolutely. Similar patterns from what we saw before. This one, again, on the longer side, 3.5 minutes. I think that's more expected for the long note 1 picks. They've been getting longer and longer as the pools have gotten harder. And this one's certainly going to test your ability to hold on to accuracy with that 7.5 OD on top of some really difficult release type patterns with the timing hell structure.
Yeah, I mean, these releases are not trivial in the slightest. You definitely have to constantly think about these releases as you're playing.
And here we go, last quarter, gonna transition into one more chorus left, and a little bit of a key change represents a little bit of a change in the chorus. Similar patterns, but certainly a little bit harder as well. Feels like it gets a little faster. I can't guarantee that, but definitely going to be
the
worth
map,
noting.
It is variable in BPM slightly, but it does feel sort of steady. You definitely don't notice it as much, I think.
Yeah, I think the chorus just picks up the intensity, and the song itself, I think, definitely can have an impact, especially when the intensity increases that much.
Absolutely.
Might not actually be faster, but it sounds faster, and that's the important part.
And yeah, that was our LN coordination pick. Special thanks, Mysterion Chrysler Lean, for that one. And we can move straight on to our density pick. This is going to be Yurufua Jukai Girl by Hightex. This is on 1.1. This is also going to be relatively short. The BPM is a lot higher than you might expect, but the patterning kind of makes up for it, I would say.
Yeah, definitely a little bit on the lighter side compared to Pixel Planet from last round. But you can also see some pretty awkward patterning already out of the gate. You see a lot of 3-note inverse, in a way. Kind of. You hold down one note and then do a bunch of 3-note, 3-column patterning for a large portion of this map, especially when it comes to courses. And despite being a little lighter, that kind of structure really pushes up the difficulty.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is the focus of this density chart right here. You're going to be seeing a lot of sort of like one column hold, and then the other columns are kind of just doing their own thing. You're going to see a lot of that in this chart, and that's really what gives this chart so much of its difficulty.
Yeah, you can also see some interesting kind of repeated patterns when it comes to that chorus, especially like in the repeated vocal sounds. You see the same same note being held down each time that comes around, and because it's repeated immediately, it feels like that's happening for the whole of it. So it almost plays like 3-note inverse for like entire 2 measures at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the map just keeps. It kind of introduces the same idea in the second half. As always, we're getting a sort of return of the chorus here.
Yeah, like you said, a little bit on the shorter side of this map, or this song, not too lengthy, 2 minutes and 17 seconds, a little longer than last round's LN2, but we get this ending section in the last quarter that kind of repeats those same structures that we've been seeing, except extending them even longer and really making sure you pay attention to them. And a reprise of the intro coming out, just reflecting everything this map's about. Make sure this is a map that I think people are going to be either very comfortable with or not comfortable at all. I would not be good at a map like this because of the 3-note inverse.
We got a lot of mixed opinions from the playtesters, depending on, like, some of them said that this was much easier than Campanella from last year. Some of them said this was much harder. So it really just it's a matter of your skill set, really.
Yeah.
But with that being said, let's just jump into LN3, which is "I'm For You" by Pajaraj. This one is
shortest map in the pool.
Yeah, it is the shortest map in the pool, but you'll see why that is, because the difficulty really makes up for it. This one is really, really weird.
Oh, yes, I do know this song. This is extremely bursty. And these patterns, not friendly. Mixes in some mini jacks and shield patterns just to throw you off. This one actually kind of reminds me of how you have to play Spider Tank, but a little bit more focused on the LN difficulty, and a little bit higher physicality even in some parts.
Yeah, and we're getting this sort of like 3-note jack sort of idea here. This motif right here is really, really tricky to handle, in my opinion. Probably the hardest part of the chart, just because of the fact that you really have to control those sorts of patterns to be able to hit them properly.
On the bright side, the 3-note jacks don't ever show up with a long note on the same hand, so you don't have to worry about that, but it is still very difficult to control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just really, really tricky, these sorts of patterns. I mean, I just don't even have words to describe how tricky this is. Like, this is like really, really difficult to handle, in my opinion.
Yeah, the patterns in the map also quite repetitive. You see a lot of the same patterns over and over. It's the kind of map that I would expect to see Mirror on quite a bit. Despite it being pretty hand balanced, I think people are going to get mind blocked on something like this, and that's where kind of Mirror shows up to help the players out.
And yeah, that was "I'm For You" by Pajaraj. And I mean, yeah, we're just gonna like, that was LN3. We're just gonna jump right into LN4. So LN4 is going to be a slightly longer pick. This is gonna be Kisaragi 1.1. And this is more of a sort of like dumpy, jump streamy sort of pick. It's in the same line as like Fatal Entanglement and Entropic Enhancement from previous years. Around a similar BPM as well. So we're just kind of seeing that sort of idea coming back.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mixture of density, but increasing the speed, lowering the actual LN density.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like really sort of picking up on that. We're getting some sort of like flams and like long jack sort of thing here. It really just kind of goes all over.
It's one of those cases where I think when maps like this start to get introduced in these tournaments, we start to see players who would normally have a lot of control over long notes start to lose it a little bit, because the speed is at a point where you have to have control over the L. Like, it doesn't seem like you have to have that much control over the LNs. But when it gets this fast and you still have LNs that are like long enough that you can't read it as normal jump stream, things get really difficult to hold on to. And I've seen that in previous years by a lot of teams that we consider like incredibly good. I harken back to like 2023 United States, who were extremely dominant, but anytime a map like this came up, they were just not able to keep up with the other teams. And I expect that to kind of come back for a lot of teams as well. Maybe not United States this time, but just in general, seeing LN-centric teams struggle with something like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, this part, we're getting into the sort of like jumping section right here. This part is really, really tricky to handle, especially in 1.1, this sort of idea of like bursty LN kind of embedded within like really dense LN. It's just like, yeah, I mean,
Is what it is. You got some bursts, got some density, and it has to go on for 3 minutes and 19 seconds. So don't have a lot of advantages when you go into something like this if you're not comfortable with it. The length is basically fighting against players who are uncomfortable with this.
yeah, absolutely. We're just gonna get back into this sort of like ending section, like this like light LN jump stream kind of section. Honestly, we don't really get anything that's too difficult at this. We'll just like
Whoa,
mini jack.
hold on. That mini jack thing definitely comes out of nowhere a little bit. I didn't know that existed.
Yeah.
Also, worth noting, very high note count. I think highest note count we've seen in this tournament so far, despite only being about 3 minutes. Gonna get to around 6,600. And that means that misses are gonna be slightly less important here. They're just, or rather not important, but less score inducing, which means accuracy is going to come into play for something like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that was LN4. With that being said, we're just gonna we'll do this quick. We'll get this over with, right? So this is gonna be our tiebreaker, our finals tiebreaker. It's gonna be co-fermion amplification, and this is a collab between me, Alexire, Rickon, previously known as GB Rick, Disguise, and Dargen. And this one is a really interesting lineup. So
Dargen, that's a crazy name to see in one of these.
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this one, it's really hard to describe. It is very sort of, we're getting another 230 BPM tiebreaker, but seeing as it's in finals, we obviously have to ramp things up a little bit. So we're getting some crazy stuff in here.
Yeah, we're already starting to see that very fast burst. 234 BPM, the primary BPM for this. Probably equates to about 360, 370 BPM streams in that section with some long notes to just throw in a little bit of issue. And that's just the intro section.
Yeah, I mean, this tiebreaker, it throws everything at you. We're getting this into this like 3-note jack section right here.
Yeah, this is just brutal. I don't really have much else to say about it other than the brutality of this is wild.
Yeah, these patterns are really, really brutal, and we're seeing a replayer miss here. I mean, it's really just absurd.
Yes, the quad stream returns! Let's go!
Yes!
We have quad stream in the tiebreaker 2 rounds in a row. I can't believe it.
Let's go, dude.
And then, actually pretty straightforward long note, the section compared to what we've seen in the rest of the first quarter.
It is very short, all things considered, so I mean, we're getting right into another sort of like techie hybrid section. This is, I believe, Alexire's part. This is the sort of like mini jack hybrid sort of section. I would categorize this maybe under like a hybrid 4 if you had to put it under a banner category. But it's over pretty quickly. We're getting into this sort of like mini jacking thing here.
Yeah, a little reprieve of the intro section. We saw a section very similar to that in the intro, but still only a third of the way through. 2 minutes through, 4 minutes left, and we've already seen some insanely difficult patterning. I am waiting to see what's left of this, because if it's already this hard, I can't imagine what the ending guy is going to be looking like.
Yeah, I mean, getting this sort of like break section here. I mean, this song gives you a lot of breaks, so it's definitely something to keep in mind as you're playing through. It's not like a massive stamina fest, but I mean, we're getting right into this sort of like long jack section. This part is really tricky.
Yeah, definitely a little bit slower, but still having those long jacks and the quite quick burst is going to be a little bit difficult to transition in and out of.
Yeah, we're gonna get into an actual like full-on four jack section here. This is the Dargo section that I was speaking.
Always fun to see it. Unusual names, Dargent being... I mean, I'm just going to say that Dargent I'm not used to seeing in this kind of Oceania World Cup situation, but it's really good to see them joining. Same reaction I actually had to last year's quarterfinals tiebreaker with High 19 showing up.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely try to throw in a few unexpected names every once in a while. But yeah, I mean, this sort of like break section, we know what's gonna come next. We're gonna get straight into a sort of like really dense LN section, and I mean, it's coming. You just know it's coming, but you're just gonna win. So I mean, we're just gonna build up to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Break section, some slow jack patterns with some a little bit of LN coordination requirement. Density for the LN starts to pick up as we hit the last quarter. Only 650,000 points through. We still have a quarter. We only have a quarter of the map left. That tells me that there's a lot going on in this ending.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this part is really, really... I mean, it's really dense, and it's also, like, it just keeps going.
I mean, like, what can you say about 234 BPM dense LN jump stream type patterns with some cheeky mini jacks thrown into the mix? Just really push up the difficulty.
And little flams in there as well.
Absolutely.
This part goes on for a real long time.
Yeah, it really does. Pretty difficult, but we still have the ending of the map left to go after the LNs come out, and the LNs continue.
There's more LNs!
There's more LNs!
Okay, I think they go away now.
And a Rice burst section to finish us out with some really difficult tech patterns. And we start to slow it down a little bit, but what a tiebreaker to finish off our finals map pool. I'm really excited to see how this finals weekend goes. We've got some insane matchups. The United States and China going to be duking it out on this map pool in the winner's bracket, and we've got 4 wonderful teams fighting for that last podium spot. It's going to be a movie. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this pool, it's a wild one. It's definitely not something you'd expect from MWC probably, but I mean, we've got a lot of interesting stuff here going on, and I mean, I'm really excited to see the players go at it on this one. Top 6. I mean, this is the real deal. Like we're almost there, right? Like we're almost finding out who the top 3.
Yeah, it's been a long tournament so far. It hasn't felt long, but it's been long. We're a month and a half in, and we're finally finding out who are vying for that podium spot, for the number 1 spot. We've seen some good performances just in general, but they're going to have to bring out their A game with this incredibly difficult finals map pool next weekend to determine who is going into grand finals from the winner's side and who the loser bracket team will be to make it to that podium spot. It's going to be an exciting time. But as it stands, do you have anything left to say before we sign off for the weekend?
I got nothing left to say, but I got something to buy, if you know what I mean.
I think I have something to buy as well, and I do know what you mean, and that is a banner for my favorite team in this tournament, I've got to go to the Osu store and buy a banner for one of the 32 teams that made it to bracket stage, even if they've already been eliminated. We only have 6 left in the tournament, but all 32 are available. And as an extra bonus, if you buy the banner for the team that ends up winning the tournament, you get to keep it until next year's iteration. How does that sound, man?
Absolutely, and I can't wait to buy all 6 of the current remaining teams' banners. And when the tournament is over, I'll be like, yeah, guys, I predicted the winner. It was me all along. I knew who was going to win.
Yeah, I knew.
You know,
I bought the 6 in finals, but I knew. Don't worry.
Yeah. You
One way.
know these things. Yeah.
I know these things. I'm a psychic. I got this. But
Absolutely.
one way or another, that's going to do it for us for the finals map pool. I hope you guys enjoyed the showcase, and I hope you guys come back for next weekend where we have an absolute banger of a weekend of matches coming up. We'll see you guys then.
Absolutely. And yeah, we'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.